outdo us, but to organize and fight, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They say our day is over, they say our time is through, they say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue, they divide us men and women, they divide us old and young, but they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Fable Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everyone. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Penny Auntie. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Travenoid. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Somnio Static. Hello, Tazmilly's Hero. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Josh. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Erica. Hello, Rangton Mogus. Hello, Jeff Curry. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, C321D9Q. Hello, Werix. Hello, one and all. Hello, Vetivex. You've made a milkman emote. Oh, good. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello. Oh, no. Oh, yes. That is a milkman, all right. Hello, everyone. Hello. How we doing tonight, folks? Hello, plant. Jack hellos are always enthusiastic. I do my best. Yeah, milkman transporting milk, as one does as a milkman. Whoo! Sorry I'm late. I went to work out and then I had to shower and just one thing led to another. Then I had to eat and it just took longer than I thought it would. Yes, greetings and lactations to you as well, trains and bullshit. Hello, hit the mat. Hello, the memes continue, I see, yeah. Indeed. Hello, Liz Galahad. How are we doing, everyone? Good Tuesday to you all. Fine folks. I have a number of different options for us tonight. A veritable smorgasbord of shitty political takes. Honestly, it's just kind of a question of where should we start? And obviously, I have an answer to that. We're gonna start with a bunch of relatively short, just updates on how things are going. Because I know a lot of scary stuff is happening in this country right now. A lot of concerning developments, we'll say. And hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Riverboat Snack. Wait a minute, that's me. Hello, hello. Hello, Lee Kestner. UK transphobia is getting bad. Yeah, I mean it's pretty fucking bad. Yeah. Hello. Ooh. Hello, Gokuja. Yeah, I mean, part of it is that the budget bill is several hundred pages long, and Republicans slipped so much into it in the last moment. Let's see. Yeah, like part of it here, guys, is that when it comes to this budget bill, Chuck Schumer really fucked us. You know, like Chuck Schumer, like fucked all of us
The best
so
thing to
hard.
go with a riverboat snack is milk.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Salmon Moose. I appreciate it. It's kind of like, I mean, frankly, it's not kind of like, if this passes, like, we're all kind of fucked. Chuck screwing us feels like years ago, doesn't it? And you know, the weird part is that, like, it only happened like a couple months ago. We're only 5 months into the year, guys. Let's see. 1 second. There we go. do. Oh, I'm tired. I just ran like 5 miles. Let's see here. Okay, I understand the issue now. All right. Hey, Jack, I can say on the bright side, the nonprofit killer provisions were removed. And that's, by the way, why you keep making a big old stink about this stuff, okay? I know that a lot of this feels really, really big and scary. I understand. However, keep calling your representatives. Keep calling them. Keep making us think about it. And remember, point out that specific provisions in the budget bill that you find objectionable. Okay? One of the big ones that has been discussed quite a bit in some circles, though not necessarily in online circles, is titled Section 70302, which effectively neuters the ability of federal courts to issue civil contempt proceedings. It would basically block funding to courts to enforce civil contempt. And but in specific cases, essentially tailored to basically mean that anyone in the Trump administration that might be held in contempt of civil contempt would be exempt from would essentially not, there would be no funds to hold them in contempt. So that's it's bad. It's real fucking bad. In addition to cutting $880 billion from Medicaid. It's really, really bad. The bill just advanced out of committee, right? Not a full House vote. As far as I'm aware, there has been no House vote yet. I'm not exactly sure where in the process it is, but yeah. Hello, axolotls with cream. It's some scary stuff. We are allowed to take up space. You guys literally take up space on my computer screen. Missouri's reps want to block the abortion rights we voted for, and it isn't helping me feel like I'm doing anything. I mean, keep calling. And honestly, what we kind of need to start seeing more of is stuff like this. This is from the account Social Security Works. They've been organizing on Capitol Hill for a while now. And this is the kind of stuff I think we need to see exponentially more of. We need to see people taking time out of their day to go and yell at these people in person anytime they are in a public space. If these lawmakers that are voting to defund $880 billion from Medicaid so much as poke their nose outside, they should be getting yelled at and disrespected publicly. And honestly, that should continue for the rest of their lives unless they fix what they've broken. We'll just playing this real quick.
Congresswoman, I was wondering if you would just talk to us on your way over to the conference meeting.
No.
Last time you spoke with us, you lied to our face and said that you weren't going to vote for Medicaid cuts. But then you've actually voted for the largest cuts to Medicaid in the history of the country. Do you have any comment on that? Do you have any comment on the 4 hospitals in your district that are going to close because of your vote? Representative Miller Meeks, I'm wondering if you have any comment on the health care that 67,000 people in your district are going to lose? Does it concern you that you only won by 800 votes?
And that's most Republicans. Most Republicans in Congress, like, they treat politics like it's not real. And I guarantee you, the people, the Republican lawmakers who voted on these cuts to Medicaid, who voted on these bills, understand very, very little about what the actual effect is going to be. They understand that it will make their constituents angry. They do know that much. But what they, I think, are relatively unaware of, because you have to remember, a lot of these people are hopelessly stupid and incurious. Okay? A lot of these people are incentivized to be incurious and to remain stupid by choice, you know? Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. That is very, very generous of you, right? I think the bigger issue is that they don't care. Well, that is part of it too, right? Like, that's part, like, not caring is a choice on their part. You know, it's a choice that is heavily incentivized by their lobbyist donors. The not caring is downstream of all that money that they get, you know? And so, like, they think it's not going to affect them. And so what I'm saying is, and why I think we need to see more people yelling at these people, making them uncomfortable, essentially having to leave public life in general, is because that needs to be an effect on them personally. Like, you have your freedom of speech, folks. You can use it. You can ask these people questions. It's a free country. You know, you can't harass them, but, like, you can ask them very simple questions while rolling your camera phone, and just, like, ask them, hey, why are you trying to kill your constituents? Hey, why are you trying to defund your own hospitals? Hey, why are you doing that? For now, until they take it away? Well, one, we cross those bridges when we get to them, right? And number two, like, even if they take away your right to free speech, you're still going to have your free speech if you're brave enough to have it. So when you see these people out in public at a restaurant, approach them. There is no law against approaching someone at a restaurant. When you see someone of one of these goons in public, you know, ask them some questions with a camera rolling. Yeah, Chip Roy and his wife should be probably challenged in a lot more public venues. Every single one of these people should be challenged. You know? Because they are effectively condemning millions of people to suffer and a certain number of people to die. I don't know how big that number is going to be, but it's not going to be small. And, like, one of the things we have to do, and we have to fight like hell, we have to use the levers that we have in ways that might be able to help us, and we have to count on other people doing the same. And part of what we have to do is not just know the right position, because this is what I'm constantly frustrated by. There are a lot of people out there who think that just absorbing the information is going to do enough, and that's just not so. You know, you have to make a stink about it. You know, if you're not going out to the protests, you better be calling. Like, if you're not calling and you just are simply knowing things, that does not affect a change, right? So what needs to happen is you have the lever to call them and fax them. Do that every day. You have connections in your community. You get other people to call and fax them every day. Hey, you know people? Get them out to the protests. Do this shit. Because you have to be a component, and we have to do anything and everything we can within our power, within reason, You know, if there are days where you're just not going to be able to get off the couch because like you're fucking about to break down, take a day to yourself and get back to it the next day, you know? But I see people like, oh, they're going to take away your free speech. They're going to take away your free speech. Guess what? There have been times in history when we didn't have free speech. People still spoke out anyway. There have been times in history where people were killed for speaking out. They did so anyway. Now is the time to cultivate the bravery you might need in the future. Okay? Because right now, the buy-in is very low. So, all I'm saying is, I need to see more people yelling at these folks. Because there needs to be a perceived cost to them for this. You know? And so I just, you know, I'm not telling you guys to go get yourself arrested and charged and sent to prison for 40 years for assault or on like a fucking sitting member of Congress. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying, if you see these people, talk to them. Ask them why. Ask them why they're fucking over their constituents. Okay? That's important. And like where we're at right now is we need to do anything and everything we can to apply political pressure, right? And I'm not going to bullshit you guys. We're going to lose in a lot of different ways because we don't hold the winning hand right now. At least not in the mainstream political sense. And again, like I've seen some people in chat asking, you know, what do we do if this budget bill passes? Do we just keep on keeping on? And like the answer to that is yes, we do, because we have to. You know, there's not really a stepping out of the fight, really, even if we lose. And so what I'm trying to tell you guys is that you need to cultivate the skills now, because if we have the skills, we might be able to win. And always remember that the worse things get for us, the worse things get for those assholes in power too, right? Because again, all of this suffering that is downstream from this budget, all of it is going to radicalize people to take action. And that is going to happen essentially whether we want it to or not. And so we need to stand in solidarity and we need to be doing productive things so that when those people do get radicalized, they look around and they see other people doing productive work to advance our cause. To channel that rage and energy in useful ways. You know, I think a good example might be like Occupy Wall Street, right? A bunch of people showed up. They occupied Wall Street, hence the name, and then fuck all happened because of it. You know? What we need is a bunch of people who are activated and compelled to do things, to actually do things in a way that moves the needle and gets us change. That's what we need. Yeah, I'm sorry, I have kind of cursed you guys with the knowledge that things are not okay. And, you know, becoming intimately familiar with the ways in which things are not okay. And there's no one knowing that. I guess, in a sense, this channel is a bit of a cognito hazard. Sorry, there was no content warning. Yeah. Occupy Wall Street had no structure or leader to it. That's why it failed. That's what I said. I'm still faxing these fascists. Good. Do it every fucking day. Again, folks, if you are looking for ways to be effective right now, there are a bunch of different ways you can take action in ways that might actually help, right? One of those ways is by using this website. It's called faxzero.com, where you can send faxes for free. And they even have fax your congressperson, senator, or governor. So you can send faxes to all of your elected representatives. It's real handy because a lot of these old fucks are old and they only have their voicemail on. But you want to know what they absolutely do get in their office if you fax them? A physical piece of paper, okay? It's real important. Fax them. Call them. Use 5calls.org. 5calls.org is another website. Makes it real easy to call your elected representatives. And even though they might not pick up, leave them a voicemail message, stating your name, where you live in their district or their area, and let them know what you're upset about. It's important. Okay? What website was that you were just showing? This is faxzero.com. Super useful, right? And essentially, I have one other call to action right now, which is that the FDA today, and there's been a lot of reporting on this, FDA will limit COVID vaccines to people over 65 or at high risk of serious illness, leaders say. And I just want to point out that the reporting on this has been dog shit. Okay? The reporting on this has been dog shit. Because what the FDA wants to do is limit vaccines to those 65 years and older or who are immunocompromised, right? The reality is there is currently open a period of public comment where you can go to regulations.gov and submit your public comment for or against this rule change. You can actually give feedback and tell people, hey, actually, no, I think everyone should have access to COVID boosters because actually, it might be good to not have the risk of contracting a long-term, debilitating and chronic illness. That might actually be a good thing if, we were all constantly vaccinated against getting that. Okay? So I'm going to link this in chat. Ugh. That link is horrible. And you know what? Let's do a better job at that.
Also, don't let the GOP gaslight you. Medicaid was created in 1965 to cover anybody who couldn't afford private insurance. It doesn't matter how able-bodied they are. It's not a fix, it's a cut.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like the entire purpose of this, all of the means testing that they're adding to this bill, and they're saying, oh, they aren't cuts. Haha, they aren't cuts. They're lying. They are absolutely lying. The means testing they are introducing is designed to kick people off of Medicaid. Wait, aren't some vaccines required for travel so elderly people can't travel? No. Jordan L. Basically, they're saying the COVID vaccine will, like those boosters from the COVID vaccine will only be given to those who are older than 65 or immunocompromised. And if that fucks anything up, they don't give a shit. The map drawer, that is an excellent idea. Keep personal logs of when you called, when you faxed, when you wrote a letter to your elected representatives to help yourself, keep straight which days you've done that, which days you haven't. Ideally, you should be doing it every weekday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's why it's called 5calls.org, because that's how these congressional staffing units kind of tally up constituent outreach, I guess. Also, girl failure, not a stupid question. You do not need a fax machine to send a fax zero fax. Let me pull it up real quick again. When you look at this, you type in the sender information, you type in the receiver information, and then you can attach different files, and then you can type in whatever you want to fax, and then you just send a free fax. Bada bing, bada boom. You get a maximum of 5 free faxes per day, but you do get free faxes. Okay, so that's kind of where that's all at. Okay, yeah, make it a fun hobby. Exactly. So yeah, it's a whole lot of fucked up, frankly. They're voting on it at 1 a.m. tonight. Damn, I guess we'll be taking a look at that. Yeah, it's bad, by the way, when Fox News is reporting dead of night, Dems accuse GOP of cowardice over late night votes on Trump's big beautiful bill. And yeah, I mean, it is cowardice. They're trying to do it as if like no one's gonna notice, as if no one's gonna like check to see who might be responsible for, essentially trying to kill them. Like, yeah, it's like a thief in the night. I thought they were voting tomorrow morning. I think that's what they said earlier, and they released a statement. The Democrats released a statement saying, "Oh, no, they're gonna vote on it tonight at 1 a.m." I guess, yeah, tomorrow morning at 1 a.m. I remember when COVID vaccine came out, I wanted to get it early. For context, I'm physically disabled in a wheelchair and cannot afford to get COVID. I'm not considered high risk, so imagine all the people that don't fall into their little categories and stuff. This would hurt so many people, and it makes me mad. Yeah, like, this is designed to hurt people in order to enrich the wealthiest people to ever exist in our country. Like, that's what this is. The reason they're doing it in the middle of the night, the reason they're doing that is because they know on some level, they might not be familiar with all the intricacies of the bill because frankly, they don't need to be. And they're dumbasses. But they know functionally what they're doing. There's a reason why that lady who is being talked to by the man on the camera about cutting Medicaid kept averting her face, and it's because she knows she looks pretty goddamn bad for trying to kill her most vulnerable constituents. I don't understand how this funnels money to the oligarchs, because the oligarchs don't have to pay as much money in taxes. That's it. They get to keep more of their money in taxes. Full stop. And a lot of these oligarchs, they're looking to cut employees anyway. They are looking to like replace employees with AI. They're looking to, downsize a little bit to pass the savings of not having to pay employees over to, themselves and their investors. Like that's how this saves them money. Like if they get a tax cut of like 2%, if somebody's making like, minimum wage, a tax cut of 2%, like gets them what, like a couple $100 more bucks? If a billionaire gets a tax cut of 2%, well, they get hundreds of millions of dollars. So, like, this is how they get richer. But no one has money to buy your shit. How do you make money? The thing you're missing is that they don't care about the long-term health of the economy. It's very much a fuck you, got mine mentality. It's the same thing that drives CEOs of companies to make decisions that are not in the long-term best interest of the company, but are instead designed to maximize the benefit to shareholders and to the CEO. It's what killed, or what is currently killing Boeing. It's what's killed a lot of different companies. It's why you get this predatory venture capitalism. And like, yeah, essentially what you're kind of missing is that the money that billionaires get, they want to keep. And honestly, if that weakens the government to such a degree that like the government's on the brink of collapse, well then I'm just going to throw this out there. If you look around, who are the strongest, wealthiest people on the playing field? Who might pick up the pieces should the government collapse? They're trying to do this budget as fast as possible before the debt ceiling? Absolutely. Because if the debt ceiling comes into play, if they aren't able to get this done before the debt ceiling comes up, then essentially Democrats in the House would have leverage again, you know? Yeah, and that's another bit, exactly, waxing philosophical. If you're insulated by capital, what happens to the economy is only opportunity to make more money elsewhere. System is designed to always funnel capital up no matter what. Yeah? There's no way this bill gets through the Senate. It actually might have an easier time getting through the Senate. So, like, the margins in the Senate are larger. There are more Republicans in the Senate. They all want these tax cuts. I mean, I hope you're right, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll get like some kind of you know, thumbs down moment like we did with the Affordable Care Act. Now, the other bit I wanted to talk about is that to elaborate on waxing philosophical, which is that, yeah, the other reason billionaires would want this is because if the economy crashes, they view it as a temporary setback, a feature, not a bug, of the capitalist system that allows them to come in with their untold billions of dollars and just buy up things for a song. And by things, I just mean land, buildings, companies, you know, labor. Like they are going to then make a killing when the economy rebounds. Belle of Ranch doesn't think it will get through the Senate. I fucking hope she's right. I just don't I don't really see the field being very positive in that direction. I hope so. I hope we get a government shutdown, but I don't know that we're going to get that. So that's kind of where we're at here, folks. It's some scary stuff, but one of the things, your homework for today, okay? Your homework for today, folks, Belle of the Ranch. Your homework for today, folks, is to leave a comment saying that you do not, in fact, approve of bans on vaccine boosters, COVID vaccine boosters for people under the age of 65. Okay? That's your homework for today. I want you all to leave a comment. Go do it. It's super easy. There you go. That is your homework. I believe I did it today. Good. Could we use the fuck you, I got mine mentality to attract more right-leaning voters?
At least
No.
the nonprofit org nuke portion of the bill got removed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Probably, and I'm going out on a limb here, and I brought this up when we talked about the nonprofit nuke, was this, they realized that it could be used to strip tax-exempt status from churches, you know? I presume that's why they stripped it. Just a question, if the government was to be shut down, then what would Trump and MAGA politicians do? Well, the MAGA politicians would continue to negotiate on trying to get a budget passed. Trump would presumably step in to do that.
Please suggest what to say specifically to Chuck Schumer. I am currently incapable of being nice to him without a script.
That is fair, and all I can say is that. Oh no, I didn't launch the software. 1 second. All I can say is
people are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very...
There you go. Wait, what?
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
There we go. It didn't play the entire thing. That was weird. Seamless. Yeah, totally without any hiccups. We will win. Sorry. We will win. We will win. So Trump would probably step in to try and help negotiations along or try and dictate how negotiations are going to go. And basically, I imagine it would be a pretty big shit show if the government were to step, essentially shut down. But basically, in all other respects, the government would kind of come to a screeching halt. Essential services would continue, but like a lot of government stuff would just close down. Who do I leave the comment for in the About section? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, what is your comment about? Good question. The category is I guess the drug industry, I think. Because this is coming from the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and this is to do with vaccines, so I assume the drug industry. Good question, though. Good question. I know this will cause an undue amount of suffering, but I think that Medicare should be gutted so we actually get... Well, Medicare isn't currently on the chopping block. What's on the chopping block is Medicaid. So it's literally the most vulnerable members of our society. And the thing is, like, I don't think that it should be gutted. But I do think that if it is, essentially this will cause a cascade of, like, necessary action. You know, this is the kind of thing where, like, I don't know, you're sitting on top of a mountain and there's a gigantic boulder in front of you. And you're like, well, what happens if I just push this boulder over the cliff? Like, it's gonna cause like an avalanche. That's essentially what we're looking at here. And I think to some degree, a lot of these politicians know that on some level, but they, they're going for it. In the context of people waking up immediately. I mean, it's just, I guess saying, like, it should be gutted. One, remember that there are lots of people in this community who currently rely on Medicaid in order to be alive. And two, so like, have, like, a little bit of an understanding of the venue in which you're saying something like that. And two, like, you can just say, it shouldn't be cut, but you can point out what will happen if it is cut. You know? It's real awful. Oh, you don't actually need to fill out the little drop-down menu? You don't need to fill the comment about section on the comment? That's good to know. Fuck. Well, I mean, kind of the issue is, like, at this point, we're not really talking about accelerationism per se, because we've all, like, we're already in the car that is currently accelerating. Like, we're not, like, we unfortunately, with the last election, got all collectively got into the car with the guy who's known for just flooring it with a brick, and that's kind of where we're at. So we need to, like, deal with the fallout, I guess. You know, it sucks. Well, I mean, let's be clear. Republicans stepped on the gas pedal. Chuck Schumer just had the option to grab the brick and said, you know, maybe we should leave the brick on there for a little bit. You did the comment? Hell yeah. So, yeah, it's bad. It's bad out there, folks. Yeah, we're all the crash test dummies. That being said, it is not hopeless. You do have agency, and a lot of these people desperately, and I can guarantee you this. Every single Republican that is receiving your calls, every single Republican that is being confronted in public, every single Democrat that is receiving your calls and being confronted in public over their inaction or negative action even, they are regretting it. And we need to make them regret it exponentially more. That's honestly the entire thrust of this entire, opening segment. Which is that, like, these people know that they're stepping in it, and they should be made very, very aware the extent to which they are fucking over so many people. Okay? Yeah, Daphne, definitely. I think we all agree on that one. When we regain power, I'm not joking. Well, yeah, no, this is what I've been talking about. There's a reason I've been talking about the need for essentially like Nuremberg trials for these absolute ghouls. To make sure I understand correctly, they are possibly completely banning all COVID vaccines for people under 65. Like there would be no way to get one. What they're contemplating doing is not banning COVID vaccines per se, but banning COVID boosters for anyone under 65 or who is extremely immunocompromised and has like a doctor's note, but like normal immunocompromised isn't going to cover it. Like it needs to be like extra immunocompromised, I guess, plus a doctor. And like, yeah, it's really, really bad, Scared Crow, I have no idea what that is. Sorry. Under 65? Yes, it's COVID. It's a ban on COVID boosters for anyone under 65 unless they are sufficiently immunocompromised. Yes, I am aware of how boosters work, vegan. A ban or a lack of recommendation? It's a ban. Where do we go to leave a message saying it's bad? Here you go. Right there. Boop. Here, I'll even open it up here. The comment period ends in 3 days, but you type in your comment here. You can actually skip the what is your comment about section, attach any relevant files, I guess, and then add an email address or submit it just without one. And then you can say how you want to be represented in the comments. Super easy. I believe in you guys, okay? I want to ask them why they like to kill grandmas. Honestly, an excellent question. I'm glad people still think it, even if I don't. Oh, you know what? A lot of people didn't believe that the Nazis were ever going to be prosecuted for their crimes, and look what happened with that. You know? Again, the idea that a better world is impossible, I just completely disagree with that. I understand what the political realities are, chat. You don't have to explain them to me. I simply refuse to say that this is the best of all possible worlds that we can hope for. We can, in fact, do better. And honestly, the only thing keeping us from doing better is manifesting and collecting the will of the people to make it so. That's it. Ultimately, when you boil it all down to brass tacks, the only thing that keeps us from having the better world that we want is mobilizing the amount of people it would take to make the world better. That's it. Full stop. Like, I don't want to hear any of this. Oh, but it's impossible. Well, fucking go out and do something about it. Convince more people. Get more people involved. Like, that has always been the barrier to making the world a better place, and that hasn't changed right now. Okay? So, yeah. Do you feel like it's reasonable with how life has tracked since the 2000s? It makes sense while so many have fallen into doomer, or is it still a sad excuse in your opinion? I mean, I still think it's a sad excuse. I don't think that there is a good excuse to doomer. I understand why people do it, but me understanding something is not an endorsement of it. You know, I understand why people become alcoholics. I don't think you should become an alcoholic. You know, I think that, like, we can do better, and so we should. I mean, Polaire, that is the important question. Like, does it end with just cutting off COVID boosters, or are they going to cut off, like, more vaccines? And I would imagine it doesn't just stop at COVID boosters. Oh, no, it's okay, Star. Like, I get it. Like, I understand, like, the way in which people fall into doomerism, right? Like, it's kind of an outgrowth. Again, I've been talking a lot about atomization in our society, how capitalism wants us isolated and seeks to isolate us in order to commodify us more effectively.
Don't choose to bloom instead. Roses grow stronger for all the shit spread around them.
True. So, like, I get it. It's just, like, the number one thing that we have to do is reject that reality, reject that isolation, reject that imposed loneliness, you know? And I think that's maybe something I should talk about more. You know, the fact that our society is so lonely, and that loneliness is forced upon us. It is not how we naturally gravitate. It is not how we, you know, tend to act under natural circumstances. We need to talk more about, like, you know, when we talk about, like, the male loneliness epidemic, like, that's been, like, a really big thing recently. we need to understand that that is an outgrowth of a deliberate attempt to isolate men in our society in order to make money off of their isolation. You know? What I mean this very literally, you know? Like, dating apps, huge companies, they literally commodify male loneliness. And then that exacerbates the feeling of loneliness. Because, you know, instead of just going out to a bar and meeting someone, developing social skills over time, like, instead you're just like swiping. And then, you know what? Oh, wow. Sometimes it works out. But for a lot of guys in particular, they just be swiping. And they just don't get a match. They don't get a match. They don't get a match. They don't get a match. And it exacerbates the loneliness. You know? I've been getting better by cooking and cleaning. I feel better in general. I just got done making some knitter kebab for stews later. Nice. Yeah, I do want to emphasize, like, one of the best things you can do if you are falling into kind of this doomer mentality, right? One of the best things you can do is to look around and ask, what can I do? Right? And like, the one thing that Jordan Peterson said that resonated with people is, like, you know, make your bed, clean your room. But like, the reason that works to help you to feel better is because it is you exerting some degree of agency on your life. It shows you that you can, in fact, have an effect on the world. And the most important part of your world is your space. You know, whether it is your room, your kitchen, your yard, your neighborhood, etc., look around and see, what can I do to make it better? You know, maybe you can pick up trash. You know, is your neighborhood dirty? Maybe you can, like, get a couple neighbors together and you can pick up some trash. Maybe you can, like, go out and do stuff. But you know, if that's too scary, start with your own house. Start with your own apartment. Start with your own room if that's too much. You know? And I guarantee you that will help you to start feeling more grounded and more connected with just being alive. Helps you to get a little bit out of your head, you know? And additionally, one of the things that I've been talking about a bit is just self-improvement. And it's like, you can start with, like, things that are external to you, like your room, your kitchen, etc. You know, get those dirty dishes cleaned. But then you can start looking at yourself. What can you improve about yourself? You know, what can you practice on? What can you work on? Because we all have something we can work on. And, like, that's really important. And once you've started just taking small steps with your space, with yourself, then you are able a little bit better to start looking a bit further afield and help others in your community, help just your community in general. You know, eventually that bleeds outward when you take care of yourself. Yeah, you can like, you know, take care of your muscles, you know? And, you know, I do think, by the way, like, working out to look sexy is not a really good motivator for anything. But working out because it makes you feel better, working out because it makes you feel more capable, makes you breathe less hard, I think that is a better motivator for a lot of people when they view it in that context. And you're not doing it to lose weight, you're just doing it because it keeps you sane. Work out to make the numbers go up. That also helps. Meditation helps. There are a bunch of different things where people say it and it just kind of becomes like this, like, knee-jerk, oh, just go outside. Haha, it'll cure your mental illness. And, like, it won't. It won't do that. But, like, it helps. You know? Oh, honestly, Quiet Kitsune, if you want to be a real badass, you know, you go out there and you work, you do your, like, martial arts training exercises with your katana, you know, like, that's the real badass move. 1,000 swings per day. So all I'm trying to say here is that if you are falling into doomerism, look around your house, clean that up, clean yourself up, go for a walk just to like get yourself out of your head. And then it might be a bit easier to then do these other things, like leave public comment, call your elected representatives, do those things too. Because action, exactly, the punk monk, action is the antidote to what ails you. In a lot of the ways we're talking about political doomerism or feeling very lonely or isolated, what will make you feel better is action, doing something. It doesn't even matter if that action is particularly helpful in like the sense of like, oh, I'm lonely. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be that you have to go and like talk to someone, though that may help better. But like, if you have something to do that will make your overall situation better, that will help you. Okay? Not sure you understand how humid it gets in Georgia. In Georgia, I imagine you get like a giant plastic bubble with like an air conditioner
There
strapped
is
to
a
it.
theory that the Entwives were inspired by suffragettes, and the Ents were inspired by the common will, slow, reserved, but terrible roused. The Ents are waking and Isengard will be shivered.
Honestly, like, I think that might be like a really good analogy for the general population of America, you know? Like, there is coming relatively soon, in the next, several months to a year. There's something like there's some insane things coming down the pipeline, especially if this budget gets passed. And we're all going to need to be ready to be there for each other. We're all going to need to be ready to be there for our communities, whether online or offline. And we're all going to need to be able to do what we can to help where we can. Okay?
Georgia would not strap air conditioning to the bubble.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about the potential bond market implosion, but yeah, those tariffs have really fucked us. And it's all I'm saying, guys, is there's like an economic bomb about to go off because of just like the tariff stuff. There's like a second bigger economic bomb about to go off because of how the tariffs have impacted the bond market. We're like, and frankly, like the Medicaid cuts are the biggest bomb of both of those. So it's kind of like it is going to be impossible for things not to need to change. So I hope you will do the work now so that you are ready to help as many people as possible when the time comes, okay? We're all going to practice together by doing our calls and by leaving our public comments, okay? That's what we got to do, so go do the things. You know your mission, go do it.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Segment done. We did it. Whew. I'm gonna be honest, I'm burnt the fuck out. You need to do less. You specifically need to do like, I don't know, maybe 10 to 15% less, Lady Raincloud. Other people are doing not enough and they need to step up, but you might be doing too much. Do you feel the GOP might die out and the Dems will shift right while a newer left party forms? I was discussing this with a coworker with the current trajectory. Yeah, I mean, there's currently a war inside of the Democratic Party chat, between like the Bernie progressive wing and like the more moderate wing the more centrist conservative wing of the party. You can look at like your Gavin Newsom's. Basically, if you want to get a good idea of which people in Congress right now are part of like the conservative Democratic wing, just look at every Democratic name that voted for that crypto bill. Okay, every single one of them. Cory Booker did it. Padilla did it, or Padilla, however you pronounce his name. There's like a list of 16 Democrats. And so one of the things you guys need to understand is that what is currently being geared up, Padilla, gotcha. I figured it was that, but you never know. Sometimes it's not. I know this is off topic, but is it normal to want to scream, "That's my purse," and kick Mark Cuban every time he posts on Blue Sky? Yeah, I mean, like, that's the other thing, right? Like, Mark Cuban is like a Democratic surrogate on television, and like he's like a rich asshole. All I want to put out there, folks, is that there are a number of Democrats that are moving more conservative. And a lot of this is likely due to the fact that they are in the pocket of a lot of big money donors. And essentially what is happening is the left wing of the party is going around. They're actually showing up at town halls. They're actually getting attention. They're actually getting out there talking with people, and they're actually getting a response from everyday working people in this country. And that is pissing off centrist Dems, And that's kind of the problem here. Like, these two factions want to fight. They want to fight over the future of the Democratic Party. And it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. The elements that torpedoed Bernie Sanders, they're not going anywhere. They're still here. And they are going to do everything in their power to make the Democrats as corporate friendly as they can. And there are some people who recognize right now that that is not what this country needs, in fact. And that's why I constantly ask and plead for you guys to go out. If you're comfortable doing your calls, you're comfortable leaving your public comments on proposed regulation changes, okay? Go to your local Democratic meetings, okay? You can join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly to figure out when and where those are, okay? But go to your local Democratic meetings, because we need more people inside the party willing to fight this fight, because it's an internal fight, guys. You might be outside the party. A lot of those party folks, they don't give a shit what people outside the party think, okay? So you got to get in that room. You got to join. You got to get in there. And, if you want to organize outside the Democratic Party, DSA is a great vehicle for that as well. So join DSA, join the Democratic Party, and get involved on a local level in those two ways, right? But what is essentially happening, and what I believe is going to happen as a result of this particular budget bill, if it passes, I think that it will basically be the end of the Republican Party. I frankly, Trump just doesn't have the juice. He's old. His brain's melting out of his ears at this point. He's talking about the word groceries like he just invented it yesterday. And he's proud that people are using the term groceries now. We just rediscovered it because he said it one time. It's weird. He's gone, man. He's not even making the decisions in the room. And so what ends up happening here is, in my opinion, once Trump is gone, there is no successor to Donald Trump. There are going to be people who want to succeed. Succeed. Donald Trump. They want to take his place. However, none of these Republican ghouls have the juice. They don't have the charisma. They don't have the support. You know, like they're wet paper bags. And so when we're looking at what happens after Trump is gone, what happens when this budget bill crushes millions of people and mobilizes them into action, what happens when workers take up a new political working class mantle? Well, I think the Republican Party just kind of implodes. And I think that leaves the Democratic Party as being the only real game in town. Kind of like what happened after Rishi Sunak got ousted in the UK. You know, their Conservative Party collapsed. And what ended up happening is that Keir Starmer, you know, waltzed in and essentially unopposed. And, well, they're basically just as bad as the Conservatives. Like, they're pretty shit. And that's what will happen if the progressive wing of the Democratic Party does not win. Okay? Yeah, the Republican, or not Republican, the Conservative coalition in Australia is also in the process of falling apart, right? And so one of the things we need to recognize here is that we need to put our focus in part, not just on opposing Trump, but also on winning this internal schism. The progressive wing isn't going to win. I'm not with that attitude. Why don't you do something about it instead of posting in my chat about it? Like, if you're going to post in my chat, they're not going to win. You better be doing everything in your power to make sure that they do win. Like, if you're going to have an opinion like that, you better be doing something about it. Which party do you think is more fractured and likely to break apart? Republicans. Yes, there are people who want this to secede. It's true. I think we have reached escape dumb velocity. No turning back. I mean, that's kind of true. Yeah. Whew. Devil's advocate, collaborationist Dems and the GOP have the vast majority of the media. I don't know how to break how you break that, because they just lie and people believe it no matter what. How do you break that? I mean, frankly, how you break that is the immense amount of suffering that is coming down the pipeline. Like, the issue here is that there is a complete inability on the part of centrist Dems and on the part of the Republican Party at large to like adequately fix the problems that are coming down the pipeline. None of the policy positions of like centrist Dems are sufficient. It's why you got like a relatively kind of sort of progressive guy like Tim Walz talking about Medicare for all. You know, it's why you got like these people who generally under normal circumstances wouldn't be talking about these progressive political positions, talking about them as they do speaking tours of the country, right? And so like part of the issue here is that like we are in for a world of hurt. And that is going to radicalize people. I do not care where you are on the political spectrum. I do not care what your information sources are. When you start getting fucked the way we are going to get fucked, that radicalizes you. Okay? So we're gonna do our best, but like we have to recognize here that when we talk about this, that's why I constantly tell you guys we need to be ready, because there are a lot of people who are going to be coming in with a lot of questions about why are things like this? And we have to understand it. But Jack, I don't want to get fucked. I mean, I don't either, but the issue there is that we have, to some degree, that getting fucked is kind of baked in. At the very least, what's happening right now with the tariff effects on the economy, the supply chain bottlenecks, etc., that's already baked in. That's already coming down the pipeline, and it's already going to hit us pretty badly. There's that there's like that viral image of like the Target employee putting like a more than doubling of the price of like a cable, like a USB cable, from like $10 to like $20. Like it's that's already happening because of those tariffs. There's not really undoing that. And do people want easy answers and narratives? Yes. That's why we have to be prepared with relatively straightforward answers to their questions. Yeah, $9.99 to $17.99. Yeah. So we need to be ready. We need to understand that there are a lot of people who are going to be in a lot of pain coming in here into our, not just in here, but like here in like our general spaces, looking for answers, and we have to be ready to give them those answers. Okay? And I mean, global warming will fuck us all in, relatively short order, but like the economic effects of tariffs are going to hit us first. Hassan mentioned how older black voters have a loyalty to the Democratic Party based on what it delivered in the past. We have to work on moving the party left without treating the party like it's all full of shit, which turns off those voters. And yeah, I agree with that. Like the issue that we have in front of us is that we need to recognize that there are a bunch of people out there who are loyal to the Democratic Party, who are those blue wave posters on the internet, But like they're loyal to the idea of the Democratic Party, not necessarily to where the party centrists are. Does that make sense? Do you think we can use death panels against them? No. What are death panels? I'm assuming like a reference to like the Republican speculation that Obamacare would create death panels deciding who gets to live and die because that's communism or something. That was like a Republican idea, and it also never happened. Instead, we privatized those death panels, and now they are in our privatized healthcare system. People really feel it's currently dem or nothing. Well, yeah, it is currently dem or nothing. Yes. Like the issue is there is no third option here. There's no viable third option at this particular point in time. And so like to an extent they're right. Like the only source of support for trans people in this country is the Democratic Party. But again, I think that like if your litmus test in the Democratic Party is supports trans people, that automatically pushes you to the left, to the Bernie Sanders wing. Like that's just like, you've got centrist Dems saying that we need to throw, trans people under the bus. Oh, it's center Dems or nothing. Don't try to change the system. Well, we need to change the system if we want to protect trans people. So like anyone saying like don't change the system to protect trans people, that's silly. Yeah, and that's kind of where I was going with this, Arachnomancy. Like abundance liberalism is the conservative wing of the Democratic Party. And we need to recognize that the people championing abundance liberalism are just the neolibs. They are just, hey, let's go back to Reagan. Everybody, you remember Ronald Reagan? Let's do Ronald Reagan. Except with, in blue this time. Enjoy your vacation, comrade girl. So, like, understand where the fight is right now and where I think the relevant fight is going to be. And we need to be doing everything we can to stop Donald Trump, but we also need to be doing everything we can that is within our power, you know, to get inside of the Democratic Party and influence the outcome of this internal power struggle. Okay? That's kind of my general position here. So I hope you'll go and do that. If you're progressive, if you give a shit about trans people, if you give a shit about, like, hey, making sure everyone gets healthcare, if you give a shit about these things, get involved in your local Democratic Party, because it starts at the bottom and we need to make sure we have enough people rising through the ranks. Because guess what? And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. 90% of you being able to accrue power in the Democratic Party, and frankly in most groups, is just showing the fuck up. Just go to the goddamn meetings, and you've already done 90% of the work just by physically going, okay? Do it. There's a decent chance, by the way, that when you show up, they'll be like, a young person, please take some of our official responsibility. Please. Hey, do you want to be a delegate? Hey, do you want to, like, be the treasurer? We'll just give you responsibility. We'll shower it on you. And you want to know something? You can fucking write that on your resume too. Okay? So, like, I don't know. Build your resume. Go show up at these meetings. Do stuff. Participate. And insert better, more progressive, leftist policy talking points into your local party. Hell, you can even talk about straight up socialist reforms that you want to introduce on the local level. Talk about bringing back postal banking. Talk about, you know, a program to foster democratic worker co-ops in your community. You can do a lot of cool shit on a local level. And you want to know something? Most of the people that go to your local Democratic meetings will support that, because generally they're just other people in your community that want to make things better. And you can work with that. So, get to work. Do the things. I sneezed. Bless you. Thank you, chat. All right. We wound up doing 2 segments. We've done 2 segments, and I've just been talking off the cuff. Folks, we've been going for an hour and a half. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything out of today, hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because, folks, this show is only possible thanks to viewers like you. I couldn't do it without you fine folks. Okay? Couldn't do it without you guys. So please consider supporting the show. Here's a thought. Remember
Here's a thought. Remember the whole vote Cthulhu thing? I think he won.
Nah, we'd know. He'd be rising from the ocean. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. I appreciate you supporting the stream, especially after I asked for subs and donos. That's very gratifying. Thank you very much. And, you know, I'm telling you guys to hit the button, so I think it's time to hit the button. GG and Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. YouTube is looking greener all the time. Thank you so much. Whew. You're getting your tooth work done tomorrow? Best of luck, Lee Kestner. I hate the dentist so much. I hate it so much. You have my sympathies. Squish. Getting spine injections in the morning, I'd cuss a lot, but the doctor's really cute. Sad face. Oh. Well, you know, if you're very good, maybe you'll get her number, or his number even, or their number. It's 2025. Thank you, Van Briggs. I neglected my arm workout because I thought there'd be a decent chance you might make me do this. 3, 4, 5. Whew. Oof. Skipped arm day today and did deadlifts. Nice. Whoo, baby. We have gotten through not very much of what I actually planned for us to talk about. Yeah, by the way, oh, I do need to drink water. Whew. How y'all doing tonight? It's rough. No milk? No milk. What's wrong? I was trying to read chat. Also, I ate a burrito bowl before stream, and I have a little gas. So just to talk about this briefly, folks, it's some pretty bad shit. And I don't really know how to talk about it in a way that is super productive. But we'll just talk about it briefly here. So, folks, I don't have like a flippant intro for this particular portion of the stream. But one of the news pieces that came out today is essentially the state of Gaza's population. It's been well over 2 months of a blockade on all food, water, medical supplies going into Gaza. Al Jazeera released like a map of just estimated insecurity of food across the entire area here. See if I can make it bigger. Entire population of Gaza, about 2.1 million people, is experiencing high levels of acute food insecurity. And 93% of the analyzed population is in IPC phase 3 or above, which is crisis. Households experience food shortages that significantly affect their health and livelihoods. IPC 4 is emergency. Households face severe food shortages, high malnutrition, and even death, requiring urgent intervention. And 5 being catastrophe. Households experience extreme food shortages and starvation with high death rates. Immediate action is needed to save their lives. And it's real bad. And I don't really know how to capture how bad it is. People are eating leaves. People are eating, drinking seawater. People are like, it is bad. Okay? And one of the stories that came out today, it's a two-parter here. The UN humanitarian chief put out a statement today saying that if in the next 48 hours, if there is not food delivered into Gaza, if aid trucks are not allowed to flow into Gaza, 14,000 babies could die. So that's kind of the situation right now. What happens if you drink seawater? Well, I'm not a medical expert, but bad shit usually. Bad shit. Yep, within 48 hours. There are a number of different ways in which they attempt to filter water. It's not exactly seawater, but it is contaminated. It is saltier than, most potable water. And I need you all to understand that it's so bad that Israel's the main opposition leader to Netanyahu, who's an ex-Israeli general, is now calling out Netanyahu for essentially killing babies for sport. I really don't. I really, really, really need to emphasize now's not the time to be super pedantic about the words that I'm trying to use here, because I'm trying to convey something that's very difficult. I understand that it's not drinkable water, and yet they must drink something. So they drink what they can try to drink. And you want to know something? Some of them die. I'm sorry I can't give you better news, guys. They're doing the best they can to survive. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu responded with anger Tuesday after a former senior military official said Israel risked becoming a pariah state over the war in Gaza, which, it's 2025. You've been doing this for 2 years. A sane country does not wage war against civilians, does not kill babies as a pastime, and does not engage in mass population displacement. Yair Golan, a left-wing opposition voice and the former deputy chief of staff of the Israeli army, said in a charged interview with local radio station Reshet Bet. Comparing Israel's actions to those of South Africa during the decades of apartheid, Golan, the leader of the Small Democrats Party and a longtime critic of Netanyahu, added, "The Jewish people who have endured persecution, pogroms, and genocides throughout our history are the ones now taking actions that are utterly unconscionable." And of course, Netanyahu responded by saying it was outrageous incitement against our heroic soldiers and against the state of Israel. And of course, other folks in his cabinet called those statements that are accurate, by the way, blood libel.
Hey Jack, I don't get to catch all of these streams, but I wanted to show some extra support. From another transfemi deeply into politics, thanks for doing what you do.
Mithril Teacup, thank you for the $10 Australian. I very, very much appreciate it. It's just like they're literally saying anyone who is engaging in criticizing the actions of the Israeli state and the Israeli military is perpetuating blood libel, one of the oldest forms of anti-Semitism. Okay? And like, this is a picture of a 12-year-old girl taken on May 4th. It is currently May 20th. No aid has gone into Gaza. I'm sorry. It's a genocide, guys. Anyone who is out there trying to defend this, well, we just had to starve a 12-year-old girl into being like a skeleton. You know, otherwise the terrorists win. Do you understand how evil you have to be to make that statement? To like think that you're the good person in this scenario defending that? That looks like weeks without food. It's, you know, after Israel, you know, unilaterally ended the ceasefire that was started. They stopped sending aid into Gaza. They stopped allowing aid into Gaza. You might ask, why isn't aid from Egypt going into Gaza? And it's because the Israeli military seized Rafah, the Rafah crossing, and nothing now goes into Gaza. It is completely and utterly surrounded and controlled by the Israeli military.
To the concentration camp photos of emaciation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they have called Gaza for decades an open-air prison, the world's largest concentration camp. And, you know, we know what happened in the concentration camps. Why are they starving children? Do you want the answer that they give, or do you want the real answer? Because the answer they give is that they are doing this so that they can, you know, eliminate the terrorist threat. And the threat of Hamas. Because their claim is this is asymmetrical warfare. You know, if they leave Gaza, you know, like Hamas is just going to come back and like try and kill them again. And no, the cruelty isn't the point here, unfortunately. Because the point of this is more evil than that. What is currently being talked about both in the United States military as well as the Israeli military is how to move millions of people from Gaza into neighboring countries. And I want to remind a lot of people that maybe a year or so ago, there was a memo that was leaked from the Israeli government where Netanyahu had tasked a member of his cabinet staff to essentially come up with a way to do this, to do the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And essentially what the memo said, and we went over it on stream, is that they wanted to thin the herd because it becomes more politically viable to do the ethnic cleansing if there are fewer people in Gaza. And so the real reason they are doing this is not to defeat Hamas. The real reason they are doing this is because it is part of an ethno-nationalist project. Because here's one of the core problems. They do not want, accept, or acknowledge a two-state solution. The state of Israel rejects that outright. And instead, what they are looking to do is a one-state solution. They want to annex and absorb Gaza as well as the West Bank. And there's an entire faction within Israeli politics that wants to create Greater Israel, which is the recreation of the borders of ancient Israel, and that includes territory from a number of surrounding countries as well. But part of it is, annexing Gaza and the West Bank. Now, if they did that, there are millions and millions of people there who would change the voting and demographic landscape of Israel. The issue with that is that, well, the powers that be in Israel don't want anything to rock the boat. So they're at a bit of an impasse. There are too many people there to annex, and they can't. They aren't going to let them leave unless they're going to a specific country that will effectively hold them. And so what they are doing is deliberately killing civilians. What is happening in Gaza is bare minimum a war crime, but the fact that this has been happening for months and months, no food, no medical aid, no water, that is to kill civilians. And what they're trying to do is to make it a more palatable project to accept refugees from Gaza in other nations. What about the Jewish people who don't support this shit? Well, remember that the state of Israel is not Jews. Like, Judaism and Israel are two different things. I don't want to see anyone even attempting or accidentally conflating that in my chat. Don't do it.
Thank you for all that you do to keep us up to date on everything.
You're very welcome, Lady Domina, and thank you for the very generous dono. So, what I'm trying to get at here is that's how you end up with this.
Thank you for all.
We don't need that again. That very much thank you, but like, that's how you get this. Okay? Don't allow these genocidal freaks to hide behind Judaism. Judaism doesn't do this. People who support genocide do. People who support genocide in the name of building an ethno-state support this. I don't care what religious affiliation an ethno-nationalist has. They are no friend of mine. So, yeah, that's a kid that is too far. There, literally, if aid trucks are not allowed to go into Israel or into Gaza in the next 48 hours, an estimated 14,000 babies are going to die. This is a picture of a 12-year-old girl. There are babies that are starving to death. Babies. I've seen the pictures and it's absolutely heartbreaking. And I have to tell you guys that this is all possible thanks to the United States. Okay? This is happening not just because the Israeli state wills it, it is doing because the United States allows it. It allowed it under Joe Biden. It's come to light that Joe Biden's claims of making progress were essentially fabricated. Different Israeli officials basically have gone on the record saying Joe Biden basically never asked us to do anything. And, it's continuing under Trump. It's getting worse. Isn't the UN supposed to step in at some point? Yeah, except you know who runs the UN Security Council and can veto something unilaterally? The United States. So, why? Because there are certain types of people in this world that crave power and they're willing to step over the corpses of children to get it and to maintain it. And frankly, it's our mission and our duty to oppose those people with every single fiber and moment of our being. And I don't know if you're looking for something to call your representatives about this week or next week, tonight. Gaza would be an excellent place to start. Isn't allows a profound understatement? No, it's an accurate statement. That and Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want to go to prison. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I forgot about that, but thank you for pointing that out, Paladin. The Trump administration froze the banks and computer services of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, because they're mad about war crime warrants issued around Israel and to Israeli leaders. So to think that the U.S. isn't the force behind this is delusional. Absolutely. Absolutely. We are effectively the shield that prevents any aid or pressure from being applied to Israel. It's bad. Call your senators, call your representatives, visit their offices, protest, get loud, get other people to do the same. That's what we got to do. We got to keep maximizing and applying political pressure however we can on these issues. And if you want an example of how to maybe be loud in ways that might matter, I just want to give a special shout out to the individual who disrupted a Microsoft live stream today. Essentially, a Palestinian tech worker was in the audience of this tech talk. And, well, let's just take a look at what happened.
Is the idea of breaking free from the constraints of the old ways of building and operating. To break out of the single pane, linear, deterministic view of what's possible and into a kind of multiverse.
My people are suffering. God dies with Israel. God dies. Go out.
We need more of this. We need so much more of this. We need so much more of this.
Deterministic view of what's possible and into a kind of multiverse where you can build and operate in multiple dimensions simultaneously, and to do so in parallel with effectively a limitless number of agents acting on your behalf. Is the idea.
And that's a big risk. That guy runs a real risk of being blackballed out of an industry over doing that. And you know what? Like, it takes bravery to be loud. Are they saying my people are suffering? Are suffering? Yeah, among other things. I just like there's a part of me where it's like, how soulless do you have to be to hit the mute button on the live stream for something like that? You know, how soulless of a corporate drone do you have to be to mute that? You know, like, let him speak. At the very least, let his screams be heard. Does Microsoft have something to do with Israel? Yeah. Let's just throw this out there. Here is Microsoft's statement on issues relating to technology services in Israel and Gaza.
Hey Jack. I just passed my exam and got my ham radio license.
Congrats! Congrats, Carver E. Bain. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that, and congrats on your license. Okay, in recent months, we've heard concerns from our employees and the public about media reports regarding Microsoft's Azure and AI technologies being used by the Israeli military to target civilians or cause harm in the conflict in Gaza. We take these concerns seriously. In response, we have conducted an internal review and engaged an external firm to undertake additional fact-finding to help us assess these issues. Based on these reviews, including interviewing dozens of employees and assessing documents, we found no evidence to date that Microsoft's Azure and AI technologies have been used to target or harm people in the conflict in Gaza. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I very, very much appreciate the support. Just real quick. Just we aren't providing anything that would harm people. Teehee. Oh wait. Microsoft says it provided AI to Israeli military for war, but denies use to harm people in Gaza. To which I have to ask, if you're providing it to their war machine, how is it not harming the people the war machine is crushing? Jack, why are you making me hate the corporate speak impression? Because it's supposed to be hateable. Well, you see, we hired a bunch of people to tell us what we wanted to hear, and therefore we cannot be held personally or legally responsible for any harm done.
We have no idea why it keeps targeting civilians in Gaza when we fed it data that Gaza is populated only by Hamas.
Genuinely. Genuinely. Here, let's just take a look. Maybe the AP has a bit more insight than the official statement. Also, Sakya Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. The blog post comes nearly 3 months after investigation by the Associated Press revealed previously unreported details that the American tech giant's close partnership with the Israeli Ministry of Defense, with military use of commercial AI products skyrocketing by nearly 200 times after the deadly October 7, 2023 Hamas attack. The AP reported that the Israeli military uses Azure to transcribe, translate, and process intelligence gathered through mass surveillance, which can then be cross-checked with Israel's in-house AI-enabled targeting system and vice versa. By the way, we have in the past talked about that in-house AI targeting system, and I believe it uses tags like "Daddy's home" in order to bomb, men or, sufficiently aged boys when they are going to whatever might be described as their home amongst the rubble. Because, then you're more likely to kill them when you bomb them. And also anyone else who happens to be inside said home. I covered this a while back. Yeah, this is reporting from April of last year by 972. Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza, has little oversight. New investigation by 972 magazine and local call reveals the Israeli army has developed an artificial intelligence-based program known as Lavender, unveiled here for the first time. According to 6 Israeli intelligence officers who have all served in the army during the current war in the Gaza Strip and the first-hand involvement with the use of the AI to generate targets for assassination, Lavender has played a central role in the unprecedented bombing of Palestinians, especially during the early stages of the war. In fact, according to sources, its influence on the military's operations was such that they essentially treated the outputs of the AI machine as if it were a human decision. So that's cool. Let's see. Yes, sorry. Oh, did I get the name of it wrong? It's not Daddy's home. That's my bad. The tag that the AI used on its data, targeting data, is "Where's Daddy?" So, moreover, the Israeli army systematically attacked the targeted individuals while they were in their homes, usually at night, while their whole families were present, rather than during the course of military activity. According to the sources, this was because, from what they regarded as an intelligence standpoint, it was easier to locate the individuals in their private houses. Additional automated systems, including one called Where's Daddy, also revealed here for the first time, were used specifically to track the targeted individuals and carry out bombings when they had entered their family residences. So that's cool. The result, as the sources testified, is that thousands of Palestinians, most of them women and children, or people who were not involved in the fighting, were wiped out by Israeli airstrikes, especially during the first weeks of the war, because of the AI program's decisions. And genuinely, there's literally no reason to suspect that they have stopped using this at all. So that's cool. It's truly vile. Like, I mean, genuinely, guys, we're watching like a multi-step genocidal process unfold. So, again, you know, you've got two pieces of homework. You leave a comment on the regulation that would ban, and I'll link that in chat real quick. Leave a comment on the attempt to ban COVID boosters for anyone under the age of 65. Okay, leave a comment. I'm linking it in chat. Leave a comment there. That's homework part 1. Homework part 2 is to call your representatives, call your senators, call your governors. Use 5calls.org, okay? And ask them to, like, put a stop to this. The United States is the main controlling factor on whether or not this goes through, whether or not this continues, whether or not this ends. Use 5calls.org. Okay. Here, I'll link that in chat as well. Those are your 2 pieces of homework. I want you to call about the genocide that is ongoing. And I want you to post a comment on the proposed regulations. Okay? 2 pieces of homework from stream tonight. And call your mom. Also call your mom and tell her you love her if you have a good relationship with your mom. So that's those are your pieces of homework. Go out, protest, however you can. Make the biggest stink you can about this, because frankly, we're doing a genocide in 2025. Horrifying. The fact that UN stuff can be vetoed is, I mean, it's good in theory, but why didn't they think this might happen? Well, Elizabeth, the United States had played a really big part in setting up the UN. And as a result, we created a thing called the Security Council that we preside over, along with a small handful of other nations, and gave ourselves the ability to veto anything we didn't like.
If you want, post your mom's phone numbers, chat, and I'll call and tell them that I love them. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $20 dono. That's very generous, and I really, really appreciate it. Forgive me, but that's dumb. Well, it's not dumb if you want to maintain U.S. hegemony. Like, the reason the United States played a hand in, like, forming the UN was to consolidate the United States' power, you know? Like, it's entirely a power building project for the United States, or at least that decision was. Also, again, Lady Domina, thank you for the $50 dono. That's very, very kind of you. And I that entire segment was just really hard to, like, properly say thank yous. Yeah, permanent member, like having like a council of rotating members that might be able to veto UN resolutions is not bad in theory, but like having permanent members of that council is bad. Ay, ay, ay. All right. We also have to talk. We have to talk about some of the worst news of the day. Not worse. Differently bad news of the day. You guys ready? Because I know you guys are probably going to be freaked out about this tomorrow if you haven't heard about it yet. And then we'll check in and see what's going on. Let's take a look here. Ooh, let's look up C-SPAN.
Democracy.
No. Are they... So they want to vote on this bill tonight. But there seem to be no live streams yet. Maybe I'm just missing them? Weird. Okay. AI voice detect. That wasn't an AI voice. That was C-SPAN. They just sound like AI voices because that's what C-SPAN sounds like. It's supposed to be, yeah, it's supposed to be at 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Sorry. I thought that they might have a live stream going of it. I know that they don't want one, but I figured maybe there would be required to be one. Why would the vote not be live? I need more trash fire emotes to cope with this year. We should get a trash fire emote for the stream. The party in control decides if it gets broadcasted or not. That seems silly. Still planning on the thing tomorrow? Yes. I'm very overwhelmed and irritated at the moment, though. It's not at you, just at life in general. Who's voting on what tonight? Republicans want to try and vote in the House on the budget bill, and I'm curious to see if it's going to pass. Trump apparently visited them around 8 hours ago in order to try and push for it to be passed. So it'll be interesting to see if it passes on. I'm not muted. It'll be interesting to see if it passes the House. It wouldn't be live, likely because they know this will really piss off a lot of people. Well, yeah, but like they have votes that are live that would piss off a lot of people anyway. God damn it. Guess we'll settle for written coverage from CNN. Is that the only place doing coverage of this? All right, whatever. Are they debating and voting or just voting? I don't know. That's why I wanted to watch. Oh ho ho, Paladin with the C-SPAN schedule. Okay, they're debating at 1 a.m. Well, that's interesting. So I guess we'll see if it goes live in 5 minutes. They say they're adjourned for the night. Yeah, but I also don't believe them. Seems like maybe a votorama. Yeah, I mean, I think that basically what they're trying to do is to just squish as much as possible while like most of the country is asleep. You know, they want to start at like 1 a.m. Eastern time and then just go until, you know, like Eastern time folks are just waking up. So I guess we'll see what happens here. Try Bernie Sanders YouTube. That's a good idea. Although he's in the Senate, I don't know if he's going to be live in the House.
The reason that Amazon is...
Maybe AOC? Yeah. Sorry, I know this is not the most compelling stream stream viewing at the moment. Okay. Okay. Nope, not live, not live. The Democrats literally made a big stink on social media that this was going to happen to, like, now. Well, I guess we'll see. Maybe they won't be in a rush since they have 6.5 hours to do this tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Also, keep in mind, if it does pass the House, it still has to pass the Senate. And, like, maybe there are a bunch of procedural delay tactics that can be adopted in the Senate in order to force, like, in order to delay it until after, like, the debt ceiling needs to be raised. I don't know. Like, we're in some deep shit. I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. You know, I haven't even gotten to, like, the content we were gonna go over today, like the actual meat of the content. You know, I found some more Curtis Yarvin content. I found some more Elon Musk content. I found Adam Conover on Tim Pool. I found Bernie Sanders on some dick shits podcast. You know, like, it's a good time. And I also still have this 12-minute long documentary that Sake Tanuki sent me about bratwurst. So, you know, like, we've got all kinds of stream content, okay? We should do Conover. Oh, Curtis Yarvin is nasty, but I found him in a nasty place with other nasty people. Also, folks, since we have, like, some time at the moment while I wait to see what may or may not happen, consider hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Hey, guess what? Fun fact, we have 200 and how many people here? We have almost 300 people here. And we have 180 likes. I think we can hit 200 likes. What about you guys? Are you guys brave enough? Are you guys cool enough to hit the button? Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Instructions unclear. I clicked a butt. Well done. Hypervisor, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Oh, this is in the House Rules Committee. Oh, I see. There we go. It's lot. You know, it says it's live, but then I click on it and says invalid request. C-SPAN. There we go.
We're people of deep principle and settled philosophy, and you're going to get differences of opinion when you work through these things. That's part of it. We welcome it. Nothing in Congress is ever easy, especially when you have small margins. But we are going to land this plane and deliver this, and we're proud what we've accomplished together. Every member of the conference can be proud of this legislation in the end.
It's the guy who
it's truly nation-shaping piece of
covered up
legislation.
for a
You heard some
sexual
of the
predator
highlights here.
sitting right behind
let me
this
just give
guy.
you a couple of things that haven't been mentioned yet or can't be mentioned enough. Some of the big conservative wins in the bill that are common sense wins for the American people. Putting Americans first. I love what Chairman Jordan said. This is really simple. We're delivering. We're doing what we said we were going to do. When you talk about putting Americans first, we're making
Which
the largest
predator?
investment in border
Jim
security
Jordan.
in over a generation. providing
Jim
nearly
Jordan covered
$150
for
billion to secure our border
sexually
and
abused
deport illegal
wrestlers
aliens. We are
by their
cracking
coach.
down
I forget
on
what the coach's
illegal
name was.
aliens receiving Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, and tax benefits that are intended for the citizens of this country. We're shifting the cost of adjudication in the immigration system from the American taxpayer to the aliens themselves. And we're imposing a fee on remittance payments to foreign countries by illegal aliens. Second category,
undocumented immigrants pay taxes, you dipshit.
And overtime, and provide tax relief for seniors.
I think it was
on Social
Sandusky.
Security. We're going to eliminate
I don't
taxes
know.
on auto loan interest
Who knows?
if that car is made in the U.S., lowering the cost of borrowing for America's farmers and providing tax relief for job creators. Another category. bringing
It's
back
really
common
far
sense.
past their
I mean,
bedtime,
that's the
chat.
continuing theme here that we all talk about. We're repealing and rolling back over $500 billion in funding for the radical Green New Deal policies from Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act. We call it the Inflation Act. We're ending Biden's war on American energy. We're banning Medicaid dollars from going to transgender surgeries for minors. We're canceling Biden's student loan repayment program. We're increasing university endowment tax for these big woke institutions. We're revoking tax-exempt status for nonprofits that materially support terrorism. We're doubling the jail time for leaks of confidential taxpayer information. We're eliminating big businesses' ability to engage in woke PR campaigns to facilitate refundability for green energy projects. We're incentivizing federal workforce to be at-will employees, and we're repealing Biden's disastrous EV mandate. The stakes couldn't be any higher. We could go
It's
on
not
and on.
normal.
It's over 1,000 pages. I could list all the wins. But
Guys, they all know how bad this
Despite
is.
the overwhelming popularity of so many of these provisions in this bill, the guys on the other side of the Congressional Democrats,
They
have
all know
refused to engage
they're
with us in
doing
this process
political
at all.
suicide.
They're not going to vote for anything that I just listed for you. And make no mistake about it. This week they're going to vote for. They're going to vote for the largest increase in taxes in American history. They're going to vote against border security, against American energy dominance, and against broadly popular policies such as work requirements to shore up Medicaid. President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is going to require one big beautiful vote. And this is our shot. Best chance. This is our best chance that we'll ever have in our lifetimes, in any of us, in any of our lifetimes, to deliver on the mandate handed down by so many Americans. 77 million Americans voted for President Trump, more than that. And in fact, it's exactly what Republicans were sent to Washington to accomplish.
Genuinely, every single one of these people who votes for this bill, if it passes, should be held to account by the American people, should be put on trial. And I know that sounds extreme, but like the cuts that they're talking about are going to kill people.
As Chairman Jordan said. By passing this legislation, wages will increase as much as $11,600. Take-home pay for the typical American family with 2 kids will increase by $13,300 a year. As many as 4.2 million full-time equivalent jobs will be created because of this legislation. But if we fail, here's the alternative. Here's what the Democrats are going to vote for. Every American citizen seeing a 22% tax hike. 26 million businesses would see a tax increase to 43%. We'd lose nearly 6 million jobs in the economy and about $1 trillion in GDP by some estimates. The Border Patrol and ICE would lack the resources to detain and deport criminal illegal aliens, and 1.4 million illegals would continue to receive taxpayer funding of health care.
Citation needed, motherfucker. Undocumented immigrants do not get taxpayer-funded Medicare. Fuck you.
Look, we could go on and on this morning about finishing the border wall and accomplishing all these things that we've talked about. But I'm going to just end it here and tell you that failure is simply not an option. We have to get this done. I told President Trump on the campaign trail that I believed he could be the most consequential president.
They know
of the
that
modern
because
era.
they finally went mask off to milk Trump, and will be imprisoned if any reasonable party ever gains power in the future.
Yeah, I hope the progressive Dems prevail, because genuinely, this is monstrous what they're doing.
And arguably maybe one of the most in all of U.S. history, maybe top 2 or 3. I think this is the way we deliver that. And by extension, that
These
means
people
that
are
this Congress
lying
could
through
be
their
one of the most
teeth in order to
consequential in
give
history.
money
We
to
do
the
not take
richest
that lightly.
people to ever
Despite the
exist in the
challenges,
United
the nonstop
States.
media criticism and the historically small House majority, we are right on track to deliver, and that's what you'll see this House do this week.
Yeah, this smarmy piece of shit does spew lies, just very, very smoothly. It's crazy how smoothly this motherfucker lies. And also, I just want to remind all of you, because guess what? This guy also watches porn with his son. So, That's pretty fucking weird. And I think we should continue to call him fucking weird and disgusting. His porn accountability buddy is his son.
Now, we're not going to take a lot of questions this morning because we've already done a ton of media with you in the halls. The president gave you a lot. We gave you a lot. What we're leaving to do right now is gather up the small subgroups in the House Republican Conference and tie up the remaining loose ends. I'm very confident that we'll be able to do that.
God, I hope this guy gets fucked over by, like,
everybody knows what's at stake.
Just a
All
radical Republican.
We are going to get this done. So this is a rare thing. I'm going to say hold the questions and let me go get back to work so we can finish this thing up, okay? Thanks for being here this morning. Thanks for being here this morning. Okay.
Oh, thanks for wasting all of our time, you dipshit. They're literally required to take questions.
The Rules Committee is gaveling in for a late-night session to debate the Republicans' proposed tax and spending cuts legislation. You're watching live coverage here on C-SPAN.
I hope there's a fist fight. These evil motherfuckers. I wish I could fist fight Mike Johnson. I wish you could too. Should we play the you and your Johnson? No. I also don't have it prepped. Oh, look, there's Chip Roy. Chip Roy voted, present, rather than voting one way or the other on the tax bill to advance it out of committee. You know, because he's a coward. Hey, are you guys ready to rob from the poor in order to give to the rich? Yeah, so am I. I got up early for this shit.
There are only like 3 things you can get kicked out of Congress for, and sedition is one of them. 0 sedition trials from the Dems while they were in power.
Yeah, it's been any credibility centrist Dems had, we need to understand that it's gone. Like, no one should listen to abundance liberals, okay? They had their shot with Biden, and they fucked it up. They fucked it up. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Tanuki. I do appreciate you supporting stream. Yeah, they are trying to rebrand any criticism of Israel as support for Hamas. That is a thing that the Republicans are trying to do, because, you know, why not? Girl, retire. Go to a beach somewhere. Why are you here? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You got a bandage on your face. Like, go retire to a fucking beach.
Thank you for being a genuine source of hope and optimism in these dark times. I was unemployed when all this started and was spiraling when I found your channel. Anyway, here is Expedition 33 money.
Well, shoot bang, thank you very much for the $50 dono. That is incredibly generous of you. And I'm glad I can help you a little bit to stop spiraling. Because I know this shit is insanity provoking, and I don't blame anyone for doomering or spiraling over this shit. It's just that, unfortunately, we need everyone we can get. We need to snap as many people out of that as we can. And I'm glad you were able to do that. It is hard. I will finish my other games before Expedition 33.
Order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Act. Before we discuss the legislation that's before us, I want to respond to a letter I received yesterday from the Democratic leader and the ranking member of the committee.
Is it die you old bitch? Because that'd be great.
To hold a hearing at 1 a.m., quote, unprecedented, end quote. However, let's look at the record. In the 110th...
I'm sorry, can we just like take a moment and really soak in that this woman has chosen to spend her final years on Earth fucking over the poor for the richest people to ever exist so that she can, I don't know, wear a shitty, I don't know, like jacket? What is that? It's not really a jacket, is it? I don't know. She looks like shit. Go retire and be on a beach somewhere rather than like doing whatever the fuck you're doing here.
Congress, Democrats.
Surprisingly, she's only 35 years old, chat. The hatred just aged her very fast.
Held a meeting beginning at precisely the same time, 1 a.m. on August 2007, on the Children's Health and Protection Act. I was there. When this was discussed on the floor earlier yesterday, Mr. McGovern responded that this was decades ago. However, we've looked back and observed that you did indeed convene a hearing at 1:30 a.m. only a short time ago in 2022. It was for an omnibus, in addition to a short-term CR. Once again, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Secondly, the letter asked, what else are you hiding? I want to be clear. I have been as open and transparent as possible throughout this entire process, as has the Speaker and everyone else involved. We posted the text of the Rules Committee print late Sunday night after the Budget Committee ordered the legislation reported, and we posted a comparative print at the same time showing the changes between the reported bill and the Rules Committee print. There have been many complaints from my friends on the other side about not knowing about whether there will be a manager's amendment and what will be in it.
Hey, I just want you guys to know something real quick, that each and every single Republican is utterly and completely full of shit. This is her from March 16th of this year. Okay? U.S. Representative Virginia Foxx spoke in support of the Trump administration's efforts to reduce federal spending during the annual Wilkes County Republican Convention Saturday, but emphasized that certain benefits won't be cut. Quote, if anybody says we're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting Medicare, we're cutting Social Security, we are not. We are not. She told a crowd of 175 people. You lying sack of shit.
There will be a manager's amendment. It is how reconciliation has operated under both Republican and Democrat control. I certainly can't control the time that it will be ready, but I can assure my Democrat colleagues that they will certainly have more time than we were given in 2009 when a 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the ranking member began.
Man, I love when we open up our proceedings with reminiscing about what happened in 2009, 16 years ago.
Reading the motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the now...
She's basically listing grievances of like times the Democratic Party like dropped a big bill on top of Republicans in order to try and get it passed. And so she's like, you guys can't complain that that we are doing this at 1 o'clock in the morning in the dead of night in order to try and get the largest cuts to Medicaid ever passed. You can't complain about that because in 2009, you guys dropped the gigantic bill on us. And so that justifies doing this to you all now. It's really a sack of bullshit.
Our ranking member began reading the motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. The record is there. Our friends on the other side of the aisle love to cherry pick the facts about how this meeting is taking place in the dark of night. They've done it for several committee markups thus far.
Well, you know, like it does beg the question, why aren't you just doing this during normal hours? Why are you doing it at 1 a.m.? Seemingly for no reason. But it begs the question.
Never mind the fact that the only reason the hearings went as long as they did was because Democrats engaged in the legislative process, which is their right. But here's the thing. They can't have their cake and eat it too. They cannot complain about reporting legislation in the dark of night when the only reason it went so late was because of their own actions. Now, in the case of the Rules Committee, the same holds true. The Rules Committee has a long tradition of meeting late into the evening and reporting legislation long after most of America has gone to bed. It is our duty to advance the agenda of the House of Representatives, the People's House. Let's roll the clocks back to when Democrats held the majority in the 110th and 100th.
Explain like I'm 5. What's stopping them from reconvening in the morning instead of while people are asleep? Literally nothing. Literally nothing is stopping them from doing that. What is driving them to do this? Two factors, right? Number one, they want to get this passed before Thursday or by Thursday, because that is when I believe the House disbands. I think that's when they go on their next break for like Memorial Day weekend, right? And number two, they don't want to do it when everyone is awake, so they're doing it while people are asleep. That genuinely, that is the reason they're doing this. So they're crunched for time. They're just doing this late at night to get extra hours in.
111th Congress. They reported legislation out of the Rules Committee well into the twilight hours. I know of what I speak. I was on the Rules Committee then.
I was there,
For example,
Gandalf, 10,000 years ago.
3:47 a.m. HRES 481, 2:09 a.m. HRES 597, 3:43 a.m. HRES 903, 2:25 a.m. and HRES 445 in the 116th Congress, 12:20 a.m. I do not think there's anything wrong with this. It is how the committee has operated when necessary. It has occurred under Democrat and Republican control. In this case, I do believe we'll be reporting not in the dark of night, but after the day has dawned. I encourage my colleagues on the other side to prove me wrong. Now to the business that's before us this morning. There'll be a lot of commentary from our friends across the aisle about what is not within this legislation. We'll experience ad nauseum a lot of granular level grievances, legislative indigestion, and I'm sure considerable allergic reactions to everything under the sun. It'll be the same song and dance routine that we've seen and heard for months.
Oh, you guys don't want us to take $880 billion from people who need it to live. Oh, the same old song and dance of just not wanting people to die en masse. You know, that same old song and dance of just wanting people to stay alive. God, I hate these people. These people are genuinely just like rolling their eyes at the idea of people wanting to continue to live.
Likely with more drama than shake.
Hey, bitch, why don't you give up your health care? If you're so principled on this, give up your health care and give that money personally to Elon Musk. You know, like, you don't have to take the health care the government gives you. If you're so principled, don't take it. Give all those savings over to your closest billionaire donor. Oh, wait, you're not going to do that. You're going to keep the best healthcare we provide in this country for free because you're a member of Congress. Weird. What a strange double standard.
Shakespeare on the Hill. Despite their misleading rhetoric and talking points, Democrats had their opportunities to deliver when they had full control and passed their own reconciliation packages. They did nothing to make the middle-class-centered Trump tax permanent. Despite the existence of the expiration of these tax cuts within their 10-year window, they refused. They even...
You know, I'm just throwing out there that, like, you know, we've had events in the past, like canings on the floor of the Senate. I'm just throwing out there that, like, you know, that happened with relatively few consequences for the people involved. I'm just saying. Is it too much to ask?
Refused to raise the top income tax bracket, despite all their...
These aren't Americans, that's true. They're demons.
Instead, they passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act and the so-called American Rescue Plan Act that led to reckless spending and record inflation. But Republicans are here to do our jobs.
Literally, the last time you voted to create these tax cuts, it added over $2 trillion to the deficit. Fuck you, this is not about balancing the books.
And our jobs, in this case, isn't out of discretion. It's grounded in statute. We're considering legislation that executes the instructions given to the committees pursuant to the budget resolution, one that passed both chambers and is binding on this body.
That's true, Distron. They don't think of poor people as people.
Our purpose is this: to ensure that our federal spending, taxation, and other revenue-generating concepts align with the current needs of the American people. The American people and this government, by extension, cannot afford inaction. Americans need this legislation to ensure our economic survival and the sustainability of this Republican government.
Yeah, you guys don't understand. We need, you know, billions of dollars. We need to give billions of dollars to the billionaires. We need to. If we don't, our country will die. Don't you guys know that the only way we'll continue to survive is if, you know, we give $100 quadrillion to Jeff Bezos? Think of the poor Jeff Bezoses, chat. Think of all of the poor Jeff Bezoses out there. They're basically orphans. Please, sir, can I have some more? You're gonna say no to that little birthday boy? That little birthday boy, Jeff Bezos? He was just minding his own business, and then that cruel bitch divorced him and took half of his money. We need to give him back the $1 billion he lost to his bitch of an ex-wife. You wouldn't say no. Jeffy B's, he's getting hungry. That's why he needs your healthcare that's why he needs the healthcare money of, you know, 100 million people.
Americans cannot afford the largest tax
I'm going to take candy from him too.
Americans cannot afford the runaway, endless spending machines that Democrats have enshrined via their policies. Americans cannot afford the inflation caused by the Democrats in the last 4 years. Americans cannot afford a soft, fragile embrace of President Trump's successful policies on the border, national security, and growth. Inflation has fallen to the lowest level in more than 4 years, as April's consumer price index smashed.
Yeah, and exactly what policies led to that? I'm just curious. What policies and bills have led to inflation lowering to that extent that have anything to do with Donald Trump or current Republicans? I'm just curious because I seem to recall Joe Biden's America. There was the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed. I seem to recall that years ago. And now it seems that, strangely, inflation has reduced. I don't know. I can't put these two pieces together somehow. It must have been all Trump.
Expectations for the third straight month. Workers' real wages are up.
The waffle backers, yes, that is
increasing each of the last.
That
3
is
months.
that is Fed
Encounters
posting.
with gotaways, the top threat to public safety, are down by 95%. In March of 2025, fentanyl traffic at the southern border fell by 54% compared to March of 2024. Lastly, Americans and the government and this government cannot afford to ignore the specific programs.
Sorry, the waffle backers.
That President Trump campaigned
Sentiment understood.
Our bill delivers on the specific acute policies American workers embraced. We end taxes on tips. We end taxes on overtime. We boost tax deductions for seniors. We expand families.
By the way, you all understand that, like, by ending taxes on tips, you guys have probably worked jobs where you got tips. Statistically, a number of you have done that. I know that, like, people don't generally report their tips as taxable income. So understand that the no taxes on tips thing is entirely a handout to the wealthiest corporations on the planet. That or like day traders and like investment portfolio guys who are gonna like switch all of their payments into tips. It's just a way to like loophole taxes.
In any reasonable country with an actual left party, these clowns would be kicked out and forced to do a gut walk of shame through Washington with fruit thrown.
Genuinely, that should be incorporated into the eventual American Nuremberg trials. I agree with you. Complete with bells. We got to have the bells.
Centered tax incentives like the child tax credit, the standard deduction, and family leave. The One Big Beautiful Bill is our answer to the American people's mandate from November. It is a clear,
It's not a fucking mandate. It was like the closest election in American history. Fuck you.
Full-throated response to the millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation who demand a serious course correction from the last 4 years and the setting of...
Yeah, exactly, Meowing Star. That's exactly what I mean. Brokerage fees are going to be counted as tips. Corporate bonuses are going to be counted as tips. It's just a giveaway to the wealthiest people and a way to loophole accumulation for the wealthiest people in society.
Of our fiscal situation on a sustainable footing. The committees within the House
Jack, you're not getting donations anymore. You're getting tips. We'll see. I have a sneaking suspicion that someone who makes like not that much money, am somehow going to be excluded from that. I'm just throwing it out there. I got that sinking feeling.
Have all completed their respective parts and all the pieces have come together. I commend all the committees, chairmen, members, and staff who worked for months, often well into the night and early hours of the morning, to craft the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
Every single one of them should be prosecuted.
Shift this legislation to the House floor. With that, I look forward to the discussion. I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Honestly, W.J. Adam, a really good and honestly interesting question to ask is, does she even understand what she's reading? Because genuinely, most of these Republicans have not read this bill. They haven't read it. They don't understand the full implications of this bill. They understand that it's going to affect them negatively politically when they vote on it. They understand that. But they don't really understand what the full effects of this bill are going to be. They just don't get it. You know, like when we talk about millions of people losing healthcare that keeps them alive, like, they don't really understand what the effects of that are going to be, really. They don't really understand what, like, the drastic change and the unparalleled cruelty that's going to be invoked here, you know? And, like, again, you have to understand that these people are stupid motherfuckers. Every single one of these elected politicians, they are stupid as fuck. They do what their donors tell them to, and then they like outsource the work to their staffers, and then they just, like, you know, go and drink fancy cocktails together. Like, they aren't intelligent people. And, like, they are, I said this at the beginning of stream, they are paid by lobbyists to incentivize the fact that they don't care. They don't care enough to be intellectually curious about what these things have, what these things do, what the actual effect will be, because it's inconvenient for them to care. Because if they cared, they might actually be like, oh, wait, this is horrifically bad. They might have a human compulsion to stop it, you know? So, like, it is a combination of not caring, being incentivized to not be curious, and to be a useful puppet, which, you know, you gotta be pretty stupid to be a useful puppet. So, like, that's kind of what they mold themselves into. What? This is just to stop the ghost. Heck you, ghost. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. What? And thank you for helping to protect my bones from the dono ghost. It yearns for the calcium.
Well, that's a lot to digest. Thank you. Madam Chair, before we get into the substance here, I've got a simple question. What the hell are Republicans so afraid of? What the hell are you so scared of that you guys are holding this hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning?
McGovern's been pretty good.
It's a simple question that speaks to the heart of what's going on here, and one that I'm going to keep on asking.
I don't know a ton about him,
Republicans are so
but he seems like a
proud of
human
what
being.
is in this bill, then why are you trying to ram it through in the dead of night? If you guys are so proud to kick 14 million people off Medicaid, if you guys are so proud to rip food assistance out of the refrigerators of moms and dads and their kids, if you guys are so proud of shutting down rural hospitals and hurting our farmers, if you guys really think these are such great, awesome, beautiful things to do, like Trump keeps saying, then why not hold this hearing at 1 p.m. and not 1 a.m.?
Good
why
question.
not debate this bill in prime time when most of the American people can watch? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's prime time in Guam. And I think it's crystal clear. It's crystal clear to...
Look, I'm just saying Jim McGovern looks like he could throw a mean right hook. I'm still fingers crossed for a brawl, okay?
Everyone, what this is all about. Now, the chairwoman wants to pretend like meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning is business as usual around here. It is not. This is not normal at all. She had to go back 20 years into the archives to dig up a single example of rules meeting at 1 a.m. And I guess, is that supposed to be some kind of gotcha? I'm actually glad she went back 2 decades to bring it up, because in 2007, Democrats convened the Rules Committee at 1 a.m. to protect people's health care. You guys have us meeting at 1 a.m. to rip it away. Now look at the record. George W. Bush was president, and the Children's Health Insurance Program was about to expire. That's an actual emergency, not a fake emergency like this. He vetoed not 1, but 2 of the bills that we sent him because he didn't want to cover those additional kids. So you guys caught us doing what exactly? Trying to protect coverage for uninsured kids.
That is a
Great.
good
We're proud of that.
response.
There is no comparison here. This is a 1,000-page bill, for God's sake. 1,000+ pages, and you want to shove it through in the dead of night. Because Trump...
And again, when I say, like, I guarantee they haven't read it, that's what I fucking mean. That old lady's not reading a 1,000-page long bill. I'm sorry, she's just not using her free time to do that.
Trump said, close your eyes and vote for it. You're using emergency procedures to jam this through Congress to meet an artificial deadline that you created yourselves because the billionaires just couldn't wait for their tax cut. It's astonishing, really. It takes my breath away. It's just over 100 days, and you guys have gone from promising to lower costs to ripping away people's health care. Now, of course, you don't want anyone to know what you're doing here. It's because you know that this bill betrays the people who voted for you. You have the most ineffective Congress in a century. You've passed almost no legislation into law. And this is how you want to roll out your big centerpiece legislation at 1 o'clock in the morning. This isn't just incompetence. It's much more nefarious than that. You are intentionally hiding what you are doing. What an insult to the people of this country. What disdain you guys must have for the people who voted for you. You know, people are so tired of getting screwed over by a system that doesn't work for them. America is fed up with this BS, and people want change. And I don't blame them. I'm fed up too. They want us to make things better for regular people. And what your big, ugly bill does is the exact opposite. You guys and Trump are perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate. You're rigging things for the rich and powerful. More tax breaks for billionaires while regular people get screwed. More giveaways for those at the top while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into the tax code for Wall Street CEOs and bankers while working families fall further and further behind. That's the Republican agenda.
Liz Galahad, this is happening right now.
Big and beautiful. Greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You want to steal from the wallets of working class people, steal from their ability to buy food and get health care, and then you have the nerve to claim that this bill is about cutting costs and reducing waste? Give me a break. This bill raises the debt limit by $4 trillion. $4 trillion with a T. Even your own members, budget hawks in the House and Senate, weren't happy with the latest version of this bill because they know it will blow up our deficit. And the true cost is likely trillions of dollars higher, a cost shouldered by the American taxpayer. So you want to cut taxes for the rich and pay for it by exploding the debt and stealing from the American people. Stealing from people with the least so you guys can give more to those with the most. And I just find that fundamentally wrong, fundamentally cruel, totally out of touch, and totally and fundamentally immoral. Now let me walk through what your bill does, since you guys are so eager to sweep it under the rug. First, you are making the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history. As a result of this bill, nearly 14 million Americans will lose their health care, and millions more will pay higher premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. That's just a fact. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, and people will die. And not a single one of the proposals in your bill is about making Medicaid work better. Not one. Your bill doesn't save Medicaid. Your bill destroys Medicaid.
Yep.
We can and we should make Medicaid work better. Absolutely. Instead, your bill creates more red tape, more hurdles, and kicks struggling people off their health insurance. Now,
when is this being actually voted on? It should be voted on at some point in the next 6.5 hours. And I know that's a very unhelpful time window, but that's the time window that they gave. They're going to be debating it. It's possible that this could turn into like a vote-a-rama for like different amendments. I'm unsure exactly what's going to wind up happening here. It'll be interesting.
Who asked for this garbage? I mean, more red tape? Oh boy. When I talk to people back home, that's exactly what they want with their health care. More red tape. I mean, come on. And then, if that's not bad enough...
Yeah, exactly, Kiwi Teepee. I'm gonna read your comment. I work in pharmaceuticals. This could very well kill some of my patients. That's why I get so worked up about this shit. This will absolutely kill a lot of people in America.
You are making the biggest cut to food assistance in American history. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, at least 5 million Americans will lose food assistance under your plan. 5 million more hungry Americans because of this bill. And that's probably a lowball estimate, by the way. You're slashing benefits from children, from seniors living on fixed incomes, from veterans who served this country and now rely on food assistance just to get by. And why? And why? So that the top 0.1%, people making over $3.5 million a year, can pocket $314,000 a year in new tax giveaways. I mean, you are literally taking food off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht.
Yep.
I guess he's getting a good return on his
10,000%.
campaign donations, but I just find this whole thing disgusting. And look, at the end of the day, this is simple. It is simple. It's about whose side you're on. You guys wrote this bill for the top 0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar corporations who offshore jobs and dodge taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs who rip people off. You wrote it for the rich and famous, for the people who never, ever have to worry about where their next meal is coming from or how to take care of their elderly parents.
And I do want to say that one of the things that the next administration has to do, like immediately upon getting into office and having power, is repeal this. Repeal this budget in particular, or amend it retroactively in order to like put an end. Because like, I guarantee you the way that they wrote this bill is to have it slowly roll out over time. A lot of these bills have 10-year-long effects of different things happening over the course of a decade, right? And it's I believe that some of the costs of this bill aren't going to fully be felt until like 2026. I like they're like they slow roll it so that people don't suddenly get super angry all at once, you know? So whatever the next administration is doing, they need to like get into this and like cut it off.
So you guys picked a side, okay? You picked the billionaires. I get it. You want to betray the people who voted for you. You want to sell them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this bill. We are siding with the 14 million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this month.
Oh, Jesus. Watching this from my registration desk at the ER at my local rural hospital, I'd say 70 to 80% of the people that come through here are on Medicaid or Medicare. Jesus. Yeah, I talked about this, but like there's a decent chance that if this bill goes through, rural hospitals might close down outright.
Monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time buying groceries, and the farmers whose incomes will drop because you're gutting the nutrition programs that create demand for the food that they grow, and the rural grocery stores that they support, and the nurses who will lose their jobs when you start closing down rural hospitals. That's who we're siding with, and that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills, but this takes the cake. This is not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the working and middle class to the ultra-wealthy, and it's being done on purpose and under the cover of night. Republicans have had every opportunity to make life better for the American people. You guys have a unified Republican government. You have the House. You have the Senate. You have the White House. You could have invested in housing, in child care, in clean energy, in community health. You could have closed tax loopholes and make sure that billionaires pay what they owe. Instead, you chose to side with those at the top. You chose to line the pockets of your rich donors and the health and security of regular people be damned. This is not a governing philosophy. It is a scam. It is a scam. A scam. And I wasn't sent here to vote for trash like this. For the life of me, I cannot understand why you were doing this. Why the hell did you choose a career of public service just to do this? Just to rip away the health care and food assistance and security of working and middle-class Americans? Is that really what you came here to do? I don't understand this. I don't understand the cruelty. And let me say this to every
Literal
Republican member
stealing
who votes
candy
for
from
this.
baby shit.
You own it. You own it. You own every hospital that closes, every child that goes to bed hungry, every senior who loses care, and every American family forced to choose between groceries and rent, between their heating bill and their child care, between their kid's birthday party and their parents' long-term care. So you guys can force us to debate this bill in the dead of night. You can do it while the country sleeps. But the American people will wake up tomorrow morning, and I guarantee you they will wake up to how terrible your agenda is. They will remember this moment. They will remember who stood with the billionaires and who stood with them. We will make sure they remember, and I'll be damned if we let this pass quietly. I'm going to fight like hell, and I know I won't be alone. This is a farce, an outrageous insult to the people of this country to bring up a 1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans as we speak, in a back room somewhere, for God's sake. And then to try to jam it through Congress in the middle of the night when nobody is watching is just unbelievably cynical. This is why people hate Washington. So if you guys think this ugly bill is so damn beautiful, like Trump keeps saying, you should have the courage to debate it in prime time. Madam Chair, we should reconvene at a reasonable hour and debate your bill in full view of the American people, not in the middle of the night like cowards. And for that reason, I move that the Rules Committee do now adjourn.
The gentleman, the question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
Fuck
gentleman has
off.
asked for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Fuck off. I can't believe that's how this is done. Fuck these people. Also, just like, genuinely, we will fucking remember who votes on this bill and votes yes.
Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin?
No.
Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy?
No.
Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Lega-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Lega-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Griffith, no. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. We will move on.
I hope she has a heart
Without
attack
objection,
right
any
here
prepared statements
in the
that our
meeting.
witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel. Chairman
This is a
Rogers
committee
and
vote.
Representative Smith.
It's
from
not the final
Committee on
bill.
Armed
That is
Services.
true.
Chairman Arrington and Representative Boyle from the Committee on the Budget. Chairman Hill.
But
and
this is one of the
Representative
last
Waters
major
from the Committee on
committee
Financial
votes
Services,
before it goes to
and Chairman
the
Comer
floor.
And Representative Lynch. There he is. Chairman Lynch from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
Did it
The
fail? That
full
wasn't a vote on the
statements
bill.
will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statements in 5 minutes. Chairman Rogers, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Armed Services Committee Reconciliation title. The House title provides $150 billion in mandatory funding to modernize our military, revitalize the defense industrial base, and improve quality of life for our service members. The time for this level of investment is long overdue. The threats we face from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others are much more complex and challenging than at any point in our history. We are being outpaced by our adversaries in the development and deployment of critical capabilities. Our defense industrial base.
Yeah, that vote was just on adjourning the meeting.
May no longer be able to sustain prolonged conflict, and it all stems from a chronic underinvestment in our national security. Defense spending is not keeping up with inflation. In fact, we are currently at the lowest level of defense spending as a percentage of GDP since before World War II. That anemic level of investment is endangering our national security.
We don't want to keep spending World War II levels.
Reconciliation gives us the opportunity to do just that. It forces the department to start building the future of American defense now. It invests billions to accelerate deployment of new, low-cost, attritable autonomous systems. These unmanned air, surface, and underwater systems
looks like he has
are the
Lego
key
hair.
to victory on future battlefields. The House title will go a long way toward restoring American deterrence and building our ready, capable, and lethal fighting force that President Trump has promised. Finally, I'm very pleased to be able to report that the committee reported this out on a bipartisan basis. I think that demonstrates the underlying bipartisan consensus we have to increase investment in our national security. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your help in moving this.
Guys, the vote hasn't happened yet. The vote that was taken was just on whether or not to adjourn the meeting until later today.
Critical bill forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really just have 2 points. I mean, certainly I agree with the chairman of the Armed Services Committee that we face a very complex threat environment and a need to modernize our military in a bunch of different directions. I'm not sure I agree on what the total number of the budget should be for the House Armed Services Committee, but 2 crucial points. If you believe that the Defense Department needs more money, that we need to spend more money on defense, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill. This reconciliation bill is going to cut taxes over 10 years by somewhere between $5 and $7 trillion, depending on how you guys all finally decide what you're going to put in there and what you're not going to put in there. It is going to increase the debt and the deficit.
Modernize, augment, and organize our armed services. Long overdue. Just be honest. Just admit this is for weapons contractors who donated. Absolutely. It's to keep the war machine chugging along. A lot of these people have constituents and donors who work for those industries. They want to get the increased funding, so that goes into those communities. Full stop.
By $3.5 trillion or thereabouts. So whatever we cram into this bill, whatever $150 billion I guess they're going to try to throw at defense, will be irrelevant a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, because our $35 trillion debt will continue to grow. Our $1.8 trillion yearly deficit will continue to grow. You won't have money to make an investment in anything, not even defense. So we are not going to see an increase in defense spending over the long haul because we are giving away all of the money. If, in fact, you believe that defense is that important, then you ought to be willing to pay for it. We simply cannot continue to borrow money forever. So it's not going to help defense. If you are a defense hawk, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill, which leads into the second point. I have heard for a very long time from my Republican colleagues that the reason they have to pass their budget is because of the existential threat that the debt and the deficit pose for our nation. I wish I could replay all of the incredibly passionate speeches that I've heard on the floor and elsewhere from my Republican colleagues about how terrible this is. And that's what the reconciliation bill was going to do. And I can picture all of your constituents who you made these promises to, and then you get back here and you put this reconciliation bill up there and they say, well, how'd we do? How'd we do on getting the debt down? Well, it's difficult, it's complicated, but we actually added $3 trillion to it. So the budget hawks in the Republican conference, I mean, are you going to stand up tomorrow and say we were lying to you? You know, we never really meant it. I mean, it's just ridiculous that you would consider passing a reconciliation bill that's going to add $3 trillion to the debt after, you know, my gosh, the speeches I heard would have made you think that not getting the debt under control was going to kill us all in like a year.
Yeah, of course the speeches are formalities, Super Jet Guy. The issue and the reason this is interesting is to see what Democrats try and do. Like, that's the entire point, is to see how are they going to try and argue? What procedural things are they going to try and do? Like, we're watching not because we don't know what Republicans are going to do. I hope that's understood.
So this reconciliation bill is an utter disaster for the country for a lot of the reasons. I associate myself with many of the remarks that Mr. McGovern made on all the things that are being cut. But if you care about defense and you care about the debt, how in the hell can you vote for this? I mean, I look forward to someone making that argument at some point. So I hope that the Republicans who care about the debt and care about defense will vote this bill down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I've never considered myself much of a morning person, and this takes it to a whole new level. A few weeks ago, the House Financial Services Committee completed work on the assignment to us under the budget resolution from Congress adopted early in April. The resolution asked us to decrease the deficit by at least $1 billion over the 2025 to 2034 period. We've done that. We've rescinded the remaining unobligated balances with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Green and Resilient Retrofit Program created under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. We ended the Public Accounting Oversight Board's authority to collect
Can we just take a moment to recognize that it would actually be pretty great and good and useful for military tech to not have to rely on gasoline logistical lines? Like the transport of gasoline and fuel for aircraft and for, cars and such. Just take a moment and think which is maybe more vulnerable, renewable energy that they can deploy anywhere, or critical supply lines that are vulnerable to attack. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but I feel like greening the U.S. military is both just better for the environment and allows for a more effective military. Just throwing that out there. That seems pretty obvious to me, but these dipshits are just oh yeah, we're ending that program because it's green and green is bad. And it's just well, God damn it, we live in the dumbest timeline.
Regulatory fees and transferred any unused balances to the Treasury. Audit oversight will continue without disruption. We put a firm cap on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, setting its funding at no more than $249 million for fiscal 2025, with an annual adjustment.
Yeah, but basically any way you cut it, exactly hit the mat. These people are traitors to the Republic.
For inflation going forward. For the CFPB Civil Penalty Fund, once direct victims are compensated, remaining funds will be transferred to the Treasury's General Fund. Finally, we capped the assessment collected by the Office of Financial Research at the Treasury.
The G in green stands for
average
gay.
Annual expenses of the Financial Stability Oversight Council over the past 3 years. Any surplus will, once again, be returned to the Treasury. I'm pleased to report that the Financial Services
we could do
Committee
nuclear
exceeded
planes.
our
That was a plan at
Budget
one point.
Committee, and that the CBO estimates the deficit will decrease by $5.2 billion from the efforts of our committee. During our markup, we spent over 9 hours debating our portion of this reconciliation bill. We considered all 40 amendments that our Democratic colleagues offered and did not limit the minority's ability to propose modifications to the underlying legislative text. After this long...
I'd also just point out hydrogen fuel planes are another perfectly valid option for aircraft.
Comprehensive process, we favorably transmitted our committee print to fulfill our obligations to the reconciliation bill before rules today. I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to remind all my colleagues to recall why we are here. The American people voted for fiscal responsibility. They voted for change. Our country is currently $37 trillion in debt, paying billions of dollars in interest each day on that debt. This year alone, we'll spend almost $1 trillion on total interest.
Aren't all Trump supporters definitionally traitors to the Republic now after Trump said he doesn't know if he has to uphold the Constitution?
I don't know if all Trump supporters are by default like traitors to the Republic, but Donald Trump definitely is. Also, just completely unrelated, Airbus is working on a superconducting electric aircraft. That's cool. I think that's neat. Good for Airbus.
If Congress fails to get our fiscal house in order, our debt will continue to grow exponentially, and our grandchildren will pay the consequences. For too long, government spending has been on a one-way ratchet up. So we're here today to finally do the difficult work of extricating our nation from this fiscal predicament. Financial Services Committee portion of the concurrent resolution does more than its part to reduce the deficit. I'm eager to finish our work and finally tackle these issues. I ask the committee for your support in advancing this bill to the House floor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Representative Waters, you're recognized.
Drag us here in the dead of the night, under the guise of having a productive hearing about it.
Oh my God.
Well, I can't let that not be heard. Well, here we are. Republicans have dragged us here in the dead of the night, under the guise of having a productive hearing about the GOP tax scam bill. But the truth is that Republicans couldn't care less about how bad this bill is. They're going to sit here and ignore every single thing that I and my Democratic colleagues have to say about this bill and how it will harm hard-working American families. And it's all because they are afraid of Donald Trump. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they will gladly allow the American people to serve as collateral damage to the $5 trillion handout, $5 trillion handout to billionaires in this bill. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they're okay with him getting richer while their constituents are getting poor. This isn't hyperbole. This is real life. This bill cuts programs that will literally make American families poor and make Donald Trump and his billionaire donors richer. I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau after Trump and Elon Musk illegally attempted to shut down the Bureau. I heard from consumers about what shutting down the agency means for them. This is the very same agency that following the 2008 financial crisis, which many of us in this room remember, was created to stop predatory financial institutions from ripping off our constituents. The same agency that has saved American families $21 billion by returning to them funds that were swindled out of them. Trump failed to shut the agency down in court, so now they're trying to soliciting the help of Republicans. This bill, this budget scheme will slash the Bureau's budget by 70% and put the agency's crucial work like cracking down on illegal junk fees, tackling discrimination in housing, and protecting service members and students from scams to a grinding halt. This is all to cut taxes for billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Republicans are also pushing to gut the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Treasury's Office of Financial Research, agencies that are designed to prevent another financial crisis like the one in 2008. They're eliminating funding for affordable housing construction despite a national homelessness crisis. I also showed up at HUD because I know the harm this will pose to families. They're also so desperate to do Trump's bidding that they're eliminating another agency that doesn't cost taxpayers anything. The Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which oversees auditors to prevent frauds like Enron and ensure that companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party are on the up. What's even more sinister about Republicans dismantling our financial institutions, that they're doing this in the middle of an economic crisis. Our economy is falling behind Europe, China, and Canada. Americans are so economically anxious that they're holding off on starting a family and buying a home. The so-called pro-family party is making it harder for Americans to have kids and ripping away the American dream of home ownership. Inflation is rising. The dollar is down.
I'm seeing some people in chat concerned about helium running out. And that's true. Helium is a finite resource on Earth. However, fun fact about the state I live in, a couple years ago, we discovered one of the world's largest deposits of helium. And that's pretty goddamn cool. The more you know.
Yields are up and borrowing is getting more expensive. And just this
Maxine
past
Waters is
Friday,
kind of spitting, though.
Moody's lowered the United States credit rating because of Trump's reckless tariff policies and growing concerns about how this bill would jack up our debt by giving a massive, unnecessary handout to billionaires. Don't forget, he is all carrying out the most egregious crypto scheme in history, a scam that is enriching himself and his family while average investors lose money. But nothing in the bill.
I just noticed that this guy in the background has a black eye for some reason. Maybe we are gonna get the brawl. Maybe we are gonna get a brawl in Congress.
Addresses this crisis. Trump has thrown the U.S. economy. He's put us in this position. Republicans, let's face it, you're not serious about helping.
Yeah, Jess, the bond market is real rocky right now.
King Trump. This isn't what the American people elected us for. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Waters. Mr. Arrington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. Only in the mind
Hard to believe she's married to Jesse Waters. Hey.
Tax hike prevention be a bill that's characterized as trash.
Hey,
Only
Weird Beards.
in the mind of a Democrat
70 Stream Street.
could giving
Damn.
our soldiers, our sons and daughters in uniform, what they need to be ready to protect us, to keep us safe and free, be a scam. Only in the mind of a Democrat would keeping illegal immigrants from receiving taxpayer-funded social services so that
they don't get taxpayer-funded social services. Fuck off.
We could sustain the...
You know what dishonors our military even more than whatever fucked up fantasy you have? Lying about this in order to cut veterans care. Fuck you, asshole. Like, let's not get this twisted. The cuts that are going around, the cuts under Doge, the cuts in this budget bill, come around and blow back on veterans. Fuck you. Like, fuck this faux, think of the troops bullshit if you're gonna fuck over the troops while you're pulling the card. It's insane.
Those programs for American citizens now and into the future could be a scam or trash. And I got a whole lot of other talking.
You also are ballooning the deficit by $4 trillion, numbnuts. You can't talk about sustainability, financial sustainability. Like when you're actively trying to kill it. Fuck you.
Points, and I look forward to the conversation.
You're the budget committee chair. You know the whole this is going to blast our deficit.
Reconciliation bill under consideration today is the principal legislative vehicle for advancing the full America First agenda to realize President Trump's vision and House Republicans' unwavering commitment to making America safe and prosperous again. Our goals were as follows: to strengthen our military and secure our border, to reignite economic growth and unleash American prosperity, and to rein in wasteful Washington spending and begin the process of restoring the fiscal health of our great nation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act contains the largest tax cuts, security investment, federal energy asset deployment, and spending reduction in the history of the United States of America. This is an historic moment. We believe it's a generational opportunity to reclaim the American promise, to renew the American spirit, and restore America's greatness.
Oh God, I just noticed his tie.
President Trump a mandate.
It's so
and
ugly.
Unified Republican leadership in Congress to reverse course on the failed policies of the last 4 years. Their message to Washington, Madam Chair, I believe was crystal clear. They want competent leaders, common sense policies, and a commitment from everybody in this room, all of the lawmakers and leaders of our great country, to be committed to putting America and Americans first. Let's give the voters what they got, what they asked for today. I yield back.
Yeah, except what about the other half of the voters? It was the closest election in, like, modern U.S. history. Let's give the voters what they asked for. What about the other half of the voters? We asked for something very different.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Mr. Boyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you to all the members who go above and beyond by serving on the Rules Committee. When I was a teen, my late mother would often say, "Nothing good happens after midnight." Now I know what she meant. This big bill for billionaires will truly hurt working Americans. Let me highlight some.
I know this guy's a Democrat, so I don't want to be too hard on him, but it's wild to me how he looks simultaneously 40 years old and 10 years old at the same time. And I don't... It's odd to me. It's like a Benjamin Button situation going on.
Some of the major points. First, it will bring about, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the greatest loss of health care coverage in American history. It does it in several ways. First, by providing and instituting the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. Second, by launching devastating cuts to Obamacare. Those two combined will result in a loss of health care for about 14 million Americans. But that's not all. Just tonight, a few hours ago, the bombshell came out. The nonpartisan CBO's official numbers show this bill will bring about an over $500 billion cut to Medicare. One of the largest cuts to Medicare.
Damn.
Since
Okay.
the program was created.
They are also
1965.
cutting Medicare. All right.
So the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, devastating cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of the largest cuts to Medicare in American history. And why? To help subsidize tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance and food programs in American history, cuts to all sorts of education programs, and the list goes on and on and on. And does that, in the end, mean most working Americans will be better off? No, because also out from CBO just tonight are the distributional effects of this bill. It's in its entirety. And what does it show? The bottom 10% of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, with the biggest benefit going to the top 1% of Americans. What is also quite clear is that this bill is not entirely paid for. Even after all of those cuts to Medicaid, all of those cuts to Medicare, all of those cuts to the Affordable Care Act and nutrition assistance and on, they don't come close to paying for the cost of the tax cuts. So how's the rest paid for? It isn't. Just tacking on more and more to our national debt. No wonder just on Friday evening, Moody's delivered the third credit downgrade this nation has ever received.
Curly
This
Dorothy,
is
thank you for
truly,
subscribing. I
think
appreciate
all sides
it.
will agree with this, a significant piece of legislation. Frankly, I think one of the most consequential in our lifetimes. Sadly, though, I believe the consequences for my constituents and most working Americans will be absolutely devastating. I urge you to reject it. With that, I yield back.
That was excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle.
Excellent
Chairman
comment.
Comer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Today, I'm here to talk about a generational opportunity to realize reforms that address the budget deficit. The provisions proposed by the committee.
This guy sounds like he's about to jump on top of like a nuclear bomb and write it down while waving a cowboy hat. That's just the vibe he gives.
On Oversight and Government Reform and Title IX of this bill are part of President
Essentially
Trump's
what they're
larger
doing.
effort to improve the fiscal health of the federal government. Last November, Democrats offered to provide more of the same, but the American people instead elected President Trump to a historic second term.
I have Medicare and I'm on SSDI. I just went through 7 months of tests, biopsies, and treatment for stage 3 melanoma. I filed for all the charity waivers I could get. The others just don't get paid. Well, Bill Seabury, I hope you feel better soon. And yeah, like this, I don't know. Like this is gonna be. Like that guy's right. It's going to be the most consequential piece of legislation passed in our lifetimes. And it's just going to blow up our lives. Oh, do people not know Dr. Strangelove anymore? Is that too deep a cut? Nah, some people in chat are understanding my reference. Okay.
On promises to change Washington, D.C. The deficit reduction.
Congrats on being cancer-free, Bill Seabury. That's wonderful news.
In Title IX of the reconciliation package codify part of the President's vision for enacting his agenda and achieving significant taxpayer savings. Congressional procedure, precedent, and tradition too often contribute to an ever-expanding federal government. Meanwhile, too little is done to shrink the administrative state and make the federal bureaucracy more efficient. The budget reconciliation process provides a rare opportunity to reverse that trajectory. Fundamentally, Congress instructed the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to advance policies that reduce the federal deficit by at least $50 billion. Despite our committee's limited jurisdiction over mandatory spending programs, we passed a package of budget reforms that save a significant sum. We are
again, like they keep making like very nebulous claims. It saves a significant sum. Just don't look at the end results. Just we make a lot of cuts. Just don't look at the end results of the tax cuts, okay? Just don't look at what happens after them, okay?
We're in a fiscal crisis. The reforms we moved out of the Oversight Committee met the moment in terms of addressing that fiscal crisis. We did the job we needed to do on behalf of the American taxpayers and future generations. The simple truth is that federal employee retirement benefits significantly outpace those of the private sector.
Also, just real quick, by not paying essential services, that causes the costs of society to balloon, right? Like, it's kind of the same concept where, like, the cost of having homelessness is way more than the cost of just housing the homeless. You know, like when we cut essential services, it's more expensive to not have those services.
To this point, the Congressional Budget Office issued an April 2024
Yeah, we're going to be paying ER fees for people to get primary care. Exactly.
report that I requested stating that, quote, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector workers, end quote. CBO stated further that, quote, benefits also constituted a larger share of total compensation for federal workers than for
Mithril, it's a direct result of something in the United States political schema called the Southern Strategy, which was after segregation was deemed illegal, essentially. The Republicans pivoted from that into, campaigning on abortion, religious freedom, etc., and that got the attention of evangelical Christians, and an unholy alliance was born. And so essentially, there is a powerful bastion of Republicans in the southern United States. So a lot of prominent Republicans you'll hear have kind of that southern twang.
For workers in the private sector, end quote. Most of the costs associated with these benefits are funded by hardworking taxpayers in the private sector and federal borrowing.
Also, he's basically saying we need to cut the retirement benefits of everyone who's ever worked for the federal government, the largest employer in the United States. And I just want to point out that when you cut those retirement benefits, it gives the green light for private corporations to cut their own retirement benefits. Like, just as an FYI, like, that's not going to be isolated to federal workers.
I understand that our conference includes members that represent different constituencies. I support leadership's work to combine our package with the provisions reported by other committees into one bill that can gain the support of our conference. And I thank my colleagues for working with leadership to represent their constituents and reach an agreement on a package that advances significant budget-saving reforms. I fully support our collective efforts to advance a package that works for the House and supports President Trump's agenda. Title IX of the legislation before us today
aren't representatives federal employees. Why, yes, they are, but they would only vote to give themselves better benefits and bigger wages. Bigger salaries, I guess. Because they're assholes.
Advances most of the Oversight Committee's important budgetary reforms. These reforms will save taxpayers money while protecting current retirees, as well as law enforcement officers, border patrol officers, air traffic controllers, nuclear material couriers, and firefighters who serve a clear public interest and typically have shortened federal careers due to mandatory retirement rules and early retirement incentives. Taken together, the reforms now being considered in Title IX will reduce the deficit and move us toward the more accountable federal government and the American people demand and deserve. I ask the Rules Committee to promptly advance this legislation for consideration by the House, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Representative
Oh, it's okay, Mithril.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think this lady is transcribing the events. I think that's what she's doing here. And, like, she looks how I feel on the inside. I just feel angry.
It's going on at 2 a.m. because the Trump administration and Congressional Republicans want to unload the cost of $7 trillion in tax cuts onto the backs of American workers, families, and dedicated public servants. And because this bill is so disgraceful, it can't stand the light of day. In just over 100 days, we've witnessed the Trump administration lay off more than 200,000 probationary federal employees, including leading researchers, public health experts, veterans, and other critical positions. Trump has coerced 75,000 civil servants into resigning. Trump has replaced 50,000 nonpartisan civil servants.
I didn't understand
with
the
political
joke.
appointees. And Trump has illegally terminated nonpartisan.
I didn't get the joke.
Independent inspectors general and federal watchdogs. This partisan bill threatens to further undermine the federal workforce by reducing the take-home pay, benefits, and workforce protections of 2.4 million federal employees.
What was the joke? The joke was I was saying that she looks like how I feel on the inside while she's transcribing, and then Lady Raincloud came in and said, "What the fuck is a criber? This woke trans nonsense is everywhere now." And I was just like, I don't know what a criber is. I wonder what that is. And then somebody else pointed out transcribing, and then I was like, trans. I get it now. I get it now.
Most of whom are middle-class American workers, and a third of whom are military veterans. This is more of the same, an unprecedented assault and political purge of the nonpartisan civil service. And the people who pay most for these attacks are the veterans, children, seniors, and other Americans who rely on our federal workers to deliver those.
I can increase the playback speed, but keep in mind this is live. And we do have some wiggle room because I pause occasionally, but like not that much. But I will speed up the Republican segments.
To deliver those life-saving services. The federal employee retirement system, annuity supplement, a monthly bridge payment for retirees before they're eligible for Social Security at age 62 would be eliminated for anyone not actively receiving the supplemental payment by January 1st, 2028, or who does not meet a specific exemption. Federal workers like letter carriers, VA hospital nurses, food inspectors who have committed decades to the job are eligible to retire would not be able to receive this vital payment to make ends meet. That's $18,000 per year in retirement income for the average beneficiary eliminated because billionaires need another tax break. This legislation would also retroactively change the annuity formula to base most employees' annual retirement payments on their highest 5 years of earnings instead of the highest 3 as they were promised when they were hired. This is an outright theft of earned benefits that would cost federal retirees thousands of dollars annually, and my Republican colleague, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, was exactly right to speak out and vote against this provision during our committee's consideration of this bill, making the rejection of the oversight provisions bipartisan. Another particularly egregious provision of this bill would force any newly hired federal employee to accept at-will employment or lose 5% of their take-home pay to increase retirement contributions. Federal workers who choose to remain under the merit-based system would be forced to contribute nearly 10% of their paycheck towards retirement. CBO estimates that 75% of new hires in the federal government would now become at-will employees subject to political purges.
Oh, Jesus Christ. 75% of the entire federal workforce would be converted to at-will employment. Do you guys understand what that means? Do you guys that's an at-will employee is an employee that is employed at will, i.e., their employer can, for no reason, terminate their employment at any time. Essentially, they are subject to the whims of whoever is in power. And right now, the people in power want to just be able to fire them, whether they're unionized or not, whether they are, critical or not. And I need to remind you all of what I just said earlier, which is that the federal government is the largest employer in the United States. So, I just, I have a sound clip for how that makes me feel. Yeah, it sucks. I was using a lighthearted sound effect there to try and make it a little bit more palatable. It didn't work. It didn't work. I've been an at-will employee and it sucked. I just one day never heard from my job again and I was unemployed. It's it sucks.
Of the federal workforce with little to no protections. I'll be introducing amendments to strike this bill's at-will employment provisions and to exempt veterans and federal workers who entered the workforce prior to the bill enactment from the changes in the annuity formula. Despite the claims of this administration, federal workers are not leeches on the system, but hardworking, dedicated public servants who are paid about 25% less than their private sector counterparts. A strong, nonpartisan federal workforce is fundamental to a functioning democratic government. These dedicated workers deserve our respect and our support. Like most Americans, federal workers faced increased costs for groceries and housing and economic uncertainty because of President Trump's reckless tax and tariff agenda. The Trump tariffs are estimated to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax regime that will actually increase federal deficits by more than $4 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, they're seeking to offset their tax cuts for billionaires by gutting $800 billion from Medicaid programs. My Democratic colleagues and I strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats...
fuck, man. The devastating... Again, when I talk about this being a devastating thing that will radicalize huge numbers of people, this is what I mean. And there are just a lot of people who are checked out of politics right now. The vast majority of this country doesn't vote. But like they're gonna vote to do something about this. They're gonna like march to do something about this. Like this is some the people affected by this aren't just gonna like lay down and die. They're not gonna necessarily be able to go out and find another job in a lot of cases. And it's just like Republicans are setting up a crisis that is going to blow up in their faces. But like, and I'm in favor of that, but I'm not in favor of the suffering of millions. I mean, tens of millions of people is what we're talking about here. And like, yeah, there's cursed chaos. There's a very real chance that like people pushed to the extremes of desperation start doing things that are quite ugly. You know? Like, there's not, like, when we talk about the poor getting poorer, there's not really that much more wiggle room if you're poor. Like, I just... Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, there's gonna be a lot more Luigi Mangiones. You know, like, that's just... I don't know how you get around that, really.
Stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they provide. I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Chairman Arrington, we keep hearing a constant refrain from the Democrats that the tax cuts were driven to the wealthy.
They
the
are.
Washington Post fact-checked what they referred to as Democrats' quote, zombie claim, end quote, that 83% of the benefits from Republican tax reform in 2017 went to the wealthiest 1%. They fact-checked this multiple times. The Post gave the claim 3 Pinocchios, saying, quote, the tax bill has been in place for more than 3 years.
You failed to consider the Pinocchios.
Data that the top 1% did not end up with most of the tax benefits. Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President Trump's tax cut?
I'm sorry. She's just lying. She's just lying. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provided largest tax cuts to the very wealthy. This was the average 2025 federal tax reduction by cash income percentile. The lowest quintile got 70%. The second quintile got $390. Did I say 70%? I meant $70. Middle quintile, $910. Fourth quintile, $1,680. Top quintile, $7,460. 95th to 99th percentile, $12,860. Top 1% from the 2017 cuts got $61,000, and the top 0.1% got $252,000. Fuck off.
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code.
No, they don't. You, like, again, it just lies. Like, literally, you can also, like, show the change with the top 0.1% got a tax break of 2.7%. The top 1% got a tax break of 2.9%, larger than any other group aside from the 95th to 99th percentile. Lying sacks of shit.
But every other income level saw a tax break. In addition to that, we had record wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of wage earners grew their wages at twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times the income increase of the bottom 50% relative to the top 1%. So I would just add that it couldn't be a scam.
You know what? Here's the corporate tax cuts. You know, for the corporate tax cuts that occurred. Hey, anyone want to take a wild guess to see what the effects of the corporate tax cuts were? Anyone want to take a wild guess? Which quintile got the most tax cuts? Anyone? Bueller. The top 1%. It was the top quintile. Look at that. Total federal tax change. 65.3%. And the corporate tax change, 71.4%. Crazy.
On working people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate in recorded history.
Sorry, that was the share of the federal tax change. The total federal tax change versus the share of the 2018 federal tax change by expanded cash income percentile. There you go.
So people got...
The top 20% is the top quintile. Or I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Quintal, whatever.
Better opportunities and bigger paychecks. And the people at the lower income spectrum got the biggest benefit from TCJA.
No, they didn't. They got $70 per filer. Fuck you.
So
you essentially handed like a $50 bill and a 20 to like every homeless person and then patted yourself on the back as if that's going to help them stop being homeless. Fuck you.
Mischaracterization may be an understatement for how they describe tax cuts for the rich. And let's remember, the top 10% of income earners are paying 70% of our salary, the lights, and the entire freight of the federal government. So when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective on that.
Thank you. I think the word mischaracterization of what they're saying is a kind way to say it.
These people are fucking evil.
There's there's a three-letter word that characterizes it better, but we'll leave that alone. When President Biden stated the Trump tax cuts went to the top 1% and not ordinary people, didn't factcheck.org have to debunk him? And didn't the liberal...
You know, it's so strange to me that, like, this is the scenario in which you guys suddenly give a shit about fact checks. But, like, any kind of fact check of Donald Trump, you guys don't give a single fucking shit about. Like, you don't care that he tells, 20 dozen lies every single time he opens his mouth. Yeah. All right.
Liberal Tax Policy Center even have to correct President Biden, and didn't even the New York Times state that, quote, studies consistently find that the 2017 law cut taxes for most Americans.
Sorry, I said I was going to speed this up.
Constant refrain we're hearing from Democrats now match exactly what has been categorically debunked.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And nobody knows that better than the average family of four who saw about a $5,000 increase in their take-home pay because of their tax relief, which was almost the opposite effect of the inflation tax they paid over the last 3 or 4 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
I think what you're talking about is not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about the Republican reconciliation package that is going to be jammed through this committee and rushed to the floor. And if I am understanding the numbers correctly, the latest version of their tax scam, the top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 on average in 2027 alone. That's $700 a day, every day. The people who make over $1 million a year will also get their pockets lined.
Like
on average, these.
I'm sorry. Put this into like a more like understandable human perspective, right? So what Republicans are basically proposing here is, a government agent, industrious music playing, walks down the street, right? And as this agent is walking down the street, on the left side, there's a homeless man. On the right side, there is a wealthy businessman who pulls up in a car made out of solid gold, right? And the government agent goes, yes, it's time for me to give you your tax refunds. It's time for me to give you your government payouts. Here you go, my good sir. And he hands the homeless man $70, right? And then he goes, and for you, good sir, and hands the passenger, the businessman in the solid gold Bentley, just 2 suitcases filled with cash of untraceable, unmarked, $1 million bills. That's essentially what we have happening here. Good day. And he just walks away. If you wanted to put it into terms of like how much they make per day, let's just real quick here. To put it into context, right? $700 a day to the wealthiest people on the planet. Let's see here. He turns to the wealthy man. Here's $700, your daily payment, sir. And to you, my good homeless resident, here's $1.92. Truly, we have been virtuous and just this day. Ta-ta! And then he like, just like, in what world does that make sense? In what world are you acting like you've just done a favor to like someone who's in the most vulnerable position in society by handing them $1.92 while you hand one of the richest people on the planet $700 per day? It's just that's insanity. That's insanity. And you look at this and you're like, yes, this will help the poor person get out of poverty. Surely this will help the homeless man get a home. That $1.92 per day. What the fuck does one of the richest people on the planet need with an additional $700 per day?
Millionaires will have an additional $81,500 per year, but pennies for everybody else. For those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is $265. That's less than $1.
Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, was I saying $1.92? I actually meant 19 cents. I added that extra dollar on accident. I actually just meant 19 cents. You literally hand the homeless man the spare change in your pocket after you hand the wealthiest man on the planet $700. Oops. That's what Republicans are proposing.
Per day, and that's laughable when you begin to look at the gaps that are going to be created by these cuts in other programs. But Mr.
Well, Zara and Joy, yeah. The goal of capitalism is to win by having all of the money and trapping everyone on the planet in your like company town to be your slaves.
Boyle, I have a letter here that you received along with the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, from the director of the Congressional Budget Office. And I'm looking at this chart here about who benefits from this bill. It doesn't seem to match what Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington are just talking about right now. You want to comment on this?
What that chart shows, and by the way, that's not my chart.
Yeah, I know.
That's not your chart.
CBO's.
That is the official scorekeeper's chart, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And if you can show that chart again, what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer.
Yep.
And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for people in the top 10%, they will see their household resources increase by 2%. It is as simple as that.
And I ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without objection.
My view on legislation is that if you believe in the legislation, you ought to vote for it. If you don't believe in it, you ought to vote against it. So I would say to my friend Chairman Arrington, if you believe the stuff that's contained in this reconciliation bill, if you think these priorities are the right priorities, and if these represent your values, then by all means vote for it. I'll disagree with you. I mean, I could spend all day here.
Just real quick, I have the here's that chart they were showing. Change in household resources as a percentage of income under current law and the lowest and highest income deciles selected years. Essentially, the lowest and poorest parts of society are going to get poorer by an average of 2 to 4% per year until 2033. While the highest decile, which I think is like the highest 10%, are going to get richer by anywhere from 4 to 1% per year until 2033. Disgusting. Literally robbing the poor to give to the rich.
Because I'm also on the Agriculture Committee, and we had a lengthy hearing on the impact of the nutrition cuts on average people and on states too. There's an unfunded mandate here as well. And it's going to be significant. But if this bill represents your values, I'll just say for the record, it doesn't represent my values. And so, you know, we're just going to have to agree to disagree. But, you know, let me ask you a question, though, Chairman Arrington. I mean, this is the Rules Committee print of what we're talking about. Is this Rules Committee print in front of us, is this the final version of the bill, or a change is going to be made?
Sir, it's the final version of the bill until the manager's amendment is completed, and then we'll know what those definitive changes are.
So are negotiations still ongoing? And if so, with whom? Where are they, and in what room? Shouldn't you be in that room instead of being here?
Yeah, they aren't even done writing it. Like I thought he might have been. I thought McGovern might have been being facetious when he said like, "Oh, they're writing it in a back room somewhere." You know, like that seems like, oh, well, maybe that's just like a thing, right? Like maybe that's just like a thing that they say. But like, no, he meant that. He meant that shit. They are literally, as they speak right now, still writing the goddamn bill. Fuck, I hate these people.
Right now, because you're the budget chair. I mean, during the budget markup on Sunday night, you said that you weren't aware of any changes being made, and then my colleague on the Rules Committee, Mr. Norman, on this committee, followed up saying he was happy with the direction, with the changes that were being made. So which is it? So changes are going to be made.
Well, I'd say there have been a lot of conversations and discussion and healthy debate within the conference. But as far as I'm concerned, my job was first to make sure that the budget targets were achieved, and they were. So we had a balanced budget reconciliation bill. That was our job to affirm that in the Budget Committee. As to what changes, I don't know of any definitive changes until I see it on paper. Lots of things change, as you know, in this process.
But in the Budget Committee markup, you said that we would have an official score from the nonpartisan budget experts at CBO before we vote on this bill. And when will we get that score?
I believe we will still have a score on the final bill.
So you think we'll get the score before we vote on it?
That's my expectation.
And if we don't, would you recommend that we hold off until we get to
I think we got a lot of the bill scored at this point. My expectation is.
So would you, like, it's not done yet, so why are we voting on it? Wouldn't you want to vote on the finished thing since you don't even know what's in it until it's done, right? I think we know enough. I think I think that ship is seaworthy. Look, sure, it's not done yet. We haven't finished building the boat, but I'm sure it's seaworthy. I think I want to give it a sail. Are you sure you want to do that? We have like another 2 weeks until it's done. No, just put it in the ocean. It'll be fine. Worst case scenario, we cling to, like a plank of wood, like Jack and Rose from Titanic. It'll be romantic. Worst case scenario.
They'll have the bill scored.
Yeah, but with the changes.
Just like the Titan sub.
I mean, one of the things about CBO is it talks not only just about the impacts on the deficit and the debt, but also on like how many people will lose health care benefits or, and other benefits. So any change will impact our constituents differently. And so I guess I just want to, do you think it's okay for us to vote on this bill without knowing how much it will cost the American taxpayer or how many people will get kicked off of their health care? And if you're saying we should absolutely have a final CBO score before we vote on this, I could live with that. I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're committing to or not committing to.
I'm committing, my expectation is they'll have all the scores, Mr. McGovern, but I think they know the various machinations and what that will do to ensure a certain number of people who receive, for example, Medicaid, who are in this country illegally under the policies
No one in this country illegally is receiving Medicaid. Like, I don't know how they keep making this claim. And I don't know where they get, and obviously I know that they don't care about the data. I know that they don't care about the claim, but like, I care about it. I want to know where they're getting like this, even if it's fake data. I want to know where the hell it's coming from, because like, frankly, it's just batshit, you know? Like, you guys know that in order to get Medicaid, you need to like submit like your social security number. And like, if you have a fake social security number, that'll be fine for, you know, some places of employment. It'll be fine for like, you know, paying taxes or something like that. Cause the IRS doesn't tend to look, or at least historically it's been fine. I don't know if it's still fine in Trump's America, but like historically the IRS just doesn't look too closely at like that information, because they're getting money for the government. They don't really care that much about whether or not the person giving that money is here legally or not. And the thing that the thing you need to understand is that if you're trying to get services from the government and you give a fake social security number, they're going to come on you harder than like the hammer of God. Okay? Like, they're going to come after you because you are trying to take money from the government. You can pay in, getting the money out, that's a no-go. Good night, Snoogan. Look at how this bill was written. How can you say it was done openly, with transparency and accountability, without backroom deals struck behind closed doors, hidden from the people? Hell no, you can't. Have you read the bill? Have you read the reconciliation bill? Have you read the manager's amendment? Hell no, you haven't. Exactly.
Of President Biden, and what that will change when we put prohibitions against taxpayer funded services going to illegal.
I'm not looking for a prediction. I'm looking for kind of certainty about
what we
will be. Mr. Boyle, as you know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year, congressional legislation collectively violates pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across-the-board cuts to programs like Medicare. Does this bill trigger statutory pay-go?
Yes, and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional Budget Office confirming it as of a couple hours ago. And look, this is really the breaking news, because when the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago, there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed, over the last several months, there's been no discussion of Medicare at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare. Well, here we are tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare, and it would total over $500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535 billion in cuts to Medicare.
Jesus.
And this bill doesn't waive statutory pay-go?
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and the federal budget, which is, again, I think a lot of people who are not following this as closely as you are probably are not aware of, and will be surprised to learn about tomorrow. Chairman Hill, as you know, military service members and veterans are disproportionately targeted and endangered by financial fraudsters. And the CFPB, whose funding Republicans are aiming to cut by roughly 70%, received nearly 85,000 financial complaints from service members and veterans in 2023. And the CFPB has provided $363 million in monetary relief from enforcement actions that involve harm to service members and veterans. Our colleague from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, spoke on an amendment in your committee that would prevent funding cuts to the CFPB from harming veterans and service members. I mean, this seems like a common sense amendment to me, yet not a single Republican spoke in favor of it. No one on your side even spoke up to explain why they were in favor of not moving this amendment forward, which again, I think threatens the financial safety of our service members and our veterans. So at the end of the day, I mean, this amendment was voted down. So I just want to give you an opportunity to explain why cutting an agency that protects the financial well-being of our service members and our veterans is a priority in this bill. I don't quite understand it.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGovern. The plan that Republicans advanced in this reconciliation plan was to save mandatory spending, and it's our judgment going back and looking at the history of the CFPB.
Yeah, we have to save mandatory spending by killing it and also, you know, blasting a hole through the economy. You know, like that's how you do it. You kill it to save it. Exactly.
Since its inception in the Dodd-Frank Act, that it could continue its core function and meet its statutory obligations at a 5% cap of the Federal Reserve's budget, which would be about $249 million this year, and that it could meet all of its statutory obligations in meeting what Dodd-Frank directed them to do, which is for large financial institutions and non-banking companies comply with consumer compliance, and we believe they can do that.
Yeah, I'm hearing great concern about the impacts of these cuts, and what I worry about in a number of areas with regard to this bill is that cuts are being made not necessarily on the merits, but just because cuts have to be made. Ranking Member Waters, the CFPB has returned $21 billion to consumers over the last 14 years. If Congress proceeds to slash 70% of the CFPB's budget, a vital agency whose sole purpose is to protect American consumers in the financial marketplace, would the CFPB be still be able to fight for consumers and seek remediation when they are harmed with this kind of cut?
Oh, Maxine Waters, come on.
Absolutely not. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important for consumers. I sat on the conference committee of the Dodd-Frank reforms when we created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. A lot of work had been done by Senator Warren and others. But I want you to know, prior to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the consumers really had nowhere to turn. They had nowhere to really lodge their complaints. And this is very important because now, with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the excellent work that has been done, they've been able to return $21 billion over 14 years to our consumers. I want you to know that our consumers, the victims, are mostly the least of these.
Yeah,
These
of course.
are people in poor communities.
People who are getting taken for a ride by corporations. Yeah. People who are being predated on.
And not only in inner city, but in rural communities. They are the victims of everybody with a kind of a broad scheme that see them as vulnerable and target them. I want you to know, without the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we would not have been able to deal with the big fines that we had to do some of the largest banks in this country that were literally, in many ways, had less risk management that they should have, and all kind of errors and mistakes and fraud was taking place. And so this proposed cut of 70% literally would kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Yes.
And I want you to know that even, and I'm recalling, when Mick Mulvaney was acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, he basically said, I'm bound to execute the law as written. When he first went in, he did not request any money. And then in one quarter, he and I think one other, Kathy Kraminger, when she was there, requested almost the maximum amount in one quarter of $249 million. So this is extraordinarily important. All of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, should care about our consumers, about our voters, about the fact that they need the money that they earn. Hard-working people to put food on the table, to pay the rent, getting ripped off in so many ways.
Maxine Waters
and
is a good
nowhere
egg.
to turn would be absolutely disastrous.
Thank you. The oversight portion of this bill would reduce pay, pensions, and protections for current and future federal employees. The bill would force the federal workforce to foot the bill for tax cuts for billionaires, and comes as the Trump-Musk administration is carrying out a cruel, full-scale assault on the federal workforce. The American people and the life-saving services they rely upon will suffer the most as a result of Republicans' efforts to purge the federal government of its dedicated, high-performing public servants and politicize the delivery of basic needs and services to our veterans, our children, and our seniors. Republicans also want to extort future civil servants into giving up their protections which serve the interest of the American people who want good government workers, not completely subject to the whims of whoever occupies the White House. Representative Lynch, what would the approximate financial impact of these provisions be on the average federal worker? You got to press your mic. Yeah.
If you add everything up, so the FERS annuity supplement would cost the average employee $54,000 in retirement income when they average it out over the 3 years that the average employee uses that for. Then the changing the high 3 to the high 5 costs them another $16,560 over 20 years. And then finally, the converting new employees at will, unless they accept, and plus the added money that they have to pay for their pension if they want to come under the Merit Service Protection Board, that it brings everything to over $106,000 over a 20-year career.
Yeah, and
Mr. Ranking Member, I just want to add your previous question about service members. Yeah. This bill eliminates the Office of Service Member Affairs, which is the CFPB department that really watched after. If you go to any of these Army bases, you get onto Fort Hood, outside the bases are all these money services and you know, their short-term loans, things like that, payment systems that are exploiting these young service members and their families. That office that used to protect them is being eliminated in this bill.
And what would the effect on our nation's nonpartisan civil service be of effectively extorting new hires to become at-will employees? I mean, would we see the same level of nonpartisan excellence?
It would gut it. So the estimate,
yeah, obviously.
estimate is that 75% of our federal employees, remember, these are new people coming into the workforce, they would reject paying the extra money for their pension and instead become, they would become at-will employees. So because they have no pension at the end, they're probably going to be relying on, you know, public assistance instead of being allowed to build a pension for themselves during their working lives.
And Chairman Comer, is it correct that under this legislation, your pension contributions don't increase, but a newly hired VA nurse or Department of Defense education activity teacher who wants workplace protections from political purgers would pay 5% more of their salary towards their pension than they would under the current law?
Well, they would have a choice.
Oh, good.
They would have a choice.
The answer is yes.
What a great choice
to have. They would have a
have.
choice to be an at-will employee,
or
and make more money, or be a traditional government employee, like what you all
There's something
prefer.
that to me is inherently wrong about all of this. I mean, we should want a federal civil service that represents the best of the best.
This is fucking crazy, dog.
You may disagree with that. That's fine.
No, I don't disagree with that. I think it's okay to give people a choice.
Right.
Give federal employees a choice.
Yeah, hey, do you want to be an at-will employee, sir? Hey, would you rather be like a government employee as you are now, as a representative, or would you like to be an at-will employee? You know, just like this guy looks genuinely scared by that question.
can make decisions. The government doesn't have to make every decision for everybody, including all the government employees. Government employees can have a choice here.
Right, but the incentives here are backwards, which that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think there's an attempt by this administration, and you may agree with it, to basically politicize our federal workforce, to make everybody just say whatever the administration wants, and that's it. And I think this is about incentivizing that. But let me just say, my final, to Ranking Member Smith, from your time on the Armed Services Committee, it is clear that you understand the value of defense spending and investing in our military. Do you believe that an increase of $150 billion for defense over the $848 billion provided to the Department of Defense in fiscal year 2025, and with few guardrails, makes sense when the pay for is devastating cuts from essential programs for the American people like Medicaid, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, which is SNAP, and student loan and grant programs at the Department of Education?
I do not, and then that's why I voted against it in committee and opposed this. I mean, adding $150 billion to defense is debatable in and of itself, but where it's coming from, as I think a number of people have articulated, it's coming from all these other programs. It's also coming from just borrowing the money. And I will also say we do not yet have a national security plan from the Trump administration. We've heard that they want to cut 8% from certain aspects of it. We haven't seen what that is, so we don't know what the plan is for this $150 billion. It is spread out over 4 years, by the way, not all in the first year.
And let me just add my final point here. I mean, many have expressed concerns with how Secretary Hegseth has managed the Pentagon, prioritizing loyalty over competence, decimating the military and civilian workforce,
Get his ass,
and undermining
McGovern.
the effectiveness of the Department of Defense. Given that chaos, is now an appropriate time to gift the Department of Defense an additional $150 billion on top of the $858 billion that they already received in FY 2025? I mean, do you have any concerns about this?
I do, and I know, please. So that was a central argument that House Democrats made during the markup. We have seen Secretary Hegseth struggling to run the department well. I think it's up to like 5 of his employees have quit or.
And Void Scream, I totally understand that you're behind. All I'm saying is that, like, that's the equivalent of what they're doing. They're basically going after, they're basically saying, look at how much better off we're making the worst off people in society. We're giving them 19 whole cents per day. You know? A minimum wage single mom. Hey, you got a tax break of 19 cents per day. Aren't you happy? While giving the richest fucks in the world $700 per day. That I was just trying to make a point. I wasn't making a point. I wasn't trying to say that homeless people are paying tons of taxes. Although you'd be surprised at how much they nickel and dime homeless people with taxation too, but that's a conversation for another day. I should hydrate more, you're right.
Been fired in the first 3 or 4 months. They've had highly critical things to say about the way the department is being run. Obviously, they don't know how to control secure information.
But I want to be able to talk more in depth about it than I'm able to today.
Securely, and again, they don't have a plan in terms of where they're planning to spend. We don't even have an FY26 full budget yet. So no, I don't think this department can be trusted with that.
I want to thank all the panel for being here. Again, as I said before, this bill doesn't represent my values, and I'm going to be part of an effort to fight like hell to defeat this. This is bad for our country. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chairman Rogers, I'm going to come to you in just a second to talk about the investments through DOD, but I just want to make sure.
Won't that mean we'll go into debt for our taxes? That is exactly what it means. It means our entire country is going to be $4 trillion deeper in debt as a result of this Republican bill. Not only are they gutting Medicaid and stealing health care from the worst off members of our society, but they are also throwing us deeper into debt so that they can give the richest people in the world an insane amount of money, frankly.
My understanding of the current tax law is that the top tax bracket starts for married couples filing jointly at $731,200, and that rate is 37%. Is that correct, Mr. Arrington?
Yes, sir.
Now, in our piece of legislation, do we...
This man thinks
Was
he's onto
Virginia
something.
Fox an actress? I think I remember her hosting Tales from the Crypt in the 90s.
Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $5 super chat. This guy thinks he's about to start cooking, and I have a feeling he's very much not about to.
reduce that 37% tax bracket for people making above that level?
Do we reduce that bracket? That is the reduced bracket that we extend.
It is 37% going forward, though.
Yes, that's correct.
It is an extension. So
Yes.
we're going to, the tax rate is going to be the same.
That's correct.
And there's a far cry from someone who's making $731,000 and someone who's a billionaire. And so I think there's a little, as my grandfather would say, on those hot.
Yeah, but I'm just going to throw this out there. This 1,000-page bill for the budget might go a little bit more in depth in a few areas that pertain particularly to the richest members of society, and not just to like people making more than $700,000. Just throwing that out there.
Summer days, as we pulled in the cow pasture, a little bit of smells like money in the argument that this is billionaires when we're simply extending the bracket, and that bracket starts at $731,000 for married filing jointly. And while those people are certainly doing quite well, it's a far cry from.
Hey, just out of curiosity, why don't we just create an entirely new tax bracket for people who make, say, over $1 million or over $500 million, or hey, even over $1 billion? What if we just have a bunch of different brackets that go farther up than just 730,000? It's kind of weird that we have that's our cutoff, right? That seems odd to me. Just throwing that out there.
Being a billionaire. Mr. Rogers, as you know, I returned from the border on Saturday, and I got an opportunity to meet with some of our troops down there, as well as the men and women with the Border Patrol, who are doing an exceptionally good job now and could have been doing that job over the last 4 years as well. And one of the things that amazed me is that, and this was actually Border Patrol that told me this, that they were, by default, paroling people into the country, even if they had visible gang tattoos. If they ran the scans on them or ran the system on them and they did not have an Interpol hit, they were told to parole them into this country, even if they had visible gang tattoos. So we've got $5 billion for border security. That's a huge investment for the people of this country that I think will go a long way and pay tremendous dividends for us. We've got $7 billion for air superiority, $11 billion for Pacific deterrence, $12 billion for readiness, $13 billion for nuclear deterrence. Now, can you speak to these issues and what they mean to every American citizen and our ability to protect them from our adversaries, both at home now, more so than ever, and abroad?
Yes, sir. On the first issue with the border, I would make the point that every administration going back to President Clinton has had to send National Guardsmen to the border to supplement Border Patrol efforts. That has been a higher demand right now because of the policies of the last administration that basically opened our border for 4 years. The problem that generated for us, though, is we already are spending at the lowest level on defense that we have as a percentage of GDP since before World War II.
Yeah, you know, if they wanted to solve Social Security insolvency, they could just remove the cap. that prevents people from paying, it's supposed to scale with your income, but I think it caps at like $500K or something. Like it cap, no, like at like $100K or something. Just remove the cap. Solve the problem.
For over 80 years. So that money had to come out of HIDE. This reconciliation is going to help backfill some of the money that we've had to.
Excellent question, Red Chaos. If people can't afford to live, won't they eventually try to destroy the system? What an interesting philosophical question to pose. And the answer to it is yes. That is why I talk about this bill leading to radicalizing people. Because if they are kicked off of their health care and are dying, or people you know and love are dying because of this, well, that's going to radicalize you, whether you want it to or not.
Spend to send our guardsmen down to help secure that border. And, you talked about just one leg of the triad. We have a real
I am going to
problem
speed this up, though,
with our nuclear triad, which is the most important deterrent we have to aggression in our arsenal. The Sentinel, which is going to replace the Minuteman III, the ICBMs, is way over budget, behind schedule. These are 1970s missiles that we have got to replace, and we've got to have the money to do it. This reconciliation goes a long way toward that. Our nuclear submarines, which are the most valuable element we have in the triad, we're behind on both the Virginia class and the Columbia class. This puts a lot of money toward getting them caught back up. We just have a lot of elements. You've heard about the Golden Dome, which is really a layered level of defense against attack that we have been needing for a long time. This puts $25 billion against that threat. I can go on and on. There are many threats. I really disagree with the argument that the $150 billion isn't needed. The fact is, this is just the first installment of what we need to start to get our defense back to where it should be so that we deter aggression.
Another great question posed by chat. Wouldn't it behoove the rich to, for self-preservation reasons, not screw the proletariat so much? And the answer to that is yes. However, would not screwing over the proletariat make them more money in the short term? The answer to that is no, so they don't think long term. That's kind of the issue. Capitalism prioritizes short-term gains over long-term devastating losses. And they're just steering us into the iceberg and really banking on the on like some kind of insurance scam to like help them come out on top should they survive the crash.
And stay out of wars.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. I want to be respectful of other people's time. There's an additional $9 billion investment for service member quality.
Big beautiful bill for
shipbuilding,
small
which will
smooth
be a lot of
brains,
jobs,
yeah.
That we need in this country. The $25 billion for Golden Dome. Our nation's defense systems.
Okay. Thank you, Van Briggs. In 2025, the maximum amount of earnings on which you must pay Social Security tax is $176,100. Thank you very much, Van Briggs. Sonia Blue, I understand that you wrote bolt holes. I read it as buttholes. So most have buttholes they can run to as well when the fires start. And that's true. They do have buttholes.
A lot of those systems are old. They were built to defend us from systems that are significantly slower and significantly larger than the weapons that we face today. And if we do not invest in that defense system, then I'm afraid we're putting ourselves at risk for hypersonics and other weapons that are extremely fast, extremely small. And I appreciate you, Mr. Rogers. I want to say this, Chairman Smith. It's always good to have two members who.
I'm glad I'm not alone, Van Briggs.
We're able to work together. I appreciate your professionalism on the Armed Services Committee, and this is one we just respectfully disagree on. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our chairs and ranking members for joining us at this extraordinary hour. I also want to welcome our dedicated C-SPAN viewers and rules aficionados. You know who you are, for our special edition of DC After Dark. We're meeting in the dead of night so that House Republicans can try to jam through their disastrous reconciliation bill with zero transparency or scrutiny. This meeting began at 1 a.m. because our Republican colleagues know that a bill this bad can't be exposed to the light of day. 1 a.m. is when you work on bills that you...
Yeah, exactly, Plant. The one thing I love about this is that they're just taking a fucking wrecking ball to everything so quickly, and it's pissing so many people off. They act like we don't know anything. It's true. Like, there's a reason why, like, how many people are watching this right now? It is 2:30 in the morning, and over 300 people are watching these proceedings right now because they think we don't give a shit. They think they can just do this invisibly, and they're wrong. Fuck these people. Not this lady. She's probably all right. But all those Republicans that are trying this is fucking nuts. It's already pissed us off. It's going to piss off everyone else.
Want to hide from the public. Why would they want to hide this bill? This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to Medicaid, the primary health insurance for nearly a quarter of Americans, in our nation's history. This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to SNAP, which prevents Americans from going hungry, in our nation's history. And this bill is going to enact the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in our nation's history. Not only that, but the Congressional Budget Office has just released analysis showing that this bill is going to result in a wealth transfer, not from the rich to the poor, but from the poor to the rich. It's a bill for which there's still no agreement to guarantee its passage. That's why some of our members here aren't here right now. They're out there trying to cut some more deals with the Speaker in the White House. And these deals aren't just tweaks, but if our colleagues' tweets are to be believed, they're so significant that those deals are going to determine whether or not this bill passes at all. Although if it does pass, it's going to be a strict party line vote. So after months of debate and deliberation in the Republican caucus, certainly not bipartisan debate with Democrats, House Republicans still don't have an agreement. What have you been doing all this time, other than lying about whether or not you were going to cut Medicaid? You've had multiple member meetings with the president, committee markups that went for dozens of hours, and you still haven't ironed out disagreements. Not only is it sloppy, it's disingenuous. We're meeting in the dead of night to consider a terrible bill, and you haven't even drafted or shared some of the most critical parts of the bill. Haven't shared them with your Republican colleagues, haven't shared them with the other half of Congress, and most importantly, you haven't shared them with the American people. As the chairwoman acknowledged when she gavelled us in at 1 a.m., if Republicans are able to pass their rule tonight, it will include a magical manager's amendment that will allow them to change the bill before it goes to the House floor. A manager's amendment that none of us have seen, that we won't be able to review or debate or change. And when we do get that magical amendment, it's likely to be dozens of pages long and include significant changes to the underlying text. To make last-minute changes, changes that will move around hundreds of billions of dollars. These deserve transparency, these deserve scrutiny, and these deserve debate. As some Republicans have suggested, y'all should probably go home for the long weekend, collect yourselves, and come back to rules when you actually have an agreement. We're here in the middle of the night, of course, because the Speaker and President are trying to rush this bill through by July 4th, a timeline that doesn't seem plausible even if Republicans manage to jam their BS version of this bill through the House this week. It's clear they don't have the votes. The deadlines are made up just so they can jam the bill before anyone really knows what's in it. And for all your consternation over this or that provision of the bill, no matter what agreement the House reaches after this tortured process, y'all know that the Senate is going to rewrite the bill anyway. Senators, Republican senators, have said this bill is a non-starter. And in addition, since the bill has not yet been finished, we don't have a CBO score, how much this bill will cost. We don't have any score except on prior versions of the bill. All we have are some back-of-the-envelope estimates cobbled together by Republicans in their backdoor meetings.
And they do not want to wait until more information comes out. Honestly, they probably were trying to get this particular committee vote done before the CBO data came out. You know, they wanted as little data out there as possible in order to try and make this particular meeting and all subsequent meetings a lot easier. They were probably in a race against the clock, not just against Thursday and going into recess, but also against the CBO coming out. You know, they were banking on the length of the bill to delay the CBO. Yeah, shove it through before the public reads it or knows about its effects.
Mr. Roy and Mr. Norman have long been big advocates for making sure that we have a CBO score. So it's hard to believe they're going to think it makes sense to pass a bill that doesn't yet have a CBO score, where hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxpayers' money is penciled in by staff with a calculator, maybe a slide rule, possibly an abacus. Or, you know, are they going to, as seems likely, throw caution to the wind and cave again because the president told them to? Of course, business leaders and economists are calling this bill an economic disaster that will add trillions to our national deficit by extending the tax cuts for billionaires at the expense of American families, just like the 2017 tax cuts did. We've seen this play before. The rich get richer, and the American people, working families, get left holding the bag. It was confirmed by the Congressional Budget Office just a few hours ago with a damning report that shows that this bill is going to increase the deficit likely by $3.8 trillion. It's going to cut billions.
Red Chaos writes, wait, I understand now. No one will be up at 1 a.m., so no protesters. Well, one, no protesters physically outside the building. But two, few people are awake at 1 a.m. on a Wednesday morning or a Tuesday night, you know? That's an unusual time to be awake for the vast majority of Americans. So it's both because there are going to be fewer protesters or no protesters outside when they do this, but also so that people just aren't aware that this is happening at all. I'm few people? Hell yeah, Faith Faulkner.
From Medicaid and SNAP, and it's going to reduce household income for poorest Americans and raise household income for the richest Americans. We can't emphasize enough how insanely rushed this bill is. You're proposing major healthcare changes that will impact every American, whether they get their healthcare through Medicaid or Medicare or some other source. The impact of those Medicaid cuts will reverberate throughout our healthcare system. Cuts to Medicaid will push hospitals, nursing homes, and health clinics into bankruptcy. And when those places close, it's going to be harder for everyone else to get health care. Now, turning to the panel before us, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Boyle, I assume you both saw last week's news that Moody's downgraded the United States credit rating. And I'm sure you've read about it because one of the biggest reasons for the downgrade was extending these unfunded tax cuts for billionaires. Moody's explanation is as follows, and I quote, if the 2017 TCJA is extended, which is our base case, it will add around $4 trillion to the federal fiscal primary, excluding interest payments, deficit over the next decade. And as a result, we expect federal deficits to widen, reaching nearly 9% of GDP by 2035, up from 6.4% in 2024, driven mainly by increased interest payments on debt, rising entitlement spending, and relatively low revenue generation. We anticipate the federal debt burden will rise to about 134% of GDP by 2035, compared to 98% in 2024. So doesn't it worry any of you on that side of the dais? It certainly seems to be what you've been talking about. It seems like a pretty damning indictment of the fiscal situation that Republicans are putting us in, and one that is going to become worse if they pass this bill. There's also this tidbit from that liberal journal, the Wall Street Journal, earlier this week. And I quote, investors sold U.S. government bonds and the dollar on Monday, after Moody's ratings late last week stripped the U.S. of its last AAA credit rating, citing large budget deficits and rising interest costs, adding to the nerves about America.
Yeah, the Moody credit downgrade is real devastating when it comes to the bond market. And the bond market, one of the things the reason I've talked about tariffs and bonds as like economic time bombs for the United States is because basically two things. One, the tariffs, even if Donald Trump backs off of them completely now, the damage is done. There's already going to be a supply chain shock, and it's going to be nasty. And that's an economic bomb that's coming down the pipeline. The second economic bomb that's coming down is the bond market. And basically the tariff shock of just imposing insane tariffs on China, doing worldwide tariffs, etc., like that spooked the bond market. And basically bonds, like government bonds, that is, you essentially are investing money into the United States. You buy government debt, and then the government says, okay, we will pay you back plus a very small interest on that. And people take that, and usually large businesses or other governments, because the United States is the most dependable nation on earth, largely backed by our massive military, right? It's considered extraordinarily stable. Well, when the tariffs spooked the bond market, well, that made it less stable, and that's real bad, but it was perhaps recoverable, right? However, the instability continued with Donald Trump doing, will we, won't we, who can say, tee-hee? And essentially, like, that instability has only increased, and the bond market is getting more and more shaken up. And the reason this is really bad, and the reason that the Moody's downgrading our credit rating is bad, is because, again, it speaks to stability. The less stable this all is, the less people want to invest in the United States because they don't think they're going to get their investment back. And what that is entailing, essentially, is that there is this de-dollarization going on. What do I mean by that? Well, the reason the United States can get away with a lot of the economic things that it does is because the entire world uses the petrodollar. Essentially, bases, the value of fuel using US dollars. Every country on earth takes US dollars, and like that in turn backs us up. It increases the stability of our economy, and essentially that allows us to just do a lot of crazy shit with money that other countries can't get away with. If the bond market gets too spooked, then what winds up happening is the dollar destabilizes. And if the dollar destabilizes, people stop accepting US dollars. Or at least they become more skeptical of using US dollars, which in turn reduces the circulation of that money. And it causes kind of this chain reaction of, well, moving away from using the US dollar. Now, what's additionally worse about this is that usually when we're talking about trade between nations, well, different nations have different currencies. So there needs to be like some kind of like goods exchange. There needs to be like some kind of exchange medium, right? Usually that is the US dollar. And so like what you can kind of see how this disrupts like global trade. It disrupts how like how trade in the modern era functions on a global scale. It is a huge global problem for the United States to be considered unreliable economically. And so this is an economic bomb of an order of magnitude bigger than the tariff bomb that is currently hard locked in. I don't know that the bond market issue is hard locked in, but like be aware that when we're talking about like the bond market being unstable, that's really fucking bad. Okay? So we'll have a worse Great Depression, but just in the USA. No. Because understand, if that bond market bomb goes off, that is we're talking like global depression. We're talking global depression. It's a far bigger and farther reaching problem. And it is also exponentially bigger than the tariff thing that is coming down the pipeline. So it's really fucking bad. When she's talking about how this adds like, billions more on top of this, when we're talking about kicking tens of millions of people off of Medicaid, we're talking about more instability. This is catastrophically bad. And it's all being done to, even at the cost and potential risk of exacerbating the bond market, in order to give money to the richest assholes on the planet. So they're genuinely ruining everyone's lives. If it destabilizes the bond market to a sufficient degree, then yes. I mean, they're already ruining like people in the United States' lives with the tariff shit. And also the lives of people in completely unsuspecting countries that have like Lesotho, like they don't deserve that shit.
America's debt trajectory, the House Budget Committee approved a tax and spending bill Sunday that is projected to add trillions of dollars to that deficit.
And Gaza, absolutely.
Wall Street Journal article this week was entitled "The Stark Math on the GOP Tax Plan. It Doesn't Cut the Deficit." That article put it this way: the plan won't reduce federal budget deficits and would make America's fiscal hole deeper. While Republicans who've vowed to reduce ratings say higher economic growth will fill the gap, budget analysts across the political spectrum have panned the Republican plan, warning that it worsens the U.S. fiscal picture. So there's no way around it. Your math ain't mathing. And the consequences are going to be disastrous for the entire country. Now, as we've been looking at this bill over the last few months, as it has been clear that it was going to require drastic Medicaid cuts, we do have this breaking news this evening that it's also going to impact Medicare. Mr. Boyle, this is a major revelation, and it's exactly why this bill is not ready for prime time, barely ready for the 1 a.m. time. So can you talk about how this is a backdoor cut to Medicare, which is going to cut for seniors, and what's going to happen if the bill passes?
Yes, as CBO showed, because of the deficits that are baked into the Republican bill for billionaires, that would, because of something called the Pay-As-You-Go Act, or PAYGO, that would trigger sequestration of Medicare. And it would, again, according to the Congressional Budget Office, be to the tune of over $500 billion to Medicare, one of the biggest cuts to the program. Indeed, I would say the largest outright cut to the program in American history. There are some who might want to argue and rebut that by saying, well, we'll just go ahead and waive PAYGO. It's actually impossible in reconciliation because it would not meet to the requirements of the Berg rule. So you cannot waive PAYGO. These cuts to Medicare will happen if this bill becomes law.
Thank you. That's obviously really concerning. Now, we've talked a little bit already about the fact that there isn't a CBO score for whatever the current version of the bill is, but we also know that there are ongoing negotiations about this bill. One of the things we've heard is that there may be an agreement on this SALT deduction, which has been so concerning to some of the Republican members. Is that agreement with respect to SALT likely to increase the deficit or decrease the deficit?
Well, I mean, obviously, if the SALT cap is raised even further than what was in the bill that was voted out of Ways and Means and passed out of budget when we basically put all of the component parts into one, then basically one of two things would happen. Either...
By the way, if any of you are wondering why are they talking about SALT? Why are they talking about SALT? SALT stands for state and local tax deductions. Like that, basically, it's the deduction cap that I think it's like $40,000 a year, something like that. It's some wild shit, you know. It like basically this has been a main point of contention between Republicans in blue states want like a higher SALT. It's like a whole thing. We don't have to get into it, but just understand they're talking about state and local deductions on taxes. Oh. There we go.
To find even more cuts in order to pay for the loss of revenue, or you would simply see these deficits increase by even more.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you. The prints from Oversight and Financial Services aren't too great either. It's in these committees that our Republican colleagues snuck in some really bad stuff they're hoping.
Void Scream, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that BWA energy, even this late at night.
You'll get lost in all the headlines about taxes and Medicaid. I'm really concerned by the Oversight Committee's contributions to this bill because the proposed changes to the federal employees' retirement system amount to a major pay cut for our nation's civil servants. It's a cruel policy. It takes earned compensation away from millions of hardworking people just to make a paltry dent in the staggering cost of their tax giveaways. So I know we're going to talk about the tax cuts later, but this is a multi-trillion-dollar handout to millionaires, billionaires, and Fortune 500 companies. It's the biggest government handout of all time. And to shave some dollars off the cost, Republicans are going to cut 13 million people off their health care, and it's going to force a punitive pay cut on federal employees. Mr. Lynch, I think you said 2.4 million employees. These are the public servants who work for you and me and our families and neighbors all across America, and they often do so for less pay than they would receive in the private sector.
Well, if you want to say your piece, Void Scream, I will read what you would have written for your dono.
Because they're dumb, but because they're committed to public service. They give us tomorrow's weather forecast and tell us whether we need to shelter from tornadoes and floods. They prevent crop blight and the spread of dangerous diseases like bird flu. They make sure that the respirators used by coal miners and surgeons actually work. They make sure our food is safe to eat and our water is safe to drink. And these people whose pay is being so casually cut are FBI agents, Coast Guard employees, and doctors and nurses at VA facilities. So at a time when the FAA is struggling with staffing shortages that are impacting air travel, Republicans are going to make that problem worse by cutting the pay of air traffic controllers. These provisions are an unmitigated mess. I'd like to think that we can all agree, no matter the size or shape of the federal government, it should be effective and responsive to the needs of the American people. It should be able to efficiently carry out these core responsibilities, and the provisions in this bill are undermining our ability to do that. So, Mr. Lynch, can you speak to how the oversight provisions in this bill are going to impact federal employees, including those serving in roles that are critical to our national security, our health, and our transportation safety?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Your reference to the VA is very astute. So in a city like Boston, our VA nurses probably earn between 25 and 30% less than the nurses at the private hospitals, and there are a bunch of them, right? So now what we're seeing happening is that because of the shortage of nurses that occurred after COVID, a lot of nurses just retired. Now they're pulling nurses from the VA. They're leaving the VA and they're going to work because they've got less hours, they got more pay, more benefits. So we're competing now, and you know, this is going to make it much more difficult to retain those nurses. And the ones that have been there a while are the most valuable, right? It takes a while to get a nurse trained up, you know, and fully skilled. It takes a few years. And, you know, so that's created a huge shortage in that whole metropolitan area. And that's happening all over the country where nurses are leaving the VA, doctors in some cases as well, therapists. So we're creating this real shortage at the VA. Our caseload. So right now we have a 250,000 backlog of cases at the VA because we don't have the personnel to respond to that need. So we're really in a crisis. You know, obviously the suicide hotline, we've laid off people there, which is ridiculous because we've got a crisis on our hands right now. So all of this will exacerbate the problem. You've hit on that in your remarks already, but this just amplifies the problem, you know, tenfold with these cuts. They'll be leaving in droves.
Your remarks about the VA are very well taken because I've heard the same thing from the VA facilities in my region, that the staffing cuts and the potential for pay cuts, the standards that are requiring nurses and doctors at the VA to see so many patients that they feel that they are not only not helping the veterans who they're trying to serve, but in some cases the standard of care is becoming harmful. And under those circumstances, we are starting to see an exodus of doctors and nurses from the VA, which this bill is only going to put on steroids, I'm
Absolutely.
afraid. The financial services print, of course, is no better. What Republicans are trying to do here is deeply alarming. It guts the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I mean, if you want to talk about a bureau that's had a fabulous return on investment, as you mentioned, billions of dollars returned to American consumers, this bill defunds the only federal agency dedicated to making sure consumers aren't getting scammed by credit card companies, payday lenders, mortgage servicers, and shady fintech operators. It's returned over $19 billion, $21 billion, I think you said, to consumers since its founding, and that's money that was stolen or unfairly taken through illegal fees, abusive practices, or deceptive marketing, and the Bureau was able to get it back for American consumers. And now Republicans want to defend it, not because it's ineffective, but because it actually works, and we know why. Because the Trump administration has already started dismantling the agency from within. In the last 2 months alone, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau has quietly dropped 9 lawsuits that it brought against companies like Capital One and Rocket Homes. Years of investigation and enforcement work has been tossed in the trash with no accountability and no restitution for consumers. It's also frozen dozens of ongoing investigations, many into companies with long records of abuse. These companies have been accused of everything from improper loan servicing and unfair interest charges to failure to protect sensitive consumer data. And now, thanks to new political leadership handpicked by the Trump White House, those investigations are dead. Investigators can't call witnesses, issue subpoenas, or even talk to company lawyers unless they get direct political approval, and that approval isn't coming. Meanwhile, these very same companies, it's such an amazing coincidence, have given generously to Mr. Trump's campaign and especially his inauguration fund. Meta, the parent company of Facebook under investigation for allegedly misusing consumer financial data, donated $1 million to the inaugural committee. Greenlight, a fintech company accused of misleading families about debit card access, is back.
I've been radicalized since Bush. I have fatigue. I need to be doing more, but I'm exhausted. Thank you for doing what you do, comrade. Well, thank you very much, Void Scream. And I understand. It's exhausting as hell. You know, like I just, you know, there's a part of me where I'm like, I feel like I need to be doing more too, but like I also just I do the maximum that I'm able. And at a certain point, I just have to sit back and say, you do what you can. You know, you do what you can, where you can, how you can, with the skills you have. And like, that has to be enough. Yeah, something from each according to their ability, something. You're doing a lot. I appreciate your faith in me, comrade.
By a Trump-aligned venture capital firm. And Elon Musk, whose company is launching a new mobile payments business, posted delete the CFPB on his social media after Trump's election. And of course, we've heard quite a bit about how much he's donated. So this isn't policy, it's payback. This is what happens when you let billionaires and campaign donors write the rules. And now House Republicans are trying to finish the job by defunding the CFPB entirely. So, Ranking Member Waters, can you speak more about this apparent corruption happening at the CFPB?
Well, allow me to say to you, Ms. Scanlon, you aptly described what has been happening with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It is one of the most needed and effective agencies of government that have done everything that you said they've done to assist our consumers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been hated by the Republicans ever since it came into its existence. They have tried to kill it, and we've been in court all the way to the Supreme Court on several issues, and we keep beating them back. But now, Trump and this administration want to cut them, even though we tried to protect them when we created them by having their financing come directly from the feds, rather than going through the Appropriations Committee. And they tried to attack that and other ways by which they thought they could get to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They're finally coming up with ways by which they think they can do that. But the way that we have been in the courts with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they still would be alive after a huge cut. But they would sit there and not be able to do anything. They wouldn't be able to do the investigation. They would not be able to protect those very consumers that the law created them to take care of. And so there are many in this country who fight very hard and are very disgusted with what is happening in an attempt to basically undermine them and get rid of them. This is a terrible thing that this administration is doing. You would think that both Democrats and Republicans would care enough about the consumers that they would protect this one agency that has demonstrated that they can do the work and the investigations to help get rid of fraud and ripoffs, as you have identified. And so this is what we should be fighting. I'm going to continue to fight. Like I said, I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we're all worried so very much about what is going to happen if, in fact, the administration has its way. And again, you have correctly identified it and talked about it in ways that everybody should understand.
It's really stunning that an agency that has been this successful in protecting American consumers is being zeroed out, when the only folks who are going to benefit are going to be large corporations and folks who are taking advantage of Americans. And apparently we don't, but I would hope that we would have bipartisan agreement that an agency like that should remain in place. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And Chairman Comer, given that I serve on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, I will focus my line of questioning on you. And I'll just note from the outset, too, that you've done an incredible job with your leadership with the committee. You do a great job for your district, for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and our country. You referenced this in your opening testimony, but could you just clarify for the committee your legislative jurisdiction over mandatory spending? It's pretty narrow, is it not?
You're exactly right. Let me say, you're a good member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Jack. We're glad to have you on there. But
we're all good
limited,
friends.
to mandatory spending. All we had that would fall in the legislative jurisdiction would have been the federal employee benefits.
Fair enough. And it's my understanding that federal employees get a hybrid pension that consists of both a 401k, type defined contribution plan known as Thrift Savings Plan or TSP, and a defined benefit annuity known as a Federal Employees Retirement System or FERS. How do these benefits contrast with those offered in the private sector?
Yeah, you're right. The private sector employers have shifted away from defined benefits towards defined contribution retirement benefit programs in recent years. And unlike what's provided in federal service, few private sector employers actually maintain both such benefits for retirees. In fact, a recent Department of Labor report indicates that only 15% of private sector civilian workforce had access to both defined benefit and defined contribution plans.
And a question many of my constituents ask is, do taxpayers fund pensions for federal employees that are generally more generous than the ones they themselves receive? And are there any credible recent studies on that?
Yes. According to a 2024 CBO report that I requested, CBO found that in 2022, federal employee benefits cost about $31 per hour worked and $22 per hour worked for private sector employees. That's benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector employer or private sector workers.
Fair enough. One thing that you mentioned in your testimony, and I've heard you speak over and over about, more than 2 million federal retired employees currently receive federal pension benefits costing more than $100 billion annually, with taxpayers showing most of the expense. I just want to repeat that for the committee. 2 million federal retired employees that currently receive over $100 billion in benefits from taxpayers combined together. And just to be abundantly clear to those who spread this information, the changes your committee print makes to the federal retirement system do not affect the benefits of those retired employees. Is that a fair statement?
That is 100% correct. That is.
Yeah, we're not. Look. We're not fucking over current retirees from these programs. The future retirees from these programs. You guys just don't get it. You guys, like, it's fine if we do it to newer retirees. You know, sure, they might have worked for the last 40 years, but, like, you know, what's another 10 years to them, huh? God, I hate these people.
It's opposite of what some of the Democrats in Congress have been saying. It does not affect those. The benefits of those are already retired are not impacted, and the change we make to the FERS benefits
the supplemental retirement benefits takes effect for those retiring after 2027, so that's a 2-year delay.
Exactly. And just to clarify, for those future employees, people that may not be hired for years from now, I think they're given a choice when they're hired.
Right.
It changes in that aspect, but for those retired, it does not. But could you just walk us through what happens as it relates to those who may be hired in the future?
Yeah, in the future, they're going to have a choice. They can be an at-will employee, or they can be the traditional government.
Why the fuck would you choose to be an at-will employee? Fuck you. Yeah, maybe look, maybe they just don't want retirement benefits. People just don't want to be able to retire. They just love working.
Employee that Mr. McGovern cherishes, and
James Comer's one of the dumbest motherfuckers in Congress.
They would receive a higher benefit. If they want to be a traditional employee, that's protected with the very generous federal employee personnel laws that are on the books. Then they can do that. So I think this is our proposal saves billions of dollars, and I think it gives federal workers a choice.
Well, one thing I want to focus on as well is, my district, I'm just south of the Atlanta airport. I represent an enormous amount of air traffic controllers and heard a lot from the air traffic controllers throughout this entire process, and would just love for you to walk the committee through how air traffic controllers are treated as it relates to some of these changes. I know we worked at great lengths to ensure that we're recruiting the best, enabling the best system for air traffic controllers to thrive so we can keep our skies safe.
Yeah, and Mr. Jack, you've done a great job advocating for them on the Oversight Committee. And I want to be correct a statement that was stated by a Democrat on the Rules Committee earlier. The air traffic controllers are exempted from any changes in this bill. That's in print. So that.
Oh, well, that kind of sounds like that like anyone that isn't exempt is getting fucked over by this bill. That's crazy. That's weird how that works, huh?
That needs to be clarified. They're completely exempted from any changes.
And law enforcement officers, federal firefighters.
That's right. Border Patrol.
Wonderful. And as it relates to Border Patrol, just a helpful point as I round out my time. You also achieve savings by removing ineligible dependents from the federal employee health insurance program. I applaud this provision. Taxpayers should not bear the cost of fraud and error committed by federal employees. And did not, just correct me if wrong, did this provision get bipartisan support when it was taken up by the committee last Congress?
It did, and that's something that we should all be applauding here. This is an audit to ensure that there aren't people on the benefits plan that are ineligible. And that's kind of what Brett Guthrie's done with Medicaid. We're not cutting Medicaid. We're not cutting these benefits. With that provision, we're trying to ensure that people who are on the system are truly eligible, and to remove those that are ineligible. GAO report estimated that if we do this audit, it'll save $1.5 billion taxpayer money. So I think that's a pretty good deal for the American taxpayer.
Well, I appreciate your leadership. I very much am grateful for yourself and all that worked on the committee to help support air traffic controllers. It's very.
But what air traffic controllers? Honestly, great point, Trainmon. Great point, because didn't you know, guys? They're lifting the retirement cap on air traffic controllers. They're trying to convince retired ones to come back. They want to have air traffic controllers, some of the hardest working people who have a mandatory retirement age or had a mandatory retirement age because of how demanding their job is. They're bringing the ones that might have lost a hitch in their step. Bring them back. What could go wrong?
Important in my district, and with that, Madam Chair, I respectfully yield back.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, I just want to point out, you called this meeting, and I'm looking at who's here. There's 4 of us and only 3 of you. And your members can't be bothered to even sit here.
Get him, McGovern.
And I just say that because if that continues, we're going to move to adjourn. So I hope that your members will, since you called this meeting, will actually be here present, listening to the.
Yeah, get their asses for leaving.
Just point that out and say that we will feel obligated to move to adjourn again if that continues. Thank you.
Mr. McGovern, our members are in and out, just like your members are in and out. You were gone for about 30 minutes. And so we always allow people to move in and out.
There are more of us here right now, and we're in the minority.
Well, our members.
This has been a tactic in the Agriculture Committee. I don't know about the other committees where Republicans just get up and leave. And so I think people ought to be present here. At least you got to have more of you here than us here. Thank you.
There are more of us here than you. So there's no reason to delay this meeting any longer than it is. Mr. Neguse.
Mr. McGovern, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I would not think less of you if you use the 1-2 punch style of debate. Okay, I wouldn't think less of you.
What I'm saying is there's no need to delay this meeting any longer than we have to. Thank you. Recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all the chairs and ranking members. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Got a lot of questions, but I guess first I want to, maybe if the chairwoman will indulge me, give her an opportunity
This two-tier thing has been done before by my father. My father works at the post office. Lower pay and benefits for new employees started years ago. Yeah, I remember this was a big thing when John Deere workers were striking, because essentially part of like what union workers at the John Deere plant were dealing with was management was trying to fuck over newer workers by offering them worse and worse benefits based on seniority. And like, it's just not okay. We can't stand for that. You know, this is a time-honored union busting strat. Get the workers fighting on like between divisions of seniority. It's a classic move, and it sucks butt.
To say a word, and that is my assumption, and I think the assumption for most Americans, is that the reason Republicans have decided to notice this hearing and proceed at the dead of night is because this bill is indefensible. It sounds like maybe you have a different reason, and so I guess I'm trying to understand, why was this meeting scheduled for 1 a.m.? Why are we meeting at 3 a.m.? What was the rationale? Or is there a rationale that am I mistaken?
I think my opening statement stands for itself, Mr. Nichols.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I would just say, I mean, your opening statement essentially, as best as I could tell, were ruminations about, you know, what happened in 2007, 20 years ago. I wasn't here. Most of us weren't here. I don't know that that is a cogent rationale.
2022, two and a half years ago.
And so the basis for scheduling this hearing in the dead of night is that you've decided that this is just the way things should work, and that this is, I mean, I'll just proceed. I'll just say this, Madam Chair. It does not take...
No, you honestly just stick with it, man, because like I do not understand either outside of them being cowards. It would be great if they could produce a different rationale.
Take more than a cursory review online to find quotes from just about every member on the other side of the dais, including you, Madam Chair, back in 2009, again, a long time ago, regarding a stimulus bill that you described as rush legislation that was thrown together, quote, who threw together the final stimulus bill in the dead of night. Another bill that you, quote, said, the bill that was finalized in the dark of night. So I think it's an unfair and unreasonable mischaracterization of our position and with respect to the disagreement we have about this process unfolding in the dead of night. And it makes no sense to me why House Republicans didn't notice this hearing for 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. It would not have been a difficult thing to say, yeah, instead of meeting at 1 a.m., we're just going to meet in the morning. And the American people are going to be able to watch and hear this fulsome debate and be able to reach their own conclusions. That doesn't seem like an unreasonable position to take. And I suppose, and maybe I'll start with Chairman Arrington, because I know him to be a reasonable person. Welcome back to the committee. I don't know.
Now I'm nervous.
Well, I don't think you were here in 2007 either. Maybe you were.
No,
I
don't
think you were. Is this, I mean, you can't possibly agree that it is a prudent thing to do to have this hearing at 3 a.m. I mean, is this how you imagined legislation would be made in Washington when you were running for Congress, Mr. Chairman? Really?
I imagined that we would have the sense of urgency to complete the task in a...
Oh, fuck off, dude. What speed is this on? This is on 1.5 speed because we fell like 30 minutes behind what was happening.
In the time frame that we set.
And so the 5 hours between doing it at 1 a.m. and doing it at 6 a.m., that's the urgency you're describing? What deadline is there on Thursday, or tomorrow, I guess tonight, getting this bill done? What is the...
Well, as you know, there are time frames associated with each phase of the process when you are conducting regular order. I'm very proud that this has been bottom-up, committee and member-driven, and it's been a regular order process.
Mr. Arrington,
and the goal was...
Honestly, I love this new line of questioning. I'm glad it's a breath of fresh air. Like, yeah, this is kind of horse shit, isn't it? Like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this horse shit plan? I like it. We need more of this.
Was to have it done by Memorial
All right,
Weekend.
I was hoping I could...
I'm not saying
you would give me an intellectually honest answer, the kind of answer I think that your constituents and my constituents in Colorado and your constituents in Texas would expect, which is to say, obviously, this isn't reasonable. It does not make sense. This isn't transparent to hold hearings at 3 a.m. on a bill of this size and this scope and this scale. That's not in the best interest of the country. You could just as easily delay it at 5 hours, let the American public have an opportunity to listen to this debate, and then vote on the bill on Thursday. And all of you could go home for the district work period. So this false sense of urgency for 5 or 6 hours makes no sense. And again, I understand that's your rationale. I think the American people are smarter.
Shock buzzers on every congressperson's chair. Raise tax money by selling buttons to American citizens.
Buttons? Hey. Hi. This is Riverboat Jack here. Thank you, One-Eyed Heathen, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. But you know what? It occurs to me I haven't asked you guys to do a very important thing, and that is to click the button. Click the goddamn button. You know, the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, the like button on the YouTube stream, click the button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. In Van Briggs, I'll pump some iron. Just a little break. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're getting anything of value out of this, please consider supporting it with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys make this stream possible. I wouldn't be able to do it without you fine folks. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha! We did it. All right. Whew. Here we go. Back into it.
Than the House Republican caucus are giving them credit for. They know what this is about, and when they wake up, invariably, later this morning, and they find that this bill was reported out of this committee in the dead of night, I think they'll reach their own conclusions about House Republicans' commitment, or lack thereof, to transparency. And just for the record, because I want to be an equal opportunity advocate here with respect to some of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle who serve on this committee, who apparently have decided not
Oh, Benny Luca, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciated.
to attend the very hearing that they demanded we hold in the middle of the night. But they have spent years condemning late-night rule committee markups and bills that are reported out. Mr. Norman, I'm just going to read some of his greatest hits. This is from 2019. 2,300 pages, less than 24 hours to read, debate, and vote. Oh, and $400 billion added to our national debt. That's an ex-post. Another one. New swamp minibus dropped at 2 a.m. Actually earlier, I guess, than where we find ourselves today. We're expected to vote on $1 trillion in spending tomorrow. It's 1,000 plus pages. This won't be good. Diving in now. Another one. You never be expected to sign a 1,000-page document to buy a new car in a day. Why should Congress be expected to sign off on 1,000 plus pages resulting in $1.2 trillion in spending in a day? That's our colleague, Mr. Norman. I'll be very interested to what he has to say when we wrap this hearing up at 10, 11 a.m. later this morning. Mr. Arrington, I want to talk about the deficit. I've known you historically to be, I thought, somewhat of a deficit hawk. At least that was my fair characterization.
That is fair.
At least prior to this bill.
Even with this bill,
Well, let's get into that. I'll ask you a couple questions on that front. Okay,
This
so
bill does not
there's a
reduce
press
the
release. This is from
deficit,
March
you
25th
lying
of this
sack of
year.
shit.
A gentleman by the name of Ray Dalio. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. Says Ray Dalio to House GOP. This is on the House Budget Committee's website. Cut the budget deficit to 3% of GDP. This was his admonition to you and to your Republican colleagues that it was a laudable goal to try to get the deficit to 3% of the GDP. Do you agree that that's a laudable goal?
Yes.
Is that something you're passionate about?
Absolutely.
What's fascinating is that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget just issued a press release today. You might have heard it. You might have read it. I'll read you the headline. House bill would put 3% deficit far out of reach. So this goal that you have, that you seem to be particularly passionate about, is one that is not embedded in this bill that you're asking your colleagues to support, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. You're familiar with that organization?
I am.
And I think they've featured you at different times. I think they've applauded you, if I'm not mistaken, in the past.
They're good people, and good people can disagree.
Let me read to you what these good people have said about your bill. They have said, and I'll quote, unfortunately, the House Reconciliation Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, would increase deficits significantly. The House Reconciliation Bill would put the 3% deficit target further out of reach. These are your allies. I mean, these are people who are fighting for a responsible federal budget, who've been imploring the Congress to take deficits seriously. A month ago, you had folks coming in saying, Mr. Chairman, get to that 3% target. Yep. And now you have these experts that you've praised in the past telling you you're way off the mark. Make it make sense, Mr. Chairman.
Well, to get to a 3% deficit to GDP, which would stabilize the debt, you've heard the Secretary of Treasury establish a similar metric.
Worshipper of Olympians, thank you for the $5 super chat, Canadian. Who are we rooting for? We're rooting for the Dems in this case. This guy is a Republican. The other guy is a Democrat.
Would take $7+ trillion in spending reduction. It's a great goal, and it's a clear one, and it's measurable. But just like coming out of the World War II, 120 roughly % debt to GDP, we're comparable to that today, actually have exceeded it. It took time. And I would say this is a substantial effort and step to begin bending the curve on debt to GDP. So my analysis is different from my friends in the organization that you mentioned.
Different isn't the word I would use. I mean, different is one opinion, is a bit of a deviation. They are saying you are wrong. I didn't quote it length. I mean, I'll just keep reading here. In 2027, we estimate the House reconciliation bill would boost deficits to about 7% of GDP, which is more than double Bessent's, the Treasury Secretary that you referenced, proposed fiscal target, 1.8% of GDP above current law and 0.7% of GDP higher than a simple extension of the Tax Cut and Job Act's individual provisions. What they're saying, I think, is that if you just simply extended the tax bill and didn't do anything else, you would reduce the deficit more than what you've done here.
I don't know how that could be even possible.
Well, I'm reading
but we reduced, just let's think through this. We reduced spending by 1.7 roughly trillion dollars. And they're suggesting by extending the tax cuts without that reduction in spending, we would be better off.
I think I can tell you why. And I'm happy to give the ranking member of the Budget Committee opportunity. It's because of the tax breaks that you have given to the richest Americans embedded in this bill, such that at the end of the day, the savings that you've described
get his ass
into the deficit that you proclaim. Ranking member Boyle, you can correct me if I'm mistaken about that.
I like you both, but Neguse has the better side of the argument, I think, quite clearly. I would point out a few things. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is, I have to say, admirably independent, and at times they are an equal opportunity afflictor of both sides of the political divide, depending on the piece of legislation that's coming down the pike. Their credibility is quite clear. They've been consistent when it comes to deficit and debt, and they are calling out the intellectual dishonesty in this piece of legislation. There's actually a conservative think tank called the Manhattan Institute, which indicates that the Republican bill is actually the most expensive piece of legislation since the 1960s, since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. So it's no accident that Moody's chose this past Friday to, for the first time in American history, downgrade our debt. They've been withholding joining the other two credit agencies, one of which had downgraded our debt back in 2011 when the Tea Party Congress drove us right up to the brink in terms of whether or not we would have a debt ceiling crisis. And then there was another credit downgrade by a different credit agency a couple years ago, which was also related to another potential crisis in terms of the debt ceiling. Though that credit downgrade a couple years ago did also reference the future trajectory of our debt. And now here we are with Moody's, for whom the trajectory, because of this legislation, of our deficits and debt was finally what prompted them to be the last of the three credit agencies to downgrade our debt. So finally, as you pointed out, what we're seeing in the bond market, that can't be spun. That can't be papered over with a gimmick like current policy baseline. The reality is these markets are charging us more now for our debt, which means higher mortgages, higher auto loan rates, higher costs for the American people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Ranking Member Boyle. And as I go through the constellation of the entities and the individuals that have opined as to the impact of this bill on the deficit, it's pretty clear to me the conclusion. Apparently, the CBO, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, I was unaware of the Manhattan Institute's conclusions. I guess we'll add them to the list. By the way, Republicans also, Republican senators, right? I mean, Chairman, you're aware of, we don't have to go through the litany of the statements. I mean, I'm happy to read them to you, but you're aware of what Senator Rand Paul and other colleagues of yours in the upper chamber have said about this bill and about their concerns regarding the deficit. Well, it's 3 a.m. Why not? I'll offer a few of these.
3 a.m. Why
this was Rand Paul
not?
today.
Who gives a
The
shit?
Speaker, I guess, met with Senate Republicans, and this is Rand Paul's quote. Quote, the Speaker basically said that conservatives just have to live with raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion or $4 trillion, which is a historic amount. And I'm one conservative who won't live with that. Senator Ron Johnson, this is a week and a half ago, quote, the one big beautiful bill, I never thought I'd be quoting Senator Johnson, but anyway, I digress. The one big beautiful bill that Congress is working on is certainly big.
I like
beauty
this
is in the
guy.
eye of the beholder. Too often, the reality of these budget debates get obscured in details, politically charged issues, and demagoguery. Under every scenario now being considered, federal debt continues to skyrocket from its current level of almost $37 trillion. And I could go on. So Republican senators, the CBO, the Committee for the Responsible Federal Budget, my Democratic colleagues, everyone who's looked at this bill seems to conclude it is going to blow up our deficit. Everyone but you, Mr. Chairman. And I just can't understand why.
Would you like me to explain?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I don't know if you know what the annual average GDP was during Trump's tenure prior to COVID, and I'm not going to ask you the questions.
I appreciate that.
But it was close to what the annual average GDP rate was for President Biden, actually, if you control for COVID, around 2.8. It was 1.8 when President Trump took over in his first year of his first term. He was able, because of the pro-growth policies, including the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but also massive deregulation efforts, America First trade, et cetera, good energy policy, was able to move the needle by an entire 100 basis points, which over the budget window is about $3 trillion. So just to be conservative, we locked in an assumption that was lower than both, 2.6. So ironically, CBO projects the annual average growth rate at this point, which I think is actually pretty aggressive, given that they assume the tax cuts would expire, is 1.8%. So to have a conservative assumption of 2.6 plus the $1.7 trillion in spending reduction actually not only balances, but in 10 years it reduces the deficit, and more importantly, it brings the debt to GDP down, which I think is the best measure of the fiscal health of our country.
Dude, this guy is bullshitting so hard right now. So fucking hard. Well, yeah. If you make a bunch of batshit assumptions, it all evens out. You know, crazy how that works.
Country by 10 percentage points.
I've given you some room to respond on that.
Thank you for the time.
Of course. Can I tell you what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget
Well,
said
I wish you wouldn't.
I'd be happy to.
I wish you wouldn't.
At this exact issue. Sure. I think it's important. And they said, and I'll quote, most analyses have found that the House bill, that the House bill would have either a modest positive or modest negative effect on output and would not meaningfully change the annual growth rate. Even with the concurrent budget resolution's assumptions of 2.6%, the very percent that you just identified, average real annual growth, which is quite optimistic in the near term and highly unrealistic over a decade, deficits would remain well above the 3% target. Mr. Chairman, look, I get it. You know, we've been through this routine previously. Yes. I know when you testified in front of the committee before, I recognize you're here selling a product that I honestly don't think that you agree with, but you know, I understand the assignment. And so I will just simply tell you, I don't think that this bill is in the best interest of the fiscal health of our country, and there's a reason why virtually every expert has reached the same conclusion. Yep. I want to ask some questions of Chairman Hill, if he might indulge me. So can you just describe to us, Chairman Hill, the impetus behind the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board?
Public Company Oversight Board, what we've done is we've transferred.
No, not what you've done recently. I'm asking, why do we have it? How was it created?
It was created during the crisis around the failure of Enron.
That's right, right? So it's in the wake of Enron, in the wake of WorldCom.
And there was an assertion by the Congress at that time that all public accounting firms needed an independent regulatory body.
Correct. And that assertion, you probably are aware, was supported by an overwhelming majority of the Congress.
Mm-hmm. It was. And so we're continuing that oversight of public.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted for that bill to create the Public Accounting Oversight Board?
The vast majority. Very few people voted.
Hey, Snugan.
431. Yeah. 431.
So much bullshit.
By President Bush, right? And you all have chosen to eliminate it, right?
Not true.
You're not eliminating it.
No, we're transferring the authority to oversee the public accounting from the PCAOB to the SEC.
To the SEC, got it. But you're not allocating any funding to the SEC to actually perform these duties, right? There's no money in this bill for that.
We are taking the fees that were being charged to the companies and eliminating those fees.
I understand you're eliminating the fees. Yeah, so my point is, you said, I'm not dismantling the agency, but we're moving it to the SEC. But we're not giving the SEC a dime to do any of these critical accounting functions that virtually every Republican in the United States Congress supported a mere 20 years ago, right?
We're cutting the mandatory.
I was unfamiliar with the game of this representative from Colorado, but he is absolutely eviscerating these people.
Spending that is in this currently in the budget for the PCOB, transferring those authorities to the SEC, and I'm sure they can come to the Congress for appropriations.
Got it. So in the interim, there will be no public accounting oversight activities, right? Yeah.
That's not true. The work of overseeing the public accounting firms will continue.
By who?
We've contemplated that in the bill in the terms of the phase-out. It's in the reconciliation bill.
Describe it to us. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. You're saying it gets moved over to the SEC. There's no new funds. There's no mandate.
There's a phase-out period in the reconciliation bill, and that will afford the SEC the opportunity to seek appropriations.
So does the bill it gives the SEC the opportunity to seek appropriations. So until that agent, and of course we have no idea as to whether or not the Congress will ultimately consent to that appropriation request. There's also no language in this bill that mandates that the Public Accounting Board, the personnel who work for this entity now that's been in existence for 20 some odd years, are rehired by the SEC.
That's true.
Okay. This is coupled with, obviously, we've gone to great length, and Ranking Member articulated well the cuts to the CFPB, and I know you don't contest that, the 70% cut, obviously, to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
We're taking the cap of the amount of money the CFPB can request from the Fed from 12% to 5%. It's not being cut, as the gentleman from Pennsylvania asserted, to zero. It's also not the only agency that does consumer compliance in the financial services sector.
I understand your rationale with respect to that secondary part, but I just want to zero in here on the financial piece, because I guess my read of the bill was that it will significantly reduce the funds that are available for the CFPB to be able to perform the duties that it's responsible for executing under federal law.
The CFPB is often lost in federal court time and time again for exceeding its authority, proposing regulations that are not statutorily approved, proposing new functions that are not statutorily approved by Congress. And we believe that the money that is in the 5% cap is adequate for them to do their compliance responsibilities under the Act.
Yeah, again, I got your question. I hear your rationale for opposing the CFPB. I was just trying to get a better sense.
I didn't say that. I said we think this is the adequate
that's
funding.
adequate for them to perform the function, but that it is a significant reduction in the resources that they have. And I understand
in FY 2019, it was exactly around $250 million. This year in FY 25, they're proposing $800 million in spending. And yet, in our view, the spending is adequate to be at $250 million, looking at their own analysis of their own personnel, compared from when it was at its full initial operating phase in 2012 and comparing it to today, we believe it's adequate.
Okay. Financial Stability Oversight Council, reducing funding by 90%.
No.
No?
What we've done is the fees that are the budget for the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is supported by bipartisan members of the Congress, we're simply saying that it's the actual expenses. So the Office of Financial Research, where that revenue takes place.
No. It's not. These aren't cuts. You don't understand. It's a totally different guy named Guts. It's not 3 cuts in a trench coat. It's just my good friend Guts. Good night, Alan Smith.
We've looked at the 3 years average used to support the FSOX operation. We've capped it at that 3-year average level for the actual functioning expenses of FSOC. We're not eliminating FSOC. We're not eliminating the funding for FSOC.
I want to give the ranking member an opportunity to respond, and perhaps she can clarify if I'm misunderstanding the nature of the way in which FSOC's funding will be implicated. So I'd like to have that clarified.
First of all, I want to go back to
the microphone.
I want to say a word about the PCOB that is being transferred. You talked about the fact that the PCAOB was being transferred to the SEC, and you wanted to know whether or not there were any funds that followed that. And the answer by Chairman Hill was that they could come and ask for more money. But it is really a lot more serious than simply whether or not they have the money. They had a hard time getting an agreement with the Chinese that are in our financial markets. But under the Biden administration, they were able to work out an agreement with the Chinese that was very, very important. Now, that agreement does not extend to the SEC. And so that means that the SEC, the auditors won't be able, perhaps, to deal with China, Germany, and a lot of the other places. So this is very, very serious, and I just wanted to say that. Next, you were talking about the council.
FSOC.
About why it is so important and what is happening to it. Well, the council is very important because we are at a time when all of these crazy tariffs are being initiated by the President of the United States of America. And we have rising inflation also. This means that the cost of loans are going to be much more expensive. I want you to know that investors around the world are freaking out, unsettled about what is happening. And so what you have is not only the unsettlement, but the uncertainty that is being created by these tariffs. And we haven't talked a lot about tariffs here tonight. And the president is giving all these excuses why he wakes up in the morning and decides that he's going to change the amount of the tariffs. And he said that the reason that we're having all these tariffs is they aren't paying their fair share, and he's going to use the new money that he's going to collect for manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. He's going to do all of that. However, I want you to know that these tariffs are being placed on bananas and coffee, and that has nothing to do with what he's saying he's going to use the money for. So the council is so very important as we take a look at what needs to be known with this crisis that's being created and how the federal government could get involved much sooner than what happened in 2008. And so we need it. If you just take a look at what happened with AIG, which is one of the biggest problems that had to be corrected, they got in charge of that, and they were able to not only give new oversight, but it was restructured, and it was no longer a threat. So it's very important to have the council and the research that goes along with it.
Well, I would say thank you, Madam Ranking Member, and I would just say, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hill, I respect your expertise. I know you've worked on these issues. I know you've served in the Treasury Department, and I understand.
So what's happening here, for those of you who are coming in more recently, right? Essentially what they are doing here is they're trying to have the debate section of this occur while everyone is asleep, right? Rather than it happening during the day, rather than there being like up to the minute like reporting throughout the entire day. They're trying to minimize the news story here so that it is smaller, so that people don't really see it, etc. Like, this is happening at 4:30 in the morning. Like they're trying to bury the story. That's the entire purpose of what is happening here. And so they're doing it right now, and that's why we're covering it, because frankly, if they don't want people to know about it, I want you guys to know about it 10 times harder.
The policy reasons that you might have, and
we were directed.
Let me finish. It wasn't a question that you believe with respect to some of the changes that you're seeking to make. My simple suggestion is that the changes you are making to the accounting board, to the CFPB, to FSOC, taken together in the aggregate, all of these agencies, these entities were created for a reason, right? And they were in the wake of very serious financial crises that engulfed our country. And I don't think that it's in the best interest of American consumers to pursue these kinds of changes. I also think they're policy changes, and that ultimately if the parliamentarian in the Senate is abiding by precedent, that they shouldn't make it through the birdbath, but that's a different inquiry. So in any event, I will move on. My final question to Chairman Comer. Mr. Chairman, so with respect to the exchange we were having with one of my colleagues earlier about the exemptions that you all crafted into the bill regarding air traffic controllers, that's in relation to the at-will, this distinction essentially between giving federal employees the choice of choosing the at-will employment versus non-at-will employment, federal protections, but a higher retirement contribution. Am I right? That's what the exemption is applying to?
What's that? I mean, I don't understand your question.
Why don't you describe to me, I wanted to better understand the new language you all have adopted regarding air traffic controllers and law enforcement.
They're exempted from any changes.
Any of the changes that you all are making with respect to the federal benefits system. That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. That didn't exist in the original bill, or was that not the case?
There were exemptions for Border Patrol, and Yeah, they were, I guess you could say, partially exempt.
Yeah, and that's the genesis of my question. I'm really drilling down on, and your staff director, I think can write to this issue around the provision that I would say compels, you would say offers federal employees this choice to choose at-will employment and a higher contribution for their retirement benefits, right, or to stay within the federal protected system and have to pay a higher contribution on their end. That original provision did not have the exemptions that you all have added now for law enforcement, for Border Patrol, for air traffic controllers. That wasn't in the bill that you all marked up a few days ago that the Republican majority on the bill approved. Or am I wrong about that?
That's correct.
Okay. What I am interested in is, was there a discussion, and are you willing to have a discussion, particularly as you consider a manager's amendment, to draw out a similar exemption for veterans? So veterans who have rights under the in the current system, if you're a veteran and you work at any of our federal agencies, right, but you don't fall into this particular job classification exemption, you have rights before the Merit Systems Protection Board that you can adjudicate, right, as a veteran. And my point is to simply say, why wouldn't you draw out this exemption to include veterans, irrespective of whether or not they fall into this classification or not?
Look, the bill can be amended through the process. I mean, this is, we passed out, we were given instructions to say $51 billion. We met that. And look, during discussions, there's going to be minor changes made here and there. With respect to at-will, I want to make it clear there are certain states that have at-will civil service employees. Some of those states are Georgia, Texas, Florida, and Utah. So I don't think there's anything groundbreaking or unique here.
No, I'm not. But what I'm suggesting is you crafted this exemption over the course of the last 72 hours. You added a very large exemption to this bill. That's
hey, Malachi, how you doing?
With respect to what you've drawn out here. Clearly, you have the capacity to just add veterans. You could do that now. There's negotiations apparently happening somewhere in this building. And Ranking Member McGovern and Chairman Arrington's colloquy, I think, established that. So I don't really understand why you wouldn't just make the case to the leadership, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, to say, okay, if this exemption was worth pursuing, let's add veterans as well, so that we're not forcing veterans into this Hobson's choice that we've decided we did not want to force upon firefighters, air traffic controllers, and other law enforcement officials. I think that's a reasonable request to make on behalf of our nation's veterans. And as you know, a large portion of the federal workforce are veterans. So I think that this would be the least we could do. And I would implore you, I don't know if you have further thoughts on that, but I mean, you're the chairman, and I assume
we've already passed our bill out of the committee, so it's not.
But this amendment,
I'm doing all right, Malachi.
That's my point. You passed the bill. It included no exemption.
Pissed as fuck at all of the events.
Border Patrol was a limited exemption, as your staff director noted. You've added that in the last couple of days because there were stakeholders who made clear their outrage, which, by the way, was expressed by Democrats, I understand, during the markup, and Ranking Member Lynch can comment on that if he'd like, but I think Democratic members of the committee made the case that this ought to be, obviously, we believe it should be.
Well, Democrats want to spend,
This guy is like fucking single-handedly wrecking their shit. It's great.
into oblivion. I mean, if it were just Democrats, there wouldn't be any cuts.
Well,
we
I
just
would-
keep spending money.
I
to
would-
add
I
to
would
the
not
deficit. I mean,
call-
you know,
I would-
somebody
I
has
would-
to step
I
up.
would not
This is,
call-
we're on an unsustainable path.
Mr. Neguse,
Chairman,
Mr.
respectfully, I would
Neguse,
not call- I'm
Mr.
almost done, Mr.
Neguse,
Chair. I would
you
respectfully-
ask a question.
He
Mr.
answered.
Comer was attempting to answer your
answered.
question.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Neguse, there is no prize here for talking the longest.
Well,
And
Madam
so,
Chair, I had intended to finish, but I've got about 7 more questions. I guess I'll pursue Mr. Comer. Mr. Comer, go ahead and finish your question or your answer. Sorry.
Look, I've stated the obvious. We are trying to do the best we can to be fiscally responsible. It's no fun when you have to make cuts. You all don't know what that's like. You've never cut anything in your life. You just continue to spend. We're on an unsustainable path. We have limited jurisdiction on the Oversight Committee. We're very passionate about eliminating waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement of the federal government. With respect to this bill, we had a limited portion of jurisdiction, and I think that we've been very transparent with the process. We passed out a committee, a bill that saved the taxpayers $51 billion. There have been changes made, as there always is, once the bill passes committee before it's voted on the floor. So I don't know what else there is to say.
So I would say to you, now that you've apparently concluded your answer, that my question was really simple. Really simple. I wasn't asking you to draw out exemptions for this category of folks and other categories of folks. It was very simple. A simple question, which was, are you willing to consider carving out an exemption for our nation's veterans in the same way that you drew out an exemption after the committee marked up this bill? I don't think that's spending into oblivion to say that our nation's veterans should be exempted in the same way that our law enforcement and border patrol agents and air traffic controllers. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Ranking Member Lynch, do you think that's an unreasonable request?
No, as a matter of fact, one of the amendments I have is to exempt them from the change in the calculation going from the high 3 to high 5. We would maintain the veterans at the high 3. And
just to be clear, they could do that right now.
They could, and the cost, and they've done it, as you pointed out, they've done it for a narrow subset of employees, and that, you know, the high 3 instead of the high 5 was about $16,500 per employee over 20 years of retirement. Not a huge sum of money, but definitely appropriate, given that a veteran must have served honorably and discharged honorably for them to be eligible for these benefits.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Mr. Lynch. And again, Republicans are negotiating right now as we speak on SALT deductions and tax credits and any host of issues that members of your caucus have. And I would think that the least they could do is entertain, or at least not treat it so gingerly that the response of, it's spending into oblivion because we have a simple request was the only question that I asked you, Mr. Comer. And so I'm taken aback by your answer.
Fu Manchu's on Riverboat
Members of the
GG.
chairs for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Right?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here this evening.
God, why can't we have like 10 more of that guy? Holy shit.
And particularly to our committee chairs for their hard work on this reconciliation bill. Many hours have gone into this. Many hours of debate outside of tonight in broad daylight have gone on this bill. I want to make a few points before I get into questions, and that is in response to a few of the things that have been said by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. One of the things that's been said is that this is a transfer of wealth. What I would say to that is that the only transfer of wealth, resources, and protection of the American people that is occurring right now is a transfer from the American people on behalf of illegal immigrants. That's what's been happening over the last several years under the Biden administration.
Oh my God.
This bill's also been called a scam.
Again, I would love any citations to be provided at all. You know, like, they've mentioned this like 12 different times throughout the night, and they've not provided any citations. Yeah, I know who Fu Manchu is. I know Tina Mods.
But the only scam that's being played is a scam by the Democrats on the American people for fear-mongering about what this bill is actually doing. Once again, and I'm going to go to my former chair, my former committee of financial services, and go to Chairman Hill on questions about the CFPB. We've heard a lot about the CFPB here this evening. And the thing that I think strikes me most about the CFPB's creation is that only in Washington would we create a federal bureaucracy to fix something that we broke. And I'd like to just submit for the record, Madam Chair, an article by the American Enterprise Institute, October 30th, 2017, a crisis caused by housing policies, not lack of regulation. Thank you. Because we have the CFPB as a result of a reaction to the banking crisis of 2008, which was driven by housing policies, not by any lack of regulation. And now we've got the CFPB that we live with. And as Chairman Hill, you noted that their budget has been expanding. Notably, their budget expanded during the Obama years and declined during the first Trump administration and expanded again during the Biden years, now to $823 million in fiscal year 25, direct from the Treasury, transfer without having any oversight by the Congress. So we've heard that consumers are going to be left without any protection if we get rid of the CFPB, or if we decrease their funding to roughly the $250 million that we've set in this budget. Is the CFPB the only federal agency, Chairman Hill, that provides consumer protection?
No, Ms. Alchin, it's not. Each of the bank supervisory agencies has a robust, continuous exam process for all the consumer compliance requirements. The CFPB's focus in Dodd-Frank was to focus on depository
I'm not a
institutions and banks
famous
that
person,
were
Fu
larger than
Manchu.
$10 billion. Basically, there's 5,000 banks or thereabouts that are smaller than that, and they are having their compliance for lending purposes or deposit purposes fully supervised by the existing bank supervisors. Also, the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, is deeply involved in consumer compliance responsibilities under the securities laws. And we can't forget the Federal Trade Commission, which is very involved in consumer compliance. And those are the principal federal agencies for consumer credit, consumer deposit issues, both for banks and non-banks. And then we cannot forget that the states also regulate non-bank consumer finance, and the state's attorney generals enforce those laws. So there's no lack of oversight and consumer protection in the financial services space. And therefore, that's why, in my judgment, since we're here talking about a reconciliation bill, that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau can complete its statutory tasks under Dodd-Frank with the 5% cap of the Federal Reserve funding. And the two other changes that we made there was simply saying that there's civil penalty fund where they charge wrongdoing and collect funds for the benefit of victims. Once that fund is, the victims are repaid throughout the adjudication process. If there's any surplus money, instead of them being able to keep it, that it go back to the Treasury to benefit the federal budget. And likewise, we say that while they're a unique agency because they have no oversight, they have no congressional appropriation, they have no inspector general, they have no real full compliance with Administrative Procedures Act, for example, in their rulemaking. They've been struck down in the federal courts for overreach.
Yeah, you know, the good-natured banks that are looking out for all of us and definitely not prioritizing their bottom line profits. You know, they're just good guys, little birthday boys. Good night, Grand Theft Autobot.
Their statute. We also, they have a unique position that once they take their money at their request from the Federal Reserve, they get to carry it over. I don't know a lot of federal agencies that can carry over spending and pile up cash on their balance sheet after September 30 each year. So we cap that in this bill at 5% of that annual budget that they can have.
And in fact, the CFPB has a civil penalty fund sitting on about $2.5 billion, according to my account. 1.7 billion of that was a fine levied against one entity, but they can sit on that cash too. Is that correct?
They can. What we argue is that that money should be allocated to settle victims' claims, and that can take some time during the legal process, so that money can certainly sit there. But the money that's not dedicated to paying a victim claim should be returned to the Treasury.
So you mentioned the FTC. I'm glad you mentioned that because the motto of the Federal Trade Commission is protecting American consumers. In fact, the United States has 12 separate federal financial regulators and state regulators for securities, banking, and insurance, and it is duplicative that we do have the CFPB. We certainly don't need to be funding the CFPB at the extent that we do, because as you mentioned, not only do we have states' attorneys general who are also protecting consumers, but we also have plaintiffs' lawyers who can take class action suits as well. Madam Chair, I would like to submit for the record an article dated February 18th, 2025 by the Cato Institute, Consumers Will Be Safe Without the CFPB.
Without objection.
In the remaining time that I have, and I've gone over 5 minutes, but I do want to go to my Budget Committee Chair, Mr. Arrington, just with really one question.
Yeah, you know, they'll be safe because, you know, the billions of dollars that the CFPB has been able to get back for consumers, you know, the companies will just give that back out of the goodness of their hearts, you know, because they're just good guys.
Has the CBO ever been wrong?
Well, in my short tenure,
I would love for more Democrats to just start calling these people liars to their faces.
Actually, were off in their estimation of the deficit, and their excuse was it was hard to keep up. I'm paraphrasing. It was hard to keep up with the trillions of dollars in spending. Would be $8 trillion total in deficit spending of the last administration, $2 trillion by executive actions. That was what was hard. So let's consider all things. They were off by $1 trillion, which that's a big miss. And so yes, they've been wrong. They were wrong in their projections on revenue to the Treasury post-TCJA. We had record revenue, record corporate revenue. So they are wrong often, and sometimes they're wrong in an order of magnitude, in one case by $1 trillion.
And if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I went on to a second question, and I'm going to be wrapping up. They underestimated the cost of the IRA, and they underestimated the benefits of Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Is that correct?
Along with underestimating the cost of Obamacare, and a whole list of other things, but that is correct. I will say that JCT was the initial scorekeeper administered the score for the IRA tax credits, green energy tax subsidies, and they were off by almost 4 times the actual cost.
So all this conversation about how reliant we should be on CBO scores to tell us
what the cost of what we're doing is going to be. CBO has not been all that reliable, as history has shown. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if I may, Ms. Algen, I'd say the best predictor of the future is past performance. And what we tried to do is be conservative about a growth assumption at 2.6, which was under the annual average of both President Trump and President Biden. I thought that was the responsible thing to do, which forced us as a conference to put these gentlemen in the position, among other authorizing chairmen, to dig deep on rooting out waste in this, the people's government. I'm very proud that in the end, it's reducing the deficit by about $175 billion. We need to do more. We need to rinse and repeat future reconciliation bills. But the debt to GDP going down by 10 percentage points is, in this environment, and over the last couple of decades, is just probably unfathomable. But we've achieved it. I'm convinced we will achieve it and then some, because we're not adding.
We will finally have peace and security in our time. The American people will no longer be beset by the dangerous and evil dollar. We will make sure that they are liberated from the tyranny of having money, and it will be kept safely in the company coffers of our big banks and businesses.
Tariff revenue, we're not adding other things that I believe will happen because of the iron will of this president on that front, if not on others. So.
Oh yeah, all the tariff revenue that will definitely happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the witnesses for your long hours of testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Halgen. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know whether to say, buenos dias, good night. We don't really have a word in either Spanish or English when you start at 1 a.m. and when you finally start asking questions at 4 a.m. But it is still nighttime. And Americans, some of them looking, we have 150 people outside standing in the rain asking us to do the right thing. I want to do a shout out to them. But, America.
Damn! 150 people turned out to protest during this? Good on those folks. Salute to our strongest warriors out there. God damn. People showing the fuck up. Absolutely based.
Might have just broken up and they don't know what's happening. But let me tell you, it's a night.
Also, if you're confused and beset by monetary woes, the evils of having money, consider giving it to Riverboat Jack. I'll keep you safe.
Right? We are living through a nightmare, and if you are a veteran, if you are a pregnant mother, if you live in rural America, this is a Republican nightmare. Because this bill that they are going to be pushing through in the dead of night is the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor, working families and middle class, to the wealthiest, right? And CBO put it out. Now, they don't want to pay attention to CBO because they don't like the facts, right? They don't like what it actually looks like. But we know that these numbers are horrible, and we'll get into them in a bit. But when we think about this transfer of wealth, especially this chart here, it gets me. It really gets me. There we go. From the lowest decile to the highest that CBO put out. And many of the people in this room...
We're going to be watching this till it wraps up. Honestly, I just want to, I want to catch up, but even watching it at 1.5 speed, we're not really making much headway here. That's actually a really good question. We've been going for 6 hours, and I know it doesn't really feel like we've been going for 6 hours, but this has actually been a really, really long stream. And I did not intend on covering this. I thought this entire debate was going to happen tomorrow, and that we'd be doing this or by tomorrow I mean later today. So I thought we were going to do a nice interview segment, and then we would transition into covering this. And maybe, yeah, I have been going for 6 hours, chat. There's some good takedowns going on. Well, tell you what, guys. How about this? Tomorrow we have an interview to do. I can't be up until 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning covering this because, frankly, I need to be able to wake up a bit early to do research, to be able to do a proper interview. I need to be relatively rested, do all the things I do. Also, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub over on Twitch. I appreciate that. But after we do the interview, we can finish watching this if you guys are interested, okay? I also have other content that we can cover, but we can We can catch up if you'd like. Take your break. It is very late. It's tough because like I have very poor impulse control and I just want to keep going and like yeah, let's fucking finish this. Yeah. But like I do have things unfortunately that are happening tomorrow. When will the interviews start? Let me take a look at my calendar where I have the times because I don't remember off the top of my head. Interview should be should be at 8 p.m. Central Time. So I'll probably start a bit earlier. I'll be aiming to start at like 7 so that we can kind of build up some viewers before the interview starts. And that will be what I'm doing. I'm excited. I'm excited for the interview. A little nervous, but excited. And yeah. So, folks, if you enjoyed the show, please hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And I really, really appreciate you guys. Thanks for sticking it out with me. Like, it's really fucking cool that I can turn my obsessive interest in politics into an educational experience for a lot of folks. And, I hope I did an all right job. I know this is not the most watchable stuff in the universe. So I hope I made it a bit more palatable to watch it along with me. All right. Yes, go take your meds, go get some sleep, drink your water. I'll see you all later today. Good night, everybody.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.